Good evening. Good evening, one and
Honestly,
all. Lovely to see you.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
I will love it if we beat them, and by them I mean everyone in Serie A, as we're finally back to a little bit of AC Milan action. It's been a couple of weeks, and I genuinely can't remember what's been going on. So I've been having a little bit of a look through, but we'll all kind of catch up together and then head into the final stages. We're about 25 games in, so there's a few league games, there's some Champions League games left to go in our second season. How is everyone this wonderful, wonderful weekend? It was Independence Day yesterday, so to my American friends, I hope you've had a wonderful time. To my British friends, I hope you feel glad that maybe 300 years down the line, actually, we probably did a good job losing that war, because yeah, all kinds of crazy going on now. I mean, not that we're any better. There's a good way to upset as many people as I possibly can right off the start. We have some beautiful, beautiful people in already. There is the glorious Serichal, who's about to start his summer holiday, which is marvellous. We've got DM Bassist, we've got FMGNG, we've got Jack Odom, and I see we've got a little bit of Reese the Editor and Space Puffin. Welcome in, gents. Lovely, lovely to see you all. How's the weekend going so far? Have you been up to anything interesting? Have you got anything planned for the remainder of it as well? I mean, I know there's only one day, but that's still half the weekend, right? Bear me one moment. So, welcoming Mr. Momo Man as well. Lovely to see them. Glad to be rid of them and their draft system. Exactly, Mr. Momo Man. Exactly. What's all that nonsense? To make it even better, there's no Crudmo. No comments. No comments whatsoever. But that is a very good point to mention, that a mystery minigame has been redeemed, so we should probably head on over and do that before we properly catch up on everything that's been happening in the save and head into some games. So let's see, can I find my lovely thing? We'll start off with a very, very simple round of Guess the Player. Now, if you haven't been here before, I'll explain how it works. In a moment, you're going to see 4 pictures from a player's profile in FM24, one after the other. You're going to see the positions they play in, their attributes and traits, their coach report, and their club history. Your job is to guess who the player is as early as you possibly can. The earlier you guess, the more points you get, and that gets you on that lovely little scoreboard just beneath me there. Now, the picture that you've got there is just a placeholder, unfortunately, camouflaged, so it won't be David Luiz. It's not even David Luiz, to be fair. That is a picture of the... Why can't I remember his name? Who's the quiz here? Carlos Valderrama. That's it, Carlos Valderrama. I mean, it will be a player from FM24. It will be a player from the base database, the default database in the vanilla game. So at the beginning of FM24. So a player like Joshua Zirkzee, for example, is still at Bologna, not at Man United. Just something to be mindful of. Here's the first clue. No ups at all. I love it. I love the guesser coming in for David Luiz, Valderrama, Joshua Zirkzee, right at the top there. So we have, off the top, a defensive midfielder, a right-footed defensive midfielder, better in perhaps the more defensive capacities than the attacking ones. So he's a good ball-winning midfielder, good halfback, good anchor, kind of not so good when it comes to being like a roaming playmaker or Segundo Volante, and definitely not a regista. So could it be Ilkay Gundogan? Could it be Casemiro or Verratti or Axel Witsel? Or could it be Declan Rice? These are all very, very, very good guesses, but I've just realised that I set this up literally a couple of weeks ago, so I now need to actually double check who the player is. I know it's none of the ones mentioned so far. It's that person. Yes. So it is none of the guesses that we've had so far. It is worth noting that they are a natural defender. They are an accomplished midfielder central as well. So could it be Lobotka, DM Bassist, natural defensive centre? Indeed. That I think is the little bit of nuance that needs to be focused in on. So let's hop on over to their attributes and see what we've got here. Now they might be a natural defender, but they do only have, is that 13 for jumping reach, 13 for heading? They're reasonable tackling, good marking, great teamwork, work rate, determination, anticipation, all the mentals you really like to see. So could it be Joshua Kimmich? Too soon, GNG. Too soon, GNG. It is not Joshua Kimmich. Is it De Jong? It is not De Jong either, I'm afraid. Welcome in, Blue Lions. They're lovely to see you, my dude. Welcome in, MTG fan as well. Lovely to have you in here. Mr. Momoman, what the hell, is a very, very interesting player. Brings the ball out of defense, 6'2", just under 12 stone. Could it be De Ligt? It's not De Ligt, I'm afraid. So Blue Lions, what position is he? This is a defensive midfielder who's also a natural defender and an accomplished central midfielder. Can't play in any of the wide positions, can't play any further forwards. Is right-footed, reasonable left foot. So could it be Undayashimyi? I will never ever pronounce that one correct, but that is an amazing guess. It is not Undayashimai, but he is a quality player. Is it Diamande or Jorginho? That's a fine thing, Des. It's neither of those. He's like 187 centimeters. Yep, that is pretty much about right. Is it Raskin? Have we finally reached the obligatory Raskin answer? We haven't. It's also sadly not Bester. I think we should move on and see what league they play in. That might help just zero down a little bit, because what we have here is a good Bundesliga player. They're close to their full potential, so a player that's maybe a little bit on the older side, not old, but just a little bit more, maybe you're probably looking at late 20s, maybe mid 20s if they're close to their full potential as well. So could it be Emre Can or Robin Koch or Emre Can again? We've got a guess for Ko Itakura, Robert Andrich, Xavier Schlager, Papadopoulos, Xhaka. Mark Roberts was going to say Cristante. I can tell you that we do have a correct answer. We have a correct answer, and this is a person that played for Gladbach when the game started, which means it can only be that Zeratul once again has picked himself up a fine 2 points with Ko Itakura. Ko Itakura, an absolutely wonderful player in FM24. It's not a bad player in real life, to be fair, but very, very useful in defense or midfield. Great mentals. What a fabulous guess, sir. Well done. So there was a guess for Kobe. It's Chan. Yigit was convinced it was Emre Can. Unfortunately not. DM Basis comes in with the applause, as does DNG. DM Basis, all this game does is remind me that I don't actually know modern footballers. That's fair. I mean, very often in the same place.
The statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you very much, Kryptonic25, very much appreciated. Really. And now, if you're feeling comfortable being in chat, let us know who you support, who you play with in FM, but obviously no obligation whatsoever. Feel free to lurk. A wind tunnel indeed. Yigit, when you managed Itakura in FM23, his profile was vastly different. I can believe that. He seems to be somebody that's definitely come into his own and kind of become a little bit more noticed since he's been a regular at Gladbach. Right, shall we head on over into the game then? And that means I need to press on this button here. So here we are. This is where we currently stand. And Blue Lions, we'll get to the squad in a second. We'll name the new gen in a moment. Do you have a name in particular you would like to use? Do you have one already on the tip of your tongue? Yeah, Kamufflin didn't think that Itakura was that good. Fair enough. Support and play is different. Fair. Welcome in, Nickname. Lovely to see you, my dude. Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. Shit, we might actually win this league. I doubt it. Every time we've got close. So we are currently sat in third, 6 points off top spot. Inter have finally jumped up into that top spot. We do have a game in hand, so if we win our game in hand, we could move within 3 points. But the story of this season so far is that we've often got within touching distance. We've always seemed to have been one game behind, and every time we have that chance to jump and take first spot, we absolutely fuck it up. And we fuck it up in style. We've had some pretty big, embarrassing defeats. The 2-0 away from Roma doesn't sound bad until you realise that Roma were in Serie B last season. The home defeat to Napoli was just, we absolutely soiled the proverbial bed at the time. We lost away to relegation fighting Genoa, and these were all 3 times where we could have jumped up into top spots. So we do have a little bit of an issue with consistency, not consistency, but big games. It seems to be the case. So Kryptonic, you're usually late in rewatch on YouTube, but happy to catch you live today. It was marvellous to have you in. You're a Chelsea fan ever since the Michael Ballack moved there a long time ago. What a player Michael Ballack was. I mean, an absolute, I know the phrase is used often, but a true Rolls Royce of a player, just absolutely classy on the ball, incredible passing range, great vision, a bit of a dick at times, but you know, you can allow that for the quality, right? So yeah, this is where we stand. We had a kind of rotten time of it last time out. We lost that game to Roma. We drew away from home against Sassuolo and away from home against Dortmund, all in games that I think we should have won. But we did have that big 7-0 win over Genoa in the cup. I mean, like, yeah, this was a game that was very, very frustrating. We dominated. We took an early lead. We just couldn't get that second goal. And then right at the end, Divine Gabriel with the equaliser, with Sassuolo's first shot on target. Away against Dortmund, I seem to remember being a little bit more even. I mean, we still should have won on the quality of chances that we had, but I mean, a little bit easier to accept that result. We lost Ernest Nuama. He's been our best player this season, 11 goals, 10 assists. So he's only out for a couple of weeks. I think he misses this game, maybe the next game, but we should have him back potentially around, say, maybe the Fiorentina Bologna spot there, but he is going to be a huge miss. And so here is our squad. Our squad has been, I think you can see from this already, we're in February, right? So 15th of February 2033, we've got one player in double figures for goals, and that's Ernest Nuama. He's also the only player in double figures for assists. We've got a lot of players that are contributing. Cole Palmer 9 and 6, Paolo Benato 7 and 3, Isaac has 8 goals from 13 starts. Skamaka arrived in January, a goal every 2 games. Generally, we're getting a nice spread, but we're probably not scoring as much as we would like to. And I mean, it shows here. We've got the best defense in the league, I believe, by a reasonably comfortable margin. We've conceded 6 fewer than any other team, but we've also scored 16 goals fewer than Inter Milan. So we switched to a 4-4-2. We went back to our roots with IFK Mariaham, where we had these guys down in the wide positions in this flank, but we've moved them forwards because they weren't necessarily quite in the right positions that we want. So we're running with this 4-4-2, and hopefully that's going to keep us in good stead. So nickname, you are having a good weekend. You're currently playing with Kagoshima in J2, fighting for promotion to J1. Marvelous stuff. Marvelous stuff. How long left in the season? How close to promotion are you? Oh, welcome in, John, sir. Lovely to see you, my dude. How's your weekend going? Kryptonic, that was part of our nationalism back then. Remember Khan screaming at strikers? Ballack was kind of compared to him. That is fair. That is fair. Germans do kind of lack the good old leader types of ye old days. You just need someone to just kick everyone quite literally up the arse. Welcome in, Coratiba. Lovely to see you. How's your weekend so far? Kryptonic agreed. Lots of young potential players, but some have to step into those leader roles now. How do you feel about Angelo Stiller? I think he looks like he could very much become that Ballack-esque player, the kind of no-nonsense, put it about, but an absolute quality, classy player on the ball. I'm really, really enjoying Angelo Stiller. Looked really composed in his first few games for Germany, from my opinion. So we're going to head into the first game straight away. It's our second leg against Dortmund. There is some rotation. So Matteo Zanotti would have come in, but he ended up with a cold, sustained like yesterday. Theo is suspended. Nuama is still a week or so away from returning. I have dropped Ardagula for this game just for the sake of rotation. So Carl Palmer is going to play behind the striker. Matteo Mosconi comes in. I've dropped Eamon Kari so that Reinders comes in. And I've dropped Bjorn Rod, who is perpetually tired, and so Emiru Hasuki comes in. Blue Lines, do let me know who you'd like to rename, and we can sort that out. At the moment, we have got, in terms of new gens that we haven't renamed yet, we do have Michel Barbieri, but he is a youth player, so you might not want to.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
We have... We've kept off on Benato and Rocha for the time being. We have Giovanni Perilli, who's a young player that's likely to probably play a part next season. But we've also got some players out on loan that are a key part of what we're doing. So we've got Eduardo Di Feo, we've got Kamil Wojcik, who are both centre-backs that we like a lot. Wojcik seems to be doing well on his loan at Werder Bremen, so that might be quite encouraging to go for there. We've got a young goalkeeper as well in David Fusari. Hairlender's the other goalkeeper that we're fighting with him, so they could potentially be ones that we can rename. So let us know, and let us know what name you want to rename to, and we'll get that done for you. Right, so yeah, we can head straight into the game. And then remember, this one we need to sort out man marking on. It's been a while. I need to remind myself of these things semi-regularly. So it's lonely at the top. Also, you've been binging Taskmaster Cortiba. What season of Taskmaster are you watching at the moment? It's such a good show. Such a good show. Right, we're going to say no pressure. Right, Kone on the right. So you take Kone, which means you take Kadlec, and Benato takes Martin Ferreira. And then a round of I Have Faith. And let's see how we get on. Oh, I don't have the music set up. Boo. I can't do it from there. Right, okay. Let's get pop music on for, hopefully we don't get knocked out immediately, because I'd like to hear the music at some point during the course of this. So John Sear very well, had the highlight of the season yesterday. Team sauna evening. Oh, interesting. Culturally, I appreciate that yours is a sauna culture and ours isn't, because the idea of being even any degree of naked around other people makes me feel very uncomfortable. Right, it's been a really, really bad first half so far. We have done absolutely nothing. Here comes a second corner. Sent in. Monterisi gets it clear. Here's Mosconi. Mosconi gets himself back under danger. Okay, apparently we have had a shot. We have had a decent shot. Here's Mosconi now. Mosconi cuts it back. Skamaka with the goal. Mosconi. Oh, it was spilled by the keeper. Who is the keeper? It's spilled by Georgia Petrovic into the path of Gamaka, and an easy finish there. Great, Antoine. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? Lovely to see you. How's your weekend so far? The nickname, you're currently in the second season, previously promoted to J2 immediately. So currently in first place with a 4-point lead and 11 games left to play. Marvelous stuff. Really enjoying managing in Japan and not knowing any players. Isn't that's the glory of all the leagues that you wouldn't otherwise touch on, and them constantly adding new ones, is being able to explore those different areas of the world. It's fantastic, isn't it? Have you been watching any of the J League that's broadcast live on YouTube? Because it is broadcast free on well, for us Saturday mornings at least, which is quite cool. We've not been that good, let's be frank. But we do have the lead at the moment, so that's okay. We are going to say we can definitely pick up the gears. Let's just drop the passing length a little bit. Let's just see if we can have a bit more control. We've had 46% of the ball, which isn't too bad. We've had more of the final third passes, but I do feel like we're probably giving it away a bit too much. Not that hasn't actually helped us at all. So this looks horrible. This looks horrible. Right, okay, yeah, we're definitely going to try and play longer. Look at that. That press was scary, even if we are in behind. And here's Paolo Benato. Paolo Benato to wrap it up, surely. 3-1 on aggregate. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Boom, 2 shots on target, 2 goals. This is an absolute robbery. But we are going to push that up because I didn't like how under pressure we are. I am going to bring on Gula because Cole Palmer's looking tired. I'm also going to rest Rosha now so that can see. Could you stay? Come on. Swap those guys out. I have faith. Hopefully that means we're into the round of 16, I believe, next. So Stiller's development and club choice will be key for him. Can see the similarities. He looks like he's going to be a great player. I loved the move to Stuttgart. I thought that was a really, really good decision on his behalf, and I kind of hope that he sticks it there for a couple more years. As Wiper pulls one back. It pulls one back. We got ahead of ourselves. We got ahead of ourselves. They haven't taken the ball, but the goal stands. Boom. Right, Amanatidis just over the top by Bisek there. Adeyemi with a first-time cross. Let's fire these guys up. Chikotiba, season 18, you're going backwards. That's a fine decision there. The sauna stream. Oh, God, that would be horrendous. FMGNG's been watching the Bob Mortimer season lately. Wasn't that... I mean, what a lineup as well. Bob Mortimer and Sally Phillips. Incredible stuff. Incredible. Oh, here they come forwards again. We are going to need to make some changes, I think. And we are struggling with that high press a little bit from the looks of things. But we've got some time here. We play it out to Navarro, who was kind of close marks, but he does well to shield the ball. And now he's in behind. A little bit of a lunge from Boykert. Now Bonato. Bonato with the finish. The flag goes up immediately, though. He looked very offside. He looked very, very offside. Come on. Nah. Ah, well. Dan Basis doesn't really watch TV. You've heard good things about Taskmaster. You know Fern Brady's in it at some point, so I need to get around to watching it. I really enjoyed the Fern Brady series as well. I quite like John Kearns, who was also in that series. Sarah Milliken I thought was great. Dara O'Brien was a little bit boring by my estimations, but you know, that's all very much a personal interpretation of situations. So let's take play out of defence off because of their press. Let's take counter off. Let's not force the ball forwards too quickly. I am going to bring off Albert Navarro because I know that he was only really fit for 75 minutes, I believe. So that's about the right point. Oh no. No. Andre Garcia stands over it. Atabulu gets across and tips it over. Oh, come on. Focus, my guys. I mean, it was a free kick. It's not like a lapse of concentration in that shot. But Kerem tries to come away with the ball. Wins the throw-in. Throw-ins are absolutely fine by my reckoning. Into the last 10. We will try that. We're going to bring you back into midfield there. And we are going to bring on Eamon Kari in that position. We're going with a midfielder out wide, someone with a little bit more of an industrious work rate, hopefully. Just see if we can contain them into the last 5. And we've got a highlight in injury time. We get it clear. Pacho on the ball now. Finds Danny. To De La Fuente. Amanatidis drops deep. Turns. Beats his man. Finds Kone. Andre Garcia's in behind. Andre Garcia denied by Atabulu out of the last. Oh, Atabulu. Atabulu, you absolute hero. Oh. De La Fuente sends the cross in. Andre Garcia. We get it clear only as far as Booker. Booker tries to create space. Sends it forwards, but Boccas reads it. Skamaka just gets it out of there. And the pressure can come forward once again. Bisek, the highlight is over. The highlight is over. We are through to the next round. It was not a good performance. Not a good performance by any stretch of the imagination. But we are through to the next round. I'll take that. I will take that. Milan winning everything. I hope so, but I don't think it's going to be the case. Yeah, G&G, she's really good in her season. How does Taskmaster work? So Taskmaster is just it's 5 comedians. They're set tasks to do, and they get points for doing those tasks. It's got Greg Davis who judges, got Alex Horn that sets the task, but it's a comedy show. It's like every British panel show. The tasks are merely a vehicle for the comedy. So Dan Basis, Fern Brady is one of your favourite new comedians. A fair assessment. I really like Fern Brady. I also really like Sophie Duker, who was on one of the seasons as well. As really good to see her in kind of more of a prominent role. I know that she did the stuff with Frankie Boyle's show, but I never really saw that because, like you, I don't really watch TV much. Pretty much Taskmaster is the only TV show I watch. So Zerachel, Asgard to Rangers. Interesting, as in Thilo Asgard, the former Wigan player. So he can run. Apart from that, he can't do anything well, can't do anything terribly. That's fair. A shining endorsement. I mean, solid is something you want, right? Like, yeah, it might not be exciting, but at least then you can't blame him for a specific thing. It's like insulating himself from criticism by not being good at anything special. As a Kryptonic, Stuttgart is amazing for development. Have seen rumours of Real Madrid and of course Bayern being interested, but I think he needs to stay away for maybe 2 more seasons before such a move. I agree completely. I would love to see him stay there for his development. I'd love to see him being the main man and developing the responsibilities that come with it and using that to develop his game, rather than going into a place where he becomes a small fish in a big pool, essentially. Cesarachul, you do expect he'll do well in Scotland. This is Asgard, since that is more to be a workhorse, not a technical wonder kid kind of league. That's fair. Sokoa Tiba, live watching Taskmaster because I rarely know the cast, but when I recognise someone, it feels like I have immense TV knowledge. That's fair. That is fair. What a save it was at the end. Zerachul was sure it was a goal. I was sure it was a goal. It just felt like it should have been. Welcome in, Busy Baron. How you doing, my man? Lovely to see you. I hope you are doing well. Interestingly, did he not get a boost in his ratings? He got a 6.7 in that game, despite making 4 saves, including that amazing one right at the end. He didn't have any issues with his passing. Yeah. How unfair they've been to our wonderful Noah Atabulu. How are you doing anyway, Busy Baron? How's your weekend so far? Blue Lions are for the nickname. You pick the player, but can you call him Avila Misaduck? Is that Misaduckle? UCL. In fact, can I copy? I can't copy using this lovely. I can't copy. Yes, I can. I'm just not very good at doing things. Right, let's go on over. I'm going to do it to one of our lone chaps because I think Kamil Wojcik will be part of the, hopefully should be a regular part of the first team squad next season. So Avila Misadukel. There we go. Obviously, because of what I've done with the skin, it currently shows the name there, but we've got Avila Misadukel up there. Look at Avila and his glorious hair and spotty beard. Bless him. Kawatiba, it's like fill this jar with a hole at the bottom without using your hands. Yeah. So the transfer was confirmed today. Fabulous. Awesome. So Mike Nowowski to Hanover is a done deal. 14 signings of the season is absolutely ridiculous, Johnson. It is only the 5th of July. The season doesn't start for like another month yet. How can you sign 14 players? That's I mean, it's great. It's good to see them move quickly, but also that is madness. Absolute madness. So our next game is Catanzaro. Away from home, we've not necessarily been that great. I don't know whether that was just a bad performance for a game or not. The tactic had, generally speaking, been doing well. As we saw, even with the games we weren't winning, we were playing well, we were creating chances, we were playing certainly a lot better than that game we just had against Dortmund. That game against Dortmund, though, wasn't that dissimilar to the game against Napoli. So maybe at home against bigger teams, it's not appropriate. We will see how it goes at the start against Catanzaro. Won't necessarily make any changes in response to what was a kind of flat performance that got us through in the last round, because don't want to overreact right at this moment, right? Hopefully. So proper real life Moneyball. So Johnson, you had like 10 players leave. I mean, that is fair. That is fair. But and as I said, like acting quickly and early in the transfer window is without doubt a very, very good thing. Just also seems like that's crazy. That is just at what point are you so pushed for bringing players in that you can't really do due diligence? Because you've got to imagine some of those have been rushed through, and there's I mean, it's not a transfers don't have like a high success rate, right? So like even at best you're looking at 50% or something that turn out to be good transfers. So you might as well just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So maybe due diligence isn't necessary either. Coritiba signed 19 players, most of them over 30 years old. I mean, Coritiba, it feels like Coritiba have just been like operating an open door policy. Like a new 35-year-old turns up each week, another one quietly retires or keels over. And it just a constant change. FMGNG, Mikey Johnston to Flamengo is one of my favourite wacky transfers ever. I did not know about that one. Mikey, how did that come about? That does seem crazy. Right, here we go. Catanzaro finally there, almost. So John said, it's nice to have the majority of the squad ready as early as possible because we have a new coach who has a completely different style. Okay, I suppose that also does have an impact, right? Because, like, if you've got a new coach, you're probably not going to be on this, like, if you want to wait until the coach is bedded in and assess what you've got and try and bring in players specifically for him with his permission and stuff, you're probably going to have to wait until very, very late in the transfer window where it's too late. So maybe there's a value of just going, hey, here's a load of players, see what works out, and then we'll make more considered moves later on. Backing the Blues, welcome in, my dude. How are we all? I can't get the Simeone chant out of my head since the last league stream. It's a glorious song. Gotta love a little bit of Jefferson Airplane. How are you doing? How's your weekend so far? Right, so we do have Zanotti back on the bench. We have Theo back as well, so he can come in there. Nuama's still a few days away, so we won't bring him in. We will go back to our preferred lineup. So that's going to be with Nuama out, Palmer out wide. That's going to be... we're sticking with Skamaka up front then in that situation. It's Kari in for Reinders. Hisuki's injury is fine because Björn Rod comes back into the starting lineup. So Anita Hammer, Ilario Monterisi, Bjorn Rod, Teo Hernandez, Ricardo Rocha, Aben Kari, Cole Palmer, Arda Gula, Paolo Benato, Gianluca Scamacca. And we are going to be playing up against the 4-2-3-1. So we will sort out our marking settings once we head into the game. MTG fan, it's typical for newly promoted sides, certainly, especially when you've had like Johnson said, a lot of departures. Coritiba, it's a retirement centre, medical spa resort. Everyone is either old or injured or both. I mean, glorious, isn't it? Glorious. Right, from this we can see that Bueno is the more attacking one, so we want our defensive midfielders on that. So that's the left side there, which is our right side. So you will take Bueno. You will take the attacking midfielder. And you will come back and take the left-sided, so their right-sided. So Bonato is going to come back and defend in this area. I have faith. I have faith. I have faith. Yay, we had some positive reactions and I managed to undo the good work. So Holofab, oh, welcome in, Mr. Holofab. How are you, sir? How are you? We have indeed pressed continue. Lovely to see Mr. Murderfart. What a fabulous name to give him. So early doors, we are in control of the game. Momentum was in our favour. We're creating chances. Let's see if we can now take advantage of that momentum. Here, we spread it out to Theo. He's coming inside, really crowded in the middle there. Benato tries to play around the corner, couldn't make it now. Arthur Zagra comes away with it. Zagra down the left-hand side, sends the cross in. Oh, how did we let that go through? Monterisi. Oh, my word.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
on a needle. Bless you. Thank you very much, Benekage. Lovely to see you. I see that you're live, so I won't pester you at all, my dude. Oh well. Don't concede a second. Don't concede a second. Just as I was saying that we were having all the momentum, we need to take advantage of it. First shot, first goal, and now things have very much turned. They are in the ascendancy right now. Johnson, you believe the coach and sporting director compared their shortlists, had a lot of same profiles that they want to sign? That's good to hear. That's quite cool. So backing the Blues, good weekend so far. Released our new kit for the season. Hopefully we can serve promotion back to the Premier League in it. Awesome. Have you already bought the kit now that it's out and you've seen it? Okay, they managed to snuff out the danger. Can we apply pressure here? We seem to not be very coordinated there with both Gula and Bonato kind of chasing down the same player and not really getting close. And they've worked it all the way back. Now that's good. There we go. Palmer reacts. Palmer one-on-one, takes the shot, forces the save. Arda Gula fires over. Oh, come on, boys. Come on, boys. We can do this. So thank you very much, Banakage. Maybe we'll drop by if you're still going when we finish up. Holofab, love the new stream tap. I appreciate it, my dude. Thank you very much. So John, sir, it's a complete 180 from last season's tactical style. We've gone from long balls and crosses and let's hope for the best to a manager who had the highest possession, most passes, least crosses, and one of the most aggressive presses last season. Fair enough. Okay, don't take this away from me. That's an own goal. What on earth could you? Offside shouldn't count if there's an own goal, and they won't.
Take that away from me.
So Johnson, with the change in style, do you feel like the players that remained from before are going to be capable of adjusting? Are you expecting any of them to remain in and around the first team? Or do you think it's going to be mainly all the new players that are going to be a large part of the starters? Here's Anita Hammer, Skamaka. There we go.
For the fans, it's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands. Goals for the fans, it's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands.
There we go. Anita Hammer hammers it into Skamaka. And that is 2-1. The turnaround has finally happened. That's nice to see. All potentially on the back of one goal. Momentum shifting massively there. So we were doing well. They scored. They had that chance that was checked on the line, and we kind of wrestled it back. And 2 goals. A lot to see. A lot to see. Again, I'm not going to say anything much majorly positive. I want them to do better and more. I think we've had a lot of the balls, so we're going to increase the tempo there. Are we going to... Actually, we're going to increase the tempo down to positive, but be more expressive. So something along those lines. Hopefully urge a little bit more creativity, a little bit more urgency in the final third, but not going too over the top is the hope. It's good to see that Codmo isn't top of the chart, isn't it just? Isn't it just, Holofab? But Zerachul is now the new target. New target. We need to get him off top spot. Oh, okay, we got lucky there. The clearance deflecting off our own man, but we still managed to get it away. Now here's Gula. Plays Skamaka in behind. The pace of Gianluca Skamaka in behind forces the save from Liban. Now normally I'd be a bit disappointed that he didn't carry it further and get himself close to the goal for the shot, but I'm not expecting Gianluca Skamaka to carry the ball with great pace in those situations, let's be fair. Bonato, oh, he's offside. Boo. So backing the Blues, you haven't bought it yet? No, I'll probably buy it later. I've been given the green light by the boss. We're meant to be saving for a wedding or something like that. I mean, you can wear the kit to the wedding, right? Like that. Suits are so out of fashion. Suits are old hat. Who wants tradition? Just a blazer and the shirt. Perfect. I mean, it's still a shirt by and all technicalities. It's the Gula. that was a particularly wank free kick, and we can feel very, very fortunate. I mean, it took a deflection that put it closer to the goalkeeper. It was pretty much down the centre of the goal by the point it went in, which is the point. Now Algarvio's in behind. Algarvio, good save from Atabulu. Atabulu making sure we stay ahead 3-1. Here we go. Canzaro with the corner. Jose Maria. They've had a big chance from the corner previously, but this time Monterisi gets his head to it. Back out only as far, and no highlight coming there. Let's make some changes then. Palmer is coming off. Arda Gula is coming off. Both look to be very tired. As is, it is Scamacca, because he played all of the last 2 games. Rocha, I think I might just make all 5 changes all at once. We're going to bring on Mattia Zanotti as well. I don't think I've ever made... I mean, at half-time, I've been pissed off and made 4 changes. I don't think I've ever made 5 changes all at once. So, John, so you imagine at most 3 to 4 players from last season will start. Ron Robert Zieler was the best goalkeeper of the league last year, should start again. Maybe Tomiak at centre-back, Enzo Leopold in midfield if he stays, and possibly Rochelt unless we sign another 10. How do you feel? Oh, there we go. There's an all right substitution.
Milan, come together, clap your hands, save me. Scoring goals, AC Milan.
There we go. Alexander Isak. That surely wraps it up, and it does. 4-1. I think, like, on the reflection of play overall, we did okay, but there were some nervy moments. Canzaro were 5th coming into that game, so, you know, they're not a bad team. But, you know, they're certainly a game that we would have expected to win. And everything still remains the same. Inter with a big win. Fiorentina have already won big. We still have 1 game in hand. And our next game is the first leg of the Coppa Italia semi-finals. That will be against Fiorentina. We absolutely dismantled Fiorentina earlier on in the season. We beat them 5-1 in the league. 3-2 was a much closer game, but we in the Super Coppa Italiana semi-final. So we've got good results against them. We are almost certain to lose this time round. So yeah, John, so how well do you feel they will be able to adapt to the change in style? Backing the Blues. Well, our chosen date is the East Anglian Derby, so it's going to have to be on underneath anyway. Fair enough. Oh, that, I mean, was that deliberate? I mean, I imagine the fixtures came out afterwards, but I do like the idea of the fiance going, no, I don't want to have to deal with him on that day watching the football, so I'm going to arrange the wedding so that he can't watch that game and get really, really wound up. Security, but a guy in Brazil got married in the Santos 2012 third chat. See, that's the plan. Oh, Holifab, okay. Oh, what a dashing young man indeed. But there's no football shirt. There's no football shirt, Holifab. So we need to update that in due course. But very, very dashing indeed. So Kryptonic, almost as lovely vocals as Chris Cornell. Yes, if only I could had the vocal range or the tunefulness of Chris Cornell. Captain Becco, will this game run on your 8GB laptop? It will, absolutely. I would recommend that when you set up this game, that you pay attention at the start where it tells you how quick the game will run, so you can add and remove leagues. You won't see it here properly, but when you add and remove leagues at the start of the game, it will give you some information about your computer performance and estimated game speed. 8GB RAM, it's not ideal for it, but it certainly will work with a reasonable side. We're on I assume 32, might only be 16, should be 32 here, and we've got a pretty large player base count there. We play everything on full detail. It's not particularly slow, plus I'm doing it whilst dealing with OBS and all the other things in the background that are required for streaming, so the game can still run very, very well at a lower spec. So Neil, do you touch player instructions much, Muster, or just let their roles do what they're set up? It very much depends on the approach. So with this, we have a very specific setup for our out of possession. So the way we set it up here is we have our fullbacks marking the striker positions, So they basically tuck inside to like here and here respectively. We have our attacking midfielders drop back and defend the attacking midfield right positions here, and so attacking midfield right, attacking midfield left spots, according to the opposition. So they come back to give us almost a back six. And then we have marking instructions on the defence midfielders and the false nine to deal with the opponent's central midfielders. So that's all we've got really in this system. We ask the playmaker to take more risks. We ask the ball-playing defender to stay a little bit wider, just that he's kind of in a position to cover the space where Fernandes goes forward. But if we're doing something different in terms of our tactical philosophy and we need more instructions, we'll use more instructions accordingly. So it is very, very much in response to kind of the overarching theme of what we're doing tactically. Captain Bepako, rip to Jota and his brother. Absolutely a horrendous tragedy. I didn't watch any of the funeral coverage today. I feel that felt very, very invasive for a time that is going to be remarkably difficult for his family. But yeah, a very, very sad bit of news coming in over the last couple of days, and like it's so difficult to comprehend. And it does make you. I think people's experiences of it are very, very personal. Whether that is on the basis of their attachment to Jota as a football player, or whether it's because it can remind you of difficult times yourself, whether that is friends or family that experienced loss at a similar age or under similar circumstances. So I can understand how it opens. It can open a lot of wounds and be very, very difficult. And it can be very, very raw. Which means that the pivot to me now talking about the Coppa Italia semi-final first leg feels remarkably improper, but that's what we're here for. We're here to play Football Manager, and we are going to make some changes accordingly. But yeah, a truly tragic situation. Dog called Mike, can you ask a question? When you start a new save, do you only put in the leagues you want to play, then set the detail level high? Or do you enter the selection of the leagues and then the detail level as well? So, Dog called Nick, if you popped over to YouTube and watched the very first video in this series, we go over it in a lot of detail about IFK Marringham. So I focus on, I know the league that I want to play, and then I want to look at leagues that might have a connection. So maybe the league has a lot of players coming from certain countries, or there's a historical diaspora. We've got countries that are geographically nearby, and I'll build out a set of leagues that I think are appropriate for the save, and then immediately, once the game's loaded up, immediately set all those leagues to all senior competitive matches for detail. So, no, not that one. Not that one. That one. So we started in Finland, right? So when we started in Finland, we loaded in Sweden, we loaded in Denmark, we had USA loaded because there's a significant diaspora of Finnish people in the USA. We had Russia loaded, I think, because of the same reason. We've had Poland, Norway. We had the big five leagues because we're in Europe. Then when we moved to Germany, we added in Austria and Czechia. No, sorry, that's when we added in Poland as well. So we ended at Austria, Czechia and Poland. And we took out USA and Russia because there was less of a connection there. And then once we've moved to Italy, we've then added in Portugal. We should probably add in maybe a couple of other nations in due course. Oh no, sorry, we added in Portugal. Switzerland might have been added at the same time as Germany, might not have been. I think we added in Netherlands with Germany as well. I can't remember exactly, but I adapt as we go along around where the save is focused on. I hope that answers it. Oh no, okay. We're not making changes. Our change is just going to be Alexander Isak. I forgot that we'd already gone to the lineup page, so pressing continue there took us straight into the game. That's fine. I did want to rest more players because it is still a cup game, and the league is our priority. But we can certainly make do with this accordingly. The more attacking midfielder on this occasion is Volpes. So Volpes is on the right. He's going to be picked up by our midfielder on the left. That will mean that Rocha will pick up the attacking midfielder. and the false 9 will pick up the other defensive midfielder. Perfect. That is all set as we want it, and we can head on into the game. So, backing the Blues. Note we chose the date earlier in the year. I can just see that being our first win against them in 16 to 17 years, and I'll be too shit-faced to even remember. I think I can watch the first half with the groomsmen. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. A good compromise there. So if Leopold stays, this system should be perfect for him. Zila should be all right, even if statistically not the best on the ball. I hope that Rochelle does well after he flopped last season. You could see it happen. So there's some optimism there indeed. So Mr. MustermannFM, with the game speed, it doesn't feel like it's accurate. It shows 0.5 stars with a lot of leagues and players loaded, yet it runs quick. So what I would certainly say is we've taken the lead. And has scored again.
Yes, Milan, the score night and day. You can get away.
Boom. There we go. 18 minutes in. Alexander Isak, the one change we did actually make, gives us the lead. But there's going to be a highlight immediately thereafter. Here's Nico Gonzalez out to Coyote. Coyote back into Volts. Come on, a horrible error here. Let's go. Let's see Fiorentina do something stupid and us go 2-0 up. That would be nice. Instead, they've got an overload on the right. Out comes Theo to engage Coyote. Coyote still gets the crossing. Colombo with the equaliser. Lorenzo Colombo gets there ahead of Atabulu, nods it in at the near post. An immediate response. So with the game speed, Mr. MustermannFM, I tend to find that, it still runs really quickly, although I do think that's a relative thing. So I think that SI did a fantastic job with FM24 in particular in improving the processing speeds. So what was 0.5 stars for FM23 for FM24 feels so much faster than what was 0.5 stars for FM23 that it feels really quick. It certainly feels really quick to me. But then I've noticed when on stream, we're at 1 star here. And because, I'm thinking about trying to get to games as quickly as possible and trying to entertain, questionable there. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. That'll do. That's the mistake we're looking for. That you do notice that it's not necessarily as quick as I maybe I expect. I think it's a relative element in some regard. So Holofab Vitesse still has a license. Well, hey, how long do we reckon that will last? Before the Eredivisie or the KMVB tried to find another way to screw you over.
Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when the score goes.
There we go. Okay, 2-1 up. And we didn't concede immediately, which is something, I suppose. Let's try a little bit of encouragement. There we go. That's the moment that things can turn. We're going to bring on Kerem. We're going to switch Kerem out wide and bring Palmer in there. Arda Güler down with an injury. What a shame. So Johnson, I think it's horrible that the BBC put out an article which said the family asked for the funeral to be private, but you can watch it live here. Exactly. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Holofab, that's disgusting. It is indeed. Koatiba, oh my, Musiala's ankle. Has Musiala got injured? What is the score in the game? Because that is a 5 o'clock kickoff, and the other game is like 9 o'clock, isn't it? I think. Right, I'm going to say I'm happy. I think we've played pretty well in that regard. I am going to make another change, and that change is going to see who are we trying to nurse back from injury still. We're trying to probably Zanotti. And I'm probably going to do... Right, Reinders is in good health, so we're going to bring Kajuste on and switch Kari over into the defensive line playmaker. Those would have been probably the changes we made before the game, as it was anyway, so do it now whilst we don't have to use up one of our stoppages. Zila is the old Man United roof. Ron Robert Zila, indeed, yeah. A World Cup winner in 2014. Was he now? Was he now? Interesting. So Sipanak, first time catching your stream. Which Finnish team did you start with? So you're from Oulu. So we started with IFK Mariehamn. Having spent time out in the Åland Islands back now nearly 10 years ago on a working holiday. There's an area I really love. I've got a lot of time and appreciation. I know. I imagine there will be some opinions that they're not truly Finnish, given that they're autonomous and they speak Swedish and so forth. But it's what I thought was really nice to take over a small little island country like that and do something a little bit different. So that was quite fun. Right, we're going with these swaps round here. Those are our last two changes. We finished sixth. No, we finished like third or fourth in the first season. Then finished seventh. Then won the league back to back for 2 years. Before then moving on to Darmstadt in Germany, who are in the Zweite Bundesliga. They were in the relegation zone, so we saved them from relegation the first half season. Got them promoted the next season, and then finished in European qualifications for the next 2 seasons. And now we've taken over at Milan, where we lost everything last season. We got to the last day of the Serie A season in contention for winning the league, but Inter Milan secured it. We lost in the Champions League final as well as the Supercoppa Italia final. So hoping that this, our second season with Milan, can be our chance to finally get some wins under our belt. We did win the Supercoppa Italia this time round, which is good. Arda Güler is going to be out for 3 weeks, which is a little bit of a shame. We get these guys rested. So Kerem and Zanotti can have a little bit of a rest as well, given where we are in the stage of the season. Our next game, home against Bologna. Colombo as in ex-Milan, indeed it is, Lorenzo Colombo. Sir Johnson was unbelievable, Ron Robert Zieler that is, for 2 seasons before he retired. After he did, I made him your assistant manager, left to manage St. Pauli and is leading the league with him. That's quite cool. In his Hanover save, just to be clear, we're not talking about Johnson having had Ron Robert Zieler as an assistant manager and then he's unretired to now become Hanover's goalkeeper. So Coritiba, when your cousin got married, every table was named after a club. So bride and groom's table was obviously Coritiba. The wedding was scheduled 1 hour later than previously planned because Coritiba would be playing at the original time. There we go. So Coritiba, the score is 0-0. You think he's broken its ankle? Oh no, that's not good. So Blue Lines, in other words, we are absolutely specialists in Friday. Poorly Drawn Arsenal, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, my dude. We are about to play a little mini game, but I would love to know if you're comfortable chatting, who you support, who you're playing with in FM, but there is absolutely no obligation. That said, we're about to play a lovely little mini game, which means that there is the opportunity for some engagement without even having to say anything in chat. So let's get this information across here. Oh, why is it not letting me copy? URL copied, paste. There we go. We're going to play some bingo. Now, for those that haven't played this before, it's really straightforward. You pop on over to that lovely little link that I've popped in the chat there, and then you can enter the game of bingo. You get a unique card with 16 squares on it. On those squares will be like a club, a player, a manager, a record, and then we all get the same list of 60 players, one after another. We get 10 seconds with each player to work out whether they match one of those squares. If they do, click on the square. If they don't, let the timer run out or skip. Once you click on a square, it's locked in. You can't undo it. You can't put another player in that square. The goal is to try and get all 16 correct. And sometimes here we do. Sometimes we do. We've got a couple of people who are very good at this game. I see Draw is in. I see we've got Zero Fab in as well. Beautiful stuff. We've got Johnson in. Johnson's got bingo a couple of times as well. So it's a competitive game, but we also have a lot of us, myself included, that might only pick up, 9 or 10 and be towards the bottom. So if you're not feeling confident, you're in good company anyway. There's no embarrassment side of things. We don't go through and look to see who finished bottom either. No interest in highlighting when things haven't quite gone so well. So what we'll do is we'll give it about a minute or so for people to sign up, and then I'll start and we basically go through that there. Let's catch up there. So Zerachel, that is sad. Musiala is a fun player. Musiala is a quality player. Hopefully it's not as bad as it looks. I say that, I haven't seen it. It's a poorly drawn Arsenal. It might surprise you, but you support Arsenal. That is a curveball. That is a curveball indeed. Are you related in any way to the poorly drawn Twitter account? Because I do very much enjoy those. Or is it like a tribute to them, or is it none of those things at all? And it's just coincidence. Zerachal DM Base is enthusiastic about bingo. Kryptonic, no, not now. You have to pick up your pizza in 7 minutes. I'm so sorry, Kryptonic. Blame Zerachal for redeeming the mystery minigame at the wrong time. So Holofab is rooting for Zerachal. We will print screen and show Crudman on Discord once it ends. Absolutely, you guys will. That is you. Yes, fantastic. Right. I need to do a little bit of admin here then, accordingly. I mean, I could have done this anyway, even if you weren't that person. But let's see if I can find... why can't I find it on Twitter? Boo. Boo. I'm so bad at multitasking and using computers. I'm so confused. Next time you're on Twitter, look up the poorly drawn stuff. It is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Right, let's head on into the game. I'm going to click start now, so head on over to your browsers, make sure you're paying attention. There's obviously a slight delay between me speaking and this broadcasting, so it might catch you out if you don't pay attention. So Holofab's still waiting for your 4 months of sickness points, 100 each month. Okay, that seems reasonable. I can definitely get on board with that. Right, first up is Trevor Chalobah. I'm going to let that one run because I wasn't paying attention. So we've got Owen Hargreaves. Owen Hargreaves probably might have matched that. So we've got some things here that I should be paying attention to. Champions League finals, Champions League or European Cup winners. Croatia and Milan. So mindful of that. Oh, it tells us the position now instead of the date of birth. That's interesting. So Fernandez Nacho. It doesn't all the time. Now it's... Okay, so maybe it's contextual up there. We've got Victor Osimhen. Victor Osimhen, I'm still not feeling particularly good about any of these options that are showing up. Finally one I can click on. David Seaman. Arsenal, famously lobbed by Naeem back in the 90s. Miguel Angel Nadal, we can definitely play there. David Neres. Where was he playing out in... Because he's in... I could have played Eredivisie there. Boo. Paul Lopez. He's Marseille, isn't he? Kobe Mainu has not played in a Champions League final. Has not won the Golden Boot. Hasn't been managed by Mourinho. And we've run out of time anyways. That's absolutely fine. Milinkovic Savic. Is there a Napoli link here at all? I can't see one, so I'll let that run. David Ospina. So we had Arsenal as an option there. He's not Croatian, but he is South American, so I think we can play that one reasonably confidently. Raynan Lodi. I don't know enough about Ray. Like, he's a player that I see pop up quite a lot, but I couldn't tell you what clubs he's played for because I have no knowledge of anything ever whatsoever. Same goes for Matches Nunes. Who knows? I mean, lots of you guys will know. I just won't. Marcos Llorente is the Atletico one, isn't he? So we will let that one go. Andre Onana. Played in the Eredivisie. I can feel confident on that one. Luis Figo. Gotta be Sporting or Barcelona. I'm going Barcelona. I'm sure he came from Sporting, but as soon as I see these things, my mind just goes blank. I lose any confidence whatsoever. Ante Rebic, Croatian. Alvaro Negredo. He was at Sevilla, wasn't he? Was he Valencia? So Bobby Charlton, quite famously, was Italian. Hugo Lloris. He was in that one against Liverpool, right? So I'm going to play that. Noah Lang. Not feeling good on that one. Stefan de Vrij. Skipping there. Paulo Dybala, surely with Mourinho at Roma. Andy Cole, the Premier League Golden Boot, 34 goals, right? David Platt. David Platt does not match any of those. Rick Karsdorp. I don't think he matches. Diego Jota. Fuck it, I'm playing Ballon d'Or for him. Jamie Carragher. So part of the Champions League winning squad at that era. Lucas Fabianski will skip. Arkadiusz Milik will skip. Inigo Martinez. Kryptonic, you managed to rush through and threw it at the end. Oh no, fair enough. Get that pizza. Enjoy that pizza. Sergio Ramos, we are skipping. Xherdan Shaqiri, we're skipping. Lichtsteiner. Cody Gakpo. Martin de Roon. Martin Demichelis. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Javinho. Lamela. I'm not liking any of these so far. Theo. Vicario for Italy. Matt Doherty. Lavezzi. Obafemi Martins. Ruud van Nistelrooy. Kevin Strootman. Marquinhos. Mandzukic. I feel okay with that one there. Suarez. Vieri. Chilwell. Wes Brown. Veron. Eden Hazard. So we'll play Rivaldo for that, and we're going to play Gabriel Heinze for Frank Ribery. We knew those last two were wrong. I'm pretty happy with that, to be fair. I am pretty happy to get 13 right, but we have some sensational work with 15 correct out of 16. Char 67, Yonsa, Andror. Kryptonic says he threw at the end, but he's still got 14 out of 16, tied in fourth with FMG&G. Some sensational work. And then Nick, DMB, they know where the cool kids sit, because 13 correct is the most important outcome there. DMB says that was no ideal. No, you are amongst legends. John said, out of all these, you didn't get anyone French. Oh, that's frustrating. Welcome in, Nikabusi. Nikabossi, I don't know quite yet. I know that I will be hearing from Zealand today to kind of organise availability. But obviously he's over in America. That's 4 or 5 hours behind. So, you know, it's only just gone 1 o'clock there. I've now been streaming, so it might even have messages right now. Who knows? I'm unlikely to know for certain until either later today or maybe tomorrow, at which point it will be updated. I will update it in my Discord, which you can head on over to there. I imagine that other creators, if you are following them, will probably find a way to announce it themselves when they know. Oh, does the Discord thing not work? That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, there's some more technically bits that I might need to have to sort out. Beautiful stuff. So let's head on over. Oh, has someone jumped in and the last there? They haven't. No, they haven't. Let's head back on over and see if we can do one over on Bologna. A home game against Bologna. Again, at home, we should feel reasonably good. Support leader on Arsenal, you was terrible at that. Hadn't even heard of it before. It was fun. Thanks for showing. It's a good, fun, silly little game. It's amazing. I swear that I've been getting worse and worse. Oh, it did work. Okay, it just took a little while. Beautiful. Beautiful. Or there's a little slowdown in the communication between my lovely little chat window here. So I have something that connects both YouTube and Twitch chat at the same time. So I'm guessing that might be the impact there. Let's do that for a second. Let's do this for a second and let's view the draw. look at that for timing. Just as the theme ends, we get drawn against Real Madrid. Oh, that is rotten. That is very, very rotten indeed. Oh my. That's going to be a tough round. But if we want to have any design on winning the whole thing, we're going to need to beat the good teams. And obviously that's one less big team to potentially face in the final, because we are going to win every single part of this without doubt. Without doubt. Right, let's get the things back on the other way round. Media player in there. And we can speed up a little bit through these. We don't want to have to listen to Steven Gerrard any more than we need to. And then we finish with Tottenham versus Valencia. So the final draw for the round of 16, Marseille against Inter Milan, Brighton versus Bayern Munich, Milan against Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid against Liverpool, Barcelona play Arsenal, Monaco face Man United, Napoli host Paris Saint-Germain, and Tottenham face off against Valencia. Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, not great, but we can probably live with that, right? We need to change that to that there. So we go Bologna, Madrid, Cagliari, Madrid, Udinese. Got some okay-ish league games in there. Isaac's now out injured. Marvellous. He's going to miss the game against Bologna. Zerachul, so not your finest. Sorry, Holofab. You let Holofab down, Zerachul. You didn't. I'm certainly not going to put that on your shoulders whatsoever. That was very, very unfair. Although Holofab has spoken 4 laps and 50 push-ups, I think you've got away quite lightly there, Zerachul, to be honest. Very, very lightly. But you do need to send proof. We can't have you just claiming that you've done it. Right, 14th place. It's a four-day gap as well until the Real Madrid game, which is something quite nice. So you'll post your Ura Garmin links tomorrow. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, it will probably come as no surprise that as Alexander Isaac has completed the course. He's now able to speak basic Italian. We do have him for another season. He'll be with us into age 34 season. So there is some value to send him on another one to improve that even more, I think. Maybe. Pardon me. Okay, this game by Hanover is getting crazy. Mauricio Mahango from Malawi should be a done deal. Guy doesn't even have a transfer market profile. That is some quite incredible scouting. Or it's some kind of scam scheme. Even Johnson has a transfer market profile. That's a sinister. Your XP is now 0. What do you mean by your XP is 0? What's the X? I'm a bit confused. Is there a thing? I don't know. Yeah. Explain to a confused old man, please, Sinister. Hunger Minzin, welcome. How you doing, my dude? How's the weekend so far? That's essential. Do you know how much candy that he has stuffed? If you do it now, you'll leave a brown trail. I mean, that's your fault for letting him down in bingo. You should have known that before you let him down. Sabil Houdini, welcome in, my dude. How are you? Lovely to see you. How's the weekend going? So Sinister, it gives on YouTube, it gives you XP for watching, does it now? Oh, that's interesting. So I can see how quickly does it rank up. So I can see by clicking this top fans thing that nicknames up top. Sinister, you're in second. Mr. Momo Man, and you get all in there as well. But yeah, how much do you get per? I know about these things, honest. Professional streamer and whatnot. When did they introduce that? How long has that been around and I've just not been aware? Right, here come the changes then. So Skamaka, Mosconi, so that Palmer can move over there. You guys pop onto the bench. And Nuama, we will try and get on the pitch at some point during the course of this game. Home against Bologna, we are going to rest Bjorn Rod because we know that he struggles playing 2 games a week. We're also going to rest old man Hernandez, and we're going to rest Ricardo Rocha. Something like that. So we should hopefully keep ourselves relatively fresh for the next game against Real Madrid. Is the hope. So it's per chat. You saw it last week. Fair enough. It must be new. Sipanak hasn't seen it before. Fair enough. But Nickname says you get XP in YouTube chat for talking. Fair enough. Right, that's new. That feels like it's new anyway. Yeah, so Bill, how's everything going? I've been very much in. I finally got round to catching up on the formerly Arsenal career story, now at Liverpool, which probably shows you how far behind I was on it. But yeah, fabulous stuff. Fabulous. So MTG fan, your XP was reset briefly as well. Interesting. That is peculiar. I'll see what I can if I can find out a little bit more about how it works and whether some of those things can be fixed as well. Right, we'll go with the media stuff. But I'm going to say I want you to play well. They're playing a 4-3-3, so the 4-3-3 is much easier to set up. On the left is Gomes, which means our right needs to mark them. And that means you're marking Ferguson, and you are marking the defensive midfielder. So you're marking Berenachea. Right, game time. A win now would be very, very nice. Very, very nice. So the XP is per stream. Right, okay. So Bill, never had Liverpool relegated in your say, so I couldn't resist the temptation. I mean, absolutely. You've got to. This is the joy, isn't it? If you follow the narrative, and it can kind of like open up things you would have never, ever considered.
Honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Hung De Min finds himself at Tranmere Rovers. What attracted you to Tranmere Rovers, Hung De Min? So Sinister, what do we win? Can we spend it? I'm genuinely going to look into this after the stream to work out what any of this is about, because if it does mean that we can do things like we do over on Twitch with channel redeems and stuff like that as well, like you heard the love it soundboard there as well, it'd be something I'd be very, very keen to do. Right, here comes Mosconi on the counter-attack into the last 5 minutes. Can we get a goal late in the first half? Right, back to Monterrey. Kari now sends the ball over the top. Skamaka takes it first time, and I can't believe he's missed that. What a chance! What a chance! It would have been sweet. The technique would have been great. And oh no, here we go with the Bologna free kick, edge of the area. Is he going to do the point thing? Is he going to point before he shoots? He's not going to point before he shoots, and he doesn't score. My if you see them point, I swear they score goals. That's my theory. Good save by Atabola. Now Gomez will take the corner. He sends it in. Monterrey gets there first. Comes all the way back out to Gomes, who sends the low cross in. Kari gets it clear. It's to Mosconi. Mosconi's going to hold it up. Plays a nice ball in the end, it looked like. 0-0 at half-time. A little bit of a disappointment there. So Zoachul's describing Holofab as a dictator, but he embraces it. Adir Basis is managing Volta Redonda purely because Quadmo told me to. It's quite fun. I mean, that is as good a reason as anyway. So Sipanik, it's like YouTube's worst version of Twitch's channel points. It does sound that way from what's going on. But yeah, 100% going to look into that a little bit further if we can. Resets after every stream. That is rubbish. Or apparently everyone is top one. I like the positivity of that last bit there. Okay, we're going to lose another attacking midfielder, or another player in our front line. Cole Palmer has taken a knock. So that's going to see us bring in Nuama. We'll push Mosconi into that role there. Going to step up, positive, be more expressive. Suki on a yellow card. Yeah, something like that. So we're going to give Mosconi a little bit more time just to maybe contribute, but maybe after, say, 10 minutes, I think we might be bringing on Kerem. This time it's our go for a free kick. Benato. Does he point? He doesn't, so he won't score. See? foolproof theory. Foolproof theory. Min wants to play manly football with a 4-4-2. Use the 3-4-3 too much, so the 4-4-2 screws your wingers a lot. That's fair. Nuama to Reinders. Reinders, can he gets the shot off. Fires just over. I thought he was going to set up Kari. Was waiting patiently outside the box. Right, 10 minutes in. I haven't seen anything of Mosconi, so on comes Actor Goglu. On comes HJ Bockers as well. He can come on at the left back. And let's fire up. We want to see something positive happening. We have dominated the game so far, but we don't have anything to show for it. Right, at the 70th minute mark. Not happy, so we're going to push you up. We're going to make you a volante. We're going to make you the deep lying playmaker. So we're going to push you into that area there. We need to make sure you've got the marking. Striker central left is on the right. Make sure you've still got your instructions there. You do still have that. I'm going to ask you to dribble less, cross more often though. We'll go up to the attacking mentality there. So we are now at the point where we're starting to really chase. That hasn't yielded. We basically haven't created a chance since doing that, so we will drop back down to positive. We are going to bring off Bonato. Bring on. All my attackers are injured. Right, swap you out into that spot. New Amir in that role, inverted winger because you're left-footed, Barbieri. Kerem can keep on doing that stuff. So Kerem's going to come out this way, so he's got a lot of space to cover. Kari is going to be replaced. It's going to be... Don't want Rocha to say no. I'm not going to bring on Rocha, so we're going to bring on Kajuste. On to attack. And there we go. Let's see if we can get something in the last few moments, I hope. So Mr. Momo Man, since it resets, it holds no value. If it had rewards, it would encourage spammers. That is very true. That is very true. But then you can work it. They can have a system similar to what Twitch does, which is based largely on time that you're within the stream. So it's not about having to...
Take that away from me.
All right, here comes the immediate equalizer.
Oh, fucking, do I not like that?
Honestly,
why do you not like that?
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
That last one's better. That last one's better. Here comes Andrew Games, finds a mentor. They've got men over Atabolo. They had 3 completely flooding that area. Hopefully the change though will allow us to just hang on right at the end here. But will there be something from the corner? Gomez sends it in. Monterisi once again gets there. We just need to see ties out.
There'd be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
That was a nervy ending. We have now... Fiorentina have dropped points. They've lost at home to Lazio. We are 1 point behind them with a game in hand. Still 6 points off Lunari or Inter Milan. That's a damn bit. But always figured that, do I not like that was positive? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Right, we have a break coming up. I'm going to take it because I need to pee, I need to vape, I need to stuff my face with food. So I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. See you shortly. And we're back. Well, hey. So what have I missed there? So Musiala's shin and foot were perpendicular to each other, which is okay. So not just did it look bad, it does sound like it is very, very bad. That is not good to hear at all. Not good to hear at all. Out of interest, what is the score now? We're what? Must be coming close to the end of the game. Is it still 0-0? Or does it look like someone's taken the lead, taken control? So Zerachul did a 5k run this morning. That is incredible. Holofab is happy if you can make 4 laps before your left leg stops working. I mean, Holofab, that 4 laps itself is still pretty incredible. I'd be impressed with just 4 steps. So Sinister saw it as well. You feel sick. That's not good. That's not good at all. So Johnson, 2 games in a row, your team has scored free kicks. Honestly, you're kind of pissed because that means I won't score any in important matches. That's the thing, isn't it? It's like what I've been saying with the league is. And when we have the games that game that we lost 5-6 and we finally outscored XG for what was the first time in that save, we were like, oh, I kind of want to save that luck for another game if we possibly could. So FMG, DM basis would have been for Scots at that time anyway. So that's the do I not like that? I mean, anything that saw England lose would be positive for Scots indeed. You don't know the context of the clip. Fair enough. I was just trying to be nice, you bastard. I appreciate it, DMB. I appreciate it. It was, yes, famously the Graham Taylor quote from his time in charge at England. I can't remember the game, but they lost. That was the point, or they just conceded. So Man reckons he's likely out for the season, and then he needs to rebuild his strength after. Such a shame. So probably going to, I mean, is that just based on what we've seen, considering the game's still ongoing? They haven't had any scans right now. Hopefully it's going to be one of those that looks worse than it is. Obviously I haven't seen it. I can't judge in any way at all. But yeah, fingers crossed it's not going to be as bad as it sounds. Suggestions that it's going to be a career altering injury. That is horrendous. That is horrendous. So Holofab, did you say bastards in that sexy Scottish accent? I mean, if there was ever an accent specifically made for the word bastards, it is the Scottish accent, without doubt. We've got one of our loan players winning player of the month. He's played 6 games in Serie B, scored 3 goals. Play him more. Piriello is a player I do quite like the look of. I mean, at 19 years old, he doesn't really have too much in the way of weaknesses for what they're calling a target forward. So more, if we were to consider playing him as a poacher, you know, he's got decent enough acceleration and pace. He's capable, jumping, strength, bravery, heading, first touch, does most of the finishing things. A poacher doesn't shoot from distance. A poacher doesn't need to pass or dribble. So I'm certainly enthusiastic about his chances potentially. That said, apparently he scored a goal from, he dribbled from inside the pad of a half before scoring a low drive from 25 yards out. So things he allegedly can't do. Let's have a look at how he's tearing it up in Serie B. So here we go. We send it forward. Takes it down nicely. I mean, he didn't dribble it past anyone. He fired straight at the goalkeeper from distance. The other goals in the league that month must have been particularly bad if that made it to 3rd. Let's be fair. So was the Graham Taylor clip from when Kerman scored that free kick? Possibly. I can't remember exact. Okay, Nuammer's now going to be out for 2 weeks. He's just come back. We are very, very short on players in attacking positions. So Isaac is out for 2 weeks. Wait. Did I miss that one as well? Alexander Isaac just got injured as well for 2 weeks. Oh my god, we are struggling. No Isaac, no Nuammer. Surrounders. Mosconi is basically our only attacking player in terms of depth. We could look at playing someone like Reinders in that role behind the striker so that we have more options there. So we're essentially treating it more like a 3. We can bring in this young player. Fine, let's give Antonio Cantero a spot on the bench. And we'll bring Barbieri onto the bench again. And Pirelli, they're going to be tired. Nope, they're not going to be available because of those games there. Right, Cantero is definitely going to be too tired, but he's going to be on the bench so that we have some depth. We'll bring him into the first team squad accordingly. Manuel Pirello has beautiful hair indeed. So the last R in bastard, it's exactly that, isn't it? That the way that they can roll their R's and the aggression of the Scottish accent as well. It's beautiful. Samoa Man says, you're no medical expert, but for your foot to point away from your shin that badly, it's dislocation, maybe fracture, maybe ligament tear. You never really know, and one can hope, but it doesn't look good. Indeed, that's the thing. We can only hope. We can only hope. The keeper is a ghost. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Oh, is that... So surgery is likely, I can imagine, but also there are plenty of stories of some very, very bad looking injuries where players have come back within like 6 months or so. I mean, that's still a long recovery period. It's still going to have a huge rehab period, but maybe it'll be lucky. So Johnson says, talking about accents, how difficult would you say a Belfast Northern Ireland accent is to understand? You're going to do an internship later this year. Have no idea what to expect except some interviews you've watched from Northern Irish dart players. I would say, like, as I think, because I'm certainly from a British perspective, or at least a Southern British perspective, I find the Northern Irish accent a lot easier to understand than the Republic accent or the regular Irish accent, because it's much higher in terms of like in the throat, because it's kind of up there. I'm not going to do an impression, but I find that actually kind of helps with the enunciation of words. So I find it probably one of the easier accents to understand. I find Northern Irish easier than Leeds or Newcastle or Scotland or Wales. So generally, I find it quite a gentle accent and one that can be relatively easily understood. But I do recognise that probably comes from being in the southern of England, where I imagine someone from Newcastle might find regular Irish accent a little bit easier to understand accordingly. So difficult to predict how easy it's going to be to acclimate for yourself, I'm afraid. So Sinister's definitely surgeries, tendons and ligaments look affected. So DM Basis says, when talking at a comfortable full speed, I find it very difficult to follow. Fair enough. Right, let's head on into the game. Cantero gets a number as well. This is like the biggest squad I think I've had as well. Like I've deliberately made sure we've had a nice big squad for this season, and we are struggling in forward areas, even with like 9 players that should be able to play there. Here we go. We are going to say, play without pressure. I have faith, I have faith, I have faith. We're going to say, pick up right is Tchouameni. So you need to pick up Tchouameni. You need to pick up Bellingham. You need to pick up, it's Richie. And I need to do this. Right, let's do this. Let's do this now. We are about to shock the world, and I mean, still, AC Milan beating Real Madrid is never going to be a shock. Even if Real Madrid would be the favourites, you're not going to say that's, you know, it's not like this is the plucky run of Porto or Monaco in 2004. So Mr. Moman Man, interesting tactic. How do you reconcile the lack of width on the left with a fullback and a defensive midfielder? Do you ask the AM to stay wider and the fullback to get further forwards? Nope. The fullback is my width. He's an attacking fullback. He provides the width. They get forward naturally. They will fill that space. The attacking midfielder offset to the left will help support in that area as well. But with the elements of positional play that the game has built into it, we get sufficient width. We've seen on the stream quite a bit of Theo or Hernandez getting forwards and sending crosses into the box, which is what we want. So Theo scores the goal from the throw-in, but scores the goal.
It's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands. Goals for the fans. It's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands.
Boom, 1-0, that'll do. That's a sinister suggests watching Derry Girls, indeed. He lived in Dublin, it wasn't bad at all. Scouse and Geordie is not English. I want to understand the Geordie accent. Scouse is generally alright, but I'm more with DM based on the respect where when Scouse is speaking at a real high pace, that can be tricky. That can be very, very tricky. Here's the cross coming in. Can we make it 2? Starting from another set piece. Here's Reinders though. Sends the ball over the top. Scamacca can't win the first header. Benato beaten to it by Bellingham. Rodrigo though can't come away with it. We recycle. Bjorn Rod. Cross to Monterisi, who has ages on the ball. He fires it into Benato. Finds Palmer out wide. Palmer, one-on-one, sends the ball over. Bellingham cuts it out. Now Endrick with a chance to counter. Look at Vinny over on the left. Vinny charging forwards, cuts inside of Monterisi. Vinny one-on-one, but Atabolu dives low, deep. I didn't mean to say deep down to his left to turn it behind for a corner, but that's the word we've gone with. We'll have to cope with it. We will have to cope with that. Just go top of the morning and it'll be all gut. All gut. Don't do that, that's for sure. They all sound a bit like Roy Walker, which I find quite comforting. Exactly. Right, Holofab, time for you to leave again. Thank you so much for being by. I hope you feel, as good as you can be and as soon as you possibly can. It was lovely to have you in. It's a sinister. Whenever a Scouse says chicken, you get a huge smile on my face. Chicken. It's. I don't do accents as Endrick comes to. Fires it just wide. I do apologise to every person that heard me do that. Let's just try and hold on for the last few bits of this half. We are 1-0 up, but there's been some big chances there for Real Madrid right at the end of that half. So we're going to say something positive. We're going to look to see, have they made any changes? Bellingham is now the more attacking option out of him and Chouameni. It was the other way around when we started the game. That might be the element that we're seeing at play. He's on the right, which means Hernandez is the side that's being attacked a bit more. So we're going to pop him onto support as well. We're going to pop Reinders, bless him, into a position that he has absolutely no hope of playing whatsoever. He's on the left. He needs to come back and cover at AMR. We're going to try get you to sit now. We did find that when we played these players out in the wide spots, in fact, we're going to pop them there, that they didn't tuck inside enough. That's why we have them in the central area here, because when we had inverted wingers or wide midfielders or wide playmakers in this spot, they were still basically standing here far too often. So we can run with something like that. We don't have an overlap. We should be all right. Hopefully just allow us to contain them a little bit, I hope. That's the thought, at least. So whenever a Scouse says chicken, you get a huge smile on your face. Yep, a chicken, chips, and a can of Coke. Can of Coke, indeed. I remember a couple of years ago when you went to watch a Man United game, your ears hadn't popped after the flight, and the guy at the airport had the thickest Scouse accent you've ever heard. Barely understood a word. Exactly. That seemed like a big chance, but I was reading chat, so I have no idea what happened there. Right, Richie to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, plenty of space to drive into, but Palmer comes back, does his defensive work. Theo now inside to Rocha. Rocha gets his chance cut out, and here's Vinny now running at Monterisi, who does well. And we come the other way. Benato, can he squeeze it through? He can't. Palmer picks up the loose ball, finds Scamacca. Scamacca forces the save out of Trubin. That's a corner. It's been all action. I think the entirety of the second half so far has been a highlight. And from that highlight, we saw just the one shot. Here's Vinny Jr. Cuts inside. Okay. Momentum still very much in Real Madrid's favour. Bellingham runs through to Bjorn Rod, He plays it out wide to Theo, cuts inside, tries to find Benatos in a ambitious pass that was never going to make it through. Angelo into Vinny to Chouameni. Chouameni going to play it to Santos. Santos into Endrick. Endrick turns, finds Vinny. Chouameni on the run forwards. Chouameni to equalise. Atabolo with the save. Good lad. Good lad. You're missing some H's and R's and chicken, indeed. Miss My Man, that's true. Just smile and nod with Scousers. Hung them in, says Real Madrid are so weak. I mean, I would be very happy with that Real Madrid squad, to be fair. I mean, Diamandi, Schlotterbeck. I don't know much about Santos or Angelo, but I love Trubin. I love Chouameni. I love Bellingham. Okay, Rodrigo, Endrick. Depends how Endrick has developed, I suppose. But in 2033, this is where Endrick should be in his peak, right, in theory. The fact that he's still at Madrid suggests that he might have got a decent amount of game time there, or found himself priced out. One of the two. Right, Theo into Rocha, back to Rod. So Dan basis, half your family is Geordie. When you used to phone your late nana, it was a real struggle to understand her at times. Oh, right, so I might have told this before, but my step granddad on my adopted dad's side, just to be really confusing, was Welsh. But he lived with my adopted dad's real mum in Norfolk. But when she passed away, he moved back to Wales. And literally within the space of about a week of moving back to Wales, the entirety of his Welsh accent returned. And I could not understand a single word. I mean, like a single word he said from that point on. It was a real shame. But it was just also quite remarkable. I've never experienced it something like it. Someone's, oh, let's cancel that. We scored a goal. It's Theo again. It's Theo. Ah. Right, time to make those changes. I'm going to pause though now. So we're going to bring on Kern there. Kari as well is starting to tire, so we're going to bring on Kajuste. And we are going to take counter off. And drop down to positive and start time wasting. And then we'll use the other substitutions as time wasting methods. Although that said, could we about to see a Real Madrid response straight away? Sinister Mephisto, Atabolo's been great for us, hasn't he? Atabolo, what a player. Santos, though, driving forward. Here's Valverde. Valverde cuts inside, keeps it with the ball, finds Bellingham, and Vinny is over. Vinny's got to surely score this one now. It's a lovely goal. The referee is checking VAR, but Vinny was so far onside. Like he's got to have been like a good 5-6 yards onside there. Or not. Really? To me, it felt like those centre-backs were far deeper. We get away with it. I'm all right with that. So, Mr. Momo Man, no matter who I play as, I always bet a Madrid. I don't know why. A bogey player. Any ideas why they suck? Not in real life, but in FM. I think it very much depends on the manager. Obviously, there are certain tactics that are more effective for the AI. Oh, Mosconi. If we could have been 3-0 up at the end of the first leg, that would have been absolutely incredible. Off the post. And so I imagine a large part of it comes down to that. I've seen Real Madrid be very, very good in this game. Generally speaking, when I've done some of the Moneyball clinics that have gone on longer, they've tended to stay at the top of the thing, and it be Barcelona constantly finishing second. Schlotterbeck was the target. Can we get it clear? They get it back in. It's just pinball tennis. Pinball tennis. That's what we're going for. Head tennis right at the end there. We didn't make any more substitutions. We have held on for a 2-0 win. Winning a good performance. Well done, guys. Well done. Theo is an attacking Trent, whoever Madrid's right back is. It looks like a new gen is their right back. But that was 2 Hernandez goals after receiving the ball back from a throw-in that he took. So it's not about us being great in open play, but we will take the goals however we can. So you mentioned one thing about your fullback, and he seems eager to make you look a right arse. I was just intrigued because I don't always find my fullbacks getting forwards. I'll know. I find the fullback. I will often prefer the fullback attack to the wingback accordingly, because of they don't have the cross from byline instruction in there, so they get forwards, but they don't overcommit. So they tend to arrive a little bit later. They tend to still hang back in those early phases, which are really, really useful. But yeah, I find the fullback on attack really, really useful in the final third for holding width. Yep, did get these guys rested. And then next game, away against Calorie. So hopefully 18th place. That doesn't make me feel confident. We have put, I think every time we've played a team in 18th, we've dropped points. I remember making a big point of it last time we played and going like, we got to do this, and we didn't. So you need the FM. So SA can't program Ancelotti's vibe tactics. I think. Well, I mean, so as I said, I find that Ancelotti's been absolutely fine. It's more when Ancelotti leaves that it comes down to the manager choice at that point. But wants a new contract. He is on 60k. That is really cheap. Does also have 3 years left. Oh. Okay. This isn't going to happen right now, but I should use this as an opportunity to explain something very, very stupid that I am working on. Let's see if I can get it set up. I've just got to pop into the command shell, set up a little server quickly. Bear me one moment. Can I remember the path I need? This doesn't make any sense, but there is something that I'm working on secretly away in the background that I think is going to be quite cool. It's going to be like a kind of save thing that we're potentially going to look to do. That's going to be supplementary, so something that will happen at the beginning of streams, but it won't stop us doing our other regular streams. Let me just set this up though in the background accordingly. I think that's all I need. Let's see if I now go over to here. Let's embrace some stupidness, some truly wonderful stupidness. Let's see if I do this and I say set question. No, actually, I think if I do start vote, that should send some stuff over. Cool. If you now type join committee, you would then be allowed to vote, and then you get given 5 votes that you can spread out. I want to look at a way that we can do a save whereby when something comes up, you guys decide, but we do it all like a big agenda. So we'll come up at the beginning of a stream and we'll have like 6 or 7 things that we want to vote on. Everyone gets, unfortunately, this will be Twitch only, by the way. But you have to do it with the commands. Sadly, it'll be Twitch only because of trying to build the back end. So we should hopefully have Zeratul holds unlimited power, which allows him up to 5 votes. GNG does as well. And then you can vote by just going vote and then the number after it. And currently I've got some things lined up in there. Eventually, after like 2 minutes, the votes will disappear and then it will reveal who won. And the idea is that you get as many, like a whole bunch of votes. You can choose to not vote for something. You can choose to save it and vote 3 or 4 times for a certain object, certain item that you really, really care about and are interested in. And then we, as a community, as a committee, then guide all the decisions within the save. So cool. We've got people are doing it. We've got beautiful. We've got it. Leroy hedging his bets on Lala. GNG likes a bit of Lala as well. Oh, is it coming up through though? Because it's forwarded 10 votes each time. Interesting. It hasn't updated the thing. Cool. So yeah, this is something that we're working on in the background. Obviously, it doesn't work. It's not fully fleshed out at the moment. But the idea is going to be that when we have things come up like contract renewals and transfer decisions, we will start a stream. We'll do like an hour beforehand where we go through every single decision. you join in as a member of the committee, you will be allocated a number of votes. With those votes, you can then vote on every single thing that we've got an agenda for, and you can choose how many votes you apply where, and you get to shape the save accordingly, which is going to hopefully be something kind of different and interesting approach to a community save. Now, whether we then actually play the games, what I'm thinking is the games then get done by instant result. We do that off stream, and then we come back at the end of the week, we review what's going on, then we have the committee come again, you shape everything, whether we stay at the club, whether we join someone else, who we sign, whether we change our tactical approach, everything will be decided by yourselves. And we'll basically zoom through as like this shadowy committee doing everything. So that's the idea. Currently, I don't have the lovely shadowy figures down at the bottom either. I've got some wonderful little animated figures that I've been working on, but the animation's been a little bit jank at the moment. So yeah, that's something stupid that may be coming soon. I hope to have it done a little bit before the end of before FM26 is out, because I'd like to try it, kind of like do a dry run for a month or two, see how it goes. So I am going to end the vote now, because that does stop something. I can't remember exactly what it stops. My God, it has been so painful trying to code it. But yeah, so the idea is to kind of do something like that. That's something I've been working on in the background. And the reason why I mention it is because we have someone asking for a contract. So let's see, what is his demands? 130 to 155 is a little bit on the high side. 115 to 140, I'm kind of okay with that. I'll stall on it. What are his... Now, we're playing with our right back being a little bit more defensive now. So we'll look at that. A YouTube chat is the permanent stepchild of streamers. So nickname, that's kind of the... oh, for God's sake, I want to vote who the sexiest Teletubby is. Yeah, so this is... Whilst I've been like scoping this out and stuff, part of the consideration is the idea that it wouldn't be taking up the whole stream. It'd be like a section at the beginning or at the end of a stream. I'm trying to work out, when it comes to the technical implementation and how it responds and the limitations that come with YouTube's chat. Yeah, unfortunately, what will probably happen is at that point there won't be a YouTube stream, and we then join to whatever the main save would be during the course of that stream once it's done. Because yeah, the technical limitations seem just a little bit beyond my capabilities, unfortunately. So Sinister, you can do votes in YouTube chat. So the main thrust behind this and the way that things are looking, and what I'm trying to do is, you can't do a system where you limit the number of votes over the course of multiple votes. And I want to be able to give that agency, because I want people to be able to really strongly put forward what they care about within the save, but without tying it to things like channel points and rewards, where it can then get abused by people having massive amounts of points compared to others as well. So there's a whole element there. I'm going to look at then having subcommittees whereby you can choose to be like take a specialty. You could be like, I want to be the transfer committee, and then your votes for transfers count 50% more, so you get 1.5 votes per vote when it comes to transfer matters, but maybe less power on your votes when it comes to other matters as well. And then we're going to look at building out rewards and persistent things that come to deal with things going a little bit later on into the save, ways that we can cross-reference it with Discord as well. So that when we need to make decisions in season whilst off stream, we can do that. And yeah, a whole big engagement thing. It is more than just having a voting system. There are polls built into Twitch as well. But we wanted to, yeah, I keep on saying I wanted to do something a little bit more confusing. So, Mr. Moman, it's not stupid unless it can't come to YouTube's chat. Then it is very stupid. Very, very stupid. I'm sorry. So will let us be the Illuminati. Exactly that. So Soul Wanderer, you say so. No worries. That's what this was anyway. Just kind of like me revealing a thing that isn't ready yet, and not explaining it very well. Right. you can't get that. You can't get that. And it would be that. And we will walk away. I'm very, very sorry, but I do not agree with all your demands. So we're going to say, and we're going to criticize you. Now, he's got a very good point. But you've got to, now you've got to earn it apparently, but not with a target in place. We are changing the goalposts on him. So I might have to join Twitch for the initial hour, but YouTube is home indeed. It's always been one of the things that, you know, I've been trying to balance as well. I'm very, very keen that YouTube and Twitch is as close to the same experience as it possibly can be, which is, you know, one of the reasons why we use the royalty-free music in the background, because I didn't want to split it off and send background music to Twitch and then have no background music over on YouTube. It's why when I set up, I try to make sure the sync is as close as possible as we can have. All the commands that work over on Twitch work over on YouTube. I have that all set up accordingly. So it is quite a difficult decision in that regard. Yeah, because, you know, I value both as much as we possibly can, if we can. So Zeratul, Muster Dictator going to Muster Man of the People. I've always been a Muster Man of the People, unless you cross me. Unless you cross me. So John, sir, it's 2038 in your Hanover save. There were some crazy managerial appointments at this point. Like, what do you mean Konstantinos Mavropoulos is the Bayern coach? I mean, I know that Vincent Kompany has the reputation of being one of the best defenders of the last 20 years, but even that's kind of crazy in its own right. So what's not to say that a slightly worse defender might have had more time to refine his coaching skills during his playing days, which has helped him then go on to become Bayern coach. So Sinister promises to vote for the most ridiculous options. I do kind of expect that to happen as well. Nickname YouTube chat promises to use their Twitch accounts to grift the votes, all 12 of us. Absolutely. I mean, but as I say, I mean, the wonderful thing is that if we've got a community, I can then blame you if we're rubbish. I will have zero voting power. I will just be the advisor to provide the options. And if we fail, it's all your fault, really. Mr. My Man, most people tend to just ignore YouTube chat, making it unwatchable for me. It's a very tricky situation, because I think that obviously Twitch is the home of streaming, and so for a lot of people who've been doing it for a lot longer than me, Twitch is their home in that regards, and then kind of appending YouTube onto it becomes like a secondary thought, and I can certainly understand how it can be difficult to adapt for some. But yeah, obviously I started on YouTube. YouTube is still my main thing, even if I'm taking a while over the next video. So yeah, I want it to be as fair and as equal as possible. Right, let's make some changes, starting with Anita Hammer coming out, with Benato coming out. Bjorn Rod is also going to be rested once again, as is Theo. Basically as many changes as I think I can get away with. It'll be interesting to see what we do here. So that's fine. So Yostix, welcome in. Lovely to see you, my dude. Lovely to see you. How are you going? How's your weekend? Kotiba, PSG score a second with 9 men on the pitch. How come they're down to 9 men? What's happened? That seems crazy. That seems crazy. Zeratul, brilliant thinking. Having a scapegoat. Exactly that. Right, we will again say no pressure. Now, with this, we're up against a narrow formation. Who's the more attacking? Ibrahimovic is the more attacking on the right. So you can take Ibrahimovic. You can take the attacking midfielder. Not the attacking midfielder. Yes, you can take the attacking midfielder. So you take Iliev. Oh, he doesn't have the mark specific. I've evidently done something wrong. He should be marking specific position. But in this particular instant, I don't actually want him to. So that's okay. We have Reindeers come back and mark. But I want... Oh... You come back on Ibrahimovic, that's fine. And we have you focus on... Oh, you focus on Ibrahimovic. You come back onto the defensive midfielder. You stay and mark your spot as normal. You mark the striker position, and you keep on coming back and marking that way. So we'll go with something like that. Standard, boring. I want to tell them that I believe in them. And let's get to it. Away against 18th place Cagliari. Sir Johnson, you saw on Twitter that Lucas Hernandez elbowed someone, but not sure about the first red. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. So Pache was out for a bad foul and Hernandez for violent conduct. Oh my. Oh my. And yet they're still going to make it through. That is incredible. It's Adam's in. Welcome in. It's Adam. How are you doing, sir? How are you? I hope you are well. I hope that everything is feeling much better after a week of recovery. If you guys aren't following It's Adam, you most definitely should. Formerly known as Traction FM or Adam Traction. An absolute gentleman of the scene. There is a lovely little heart appearing there up on Twitch for you to go give him a follow. And pop along to the streams when he is next going to be live. Now, I haven't caught any updates, I'm afraid, in the last couple of days. I mean, are there any plans in the foreseeable future for streaming, or is it a case of resting and recovering for the time being? So you say they've scored a second. Does that mean it's 2-0 to 9-man PSG? Because that would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. Here's Navarro coming forwards. Navarro cuts back all the way back to Monterisi. We've had a couple of decent chances. It would be nice. I shouldn't ever do this. I know I'm tempting fate. Last time I said we're in the Ascensi, we need to take advantage of this momentum. We then fluffed it. Everything's really quite juttery right now. No dropped frames. Interesting. Is it... What's going on with... Okay, that seems smoother. After literally just pausing it and unpausing it, that feels a little bit smoother. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, last time I said that we need to score whilst the momentum is there, we then conceded the first shot. Cagliari almost did so there, so I can feel it coming. Here's Daniel Braganza, finds Iliev. Iliev to Mazza. Mazza feeds Sarno. Sarno should have scored. Sarno absolutely should have scored there. It's a big chance. So Adam, not too bad, getting there slowly but surely. Appreciate that. Hoping to return in the next couple of weeks. I will look forward to it. So Cortiba confirms it is 2-0. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Mr. Momo Man, the less men you have, the more you score because the players don't know who to mark, have a panic attack and freeze on the spot. The opposition players don't know who to... I knew what you meant there in that regard. I certainly do experience it on Football Manager. I dread when the opposition go down to 10 men. They suddenly become a lot better. Right. I'm not happy. We should be ahead, and that falls very much on you guys to go and do the goal scoring. So standard. We're going to pop the tempo up a little bit because we had loads and loads of possession and final third passes. So let's see if we can try and move the ball a bit quicker. Try and get through them when they're not quite as settled. Okay, 10 minutes in, nothing has improved in that regard, so we're going to make our changes. Our changes are going to involve Mosconi coming on as a striker because he's our only remaining actual striker, and we're going to bring on Benato to fill in Kellam's role. I think that's okay. Don't need to say anything to them. They are motivated. XG story. We have only had a couple of chances since we made those changes. So let's drop that, but say be more expressive. Here we go. Is this a highlight for Calorie? From a throne. Mazza. Back to Brughansha. Brughansha. Back. Plenty of time into Christensen. We've got them pretty well marked up at the moment. Although, do see that Ibrahimovic possibly has a chance. Doesn't happen though. We get it ball with Rocha. Out now to Navarro. Navarro into Reinders. Can't get it back. Ibrahimovic with a great interception. Sano plays it across to Zappa. Zappa was a player we were looking at, I'm sure. Or was that in a different save? Possibly even an older FM. I can never remember. Monterisi's got to spread it out wide. He does indeed. Here is Zanotti. Zanotti takes it down the outside. Finds Palmer. Kari on the edge of the area. Kari. It was an ambitious effort. It was never gonna score for sure. Yep, it's Adam. Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Apparently being tall and losing weight was the potential cause. Okay, that is an interesting combination. How dare you be tall? I assume that's what they're going to look to fix in future. They're just going to chop off a couple of inches, maybe from the heel. Should be fine. Oh, Robalaz is here, and welcome in, Robalaz. How you doing, my dude? How's your weekend so far? So yeah, your best cut your legs off and get eaten. Perfect. There's Mosconi. Is that offside though? The flag has stayed down. The flag has stayed down. Mosconi looked beyond the last defender. He looked reasonably beyond, but I think we've got that one.
Milan, come together, clap your hands, save me. Scoring goes AC Milan.
There we go. Mattia Mosconi up front finally gets, I think, maybe only his second goal of the season. He has struggled. Bernatto was onside. That was absolutely fine. Ehrlich's tackle fell into the path of Mosconi and he poked it in from 10 yards out. Oh no. Oh no. Just as I pressed the tactics button, so I was too late. Here comes Ibrahimovic. He's pointed. This is a goal. I've told you that my theory is 100% correct. My theory 100%. If you see the free kick taker point at the ground, look there. Oh no, it wasn't there on the highlight. Point. It's gonna be a goal. I am absolutely certain of it. Right, that's frustrating. Our change is coming in. It's again going to be Cajuste. We're going to bring Carl Palmer off because of his condition. That means Cantero's coming on. Cantero is actually a striker, so we'll put you out there. Something like that. And Navarro is going to be replaced by Bockers because he's tired. We'll make those changes. We'll do that. And then...
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, welcome in, Cockus Mouse. Thank you so much. That's 5 months. That is absolutely incredible. I appreciate it so much. Lovely to see you as well. How's your weekend going so far, my dude? So looking at the squad, they're clearly not bottling against PSG. I mean, PSG are a phenomenal team. Let's be fair. So Robert has enjoyed the Bayern bottle job. Right, here's the cross. Come and get something right at the end here. HJ Bockers with the cross. Mosconi. It's the 6th minute of 5 minutes injury time. Have scored again.
Yes, Milan, the score night and day. You can get away.
Oh my word, Calorie have been absolutely robbed. It was in the 6th minute of 5 minutes of injury times that Mattia Mosconi pops up to secure, I mean, we did deserve it, but also they've been robbed. Oh, that is disgraceful. That's a Dr. Pusky. Hey, Musterman, what attributes on the pizza chart would you look for to find a good roaming playmaker? So, as covered in basically every Moneyball Clinic video, there isn't an answer just based on role or position. It depends on what you expect that player to do in the tactic. If your roaming playmaker is maybe they're playing quite deep and you're expecting them to carry the ball as well as to be trying to create chances, then you might be wanting to look at dribbles. You might be wanting to look at key passes or expected assists. You might be wanting to look at possession lost. You might be wanting them to be a player that that ties things together. So they see a lot of the ball, they move around a lot, but they play relatively safe. So you might prioritize someone with low possession lost. It all depends on what you want from the tactics. So ask yourself the question, what do I expect the player to do on the ball? What do I expect the player to do off the ball? What do I expect the player to do in transition? And when you answer those questions, you will be able to, generally speaking, find a metric that reflects that, right? So you say, I want the player to dribble, then you probably want to look at dribbles. I want a player who's going to cover all of the pitch, then you're probably going to want to look at things like distance covered. And you build it out that way. Then start looking at players that you know are similar to what you like, or players already within your own team, and see where you can find improvements on them. So if you want dribbles and the player that you're currently looking to replace completes 1.3 dribbles per 90, start looking for someone that completes 1.5 dribbles per 90, and so forth. But those answers are always going to change as to your tactic, as to the strengths and the weaknesses of other players in your team. And it's not necessarily role specific. Right, now we've got an away game against Real Madrid with a 2-0 lead. And hopefully, I think we might have some... Will we have anyone back by that point? Gula won't be back. Noama won't be back. Isaac won't be back. We won't have anyone back. We are still going to be a little bit on the weak side that regards. We'll probably bring Reinders back into midfield, play them as an inverted winger on the left, so that we're a little bit more secure defensively and we're not playing players out of position, quite as many players out of position. Mr. Momo Man, apologies if I'm a little bit slow to respond and you've already gone, but thank you so much for dropping by this evening. Very, very much appreciated. I hope you have a lovely weekend. So Zerachel says you've seen the same and you use the Nazi saves. It's annoying as hell. Is that the sendings off and teams down to 10 or 9 players just being so good? It's crazy. They were never cutting that deficit with Gnabry. Poor Gnabry being beat. Surely it's not his fault for everything else. So Draw asked, have you ever won a game in FM with 9 players? Technically, yes. I have. I've won a game with 10 players and then had an injury in like the 95th minute when all my subs are used, so being down to 9. In fact, I think it might have been. Was it on one of the? No, it would have been just before I started making content. So possibly I think it would have been my Girona save back in FM24. Which was, I mean, it's quite crazy, but it wasn't really winning with 9 men. We were in a relatively comfortable position by the point we went down there. So Johnson has, but only played with 9 men for around. I mean, 10 or 15 minutes is an incredible amount of time to survive. Alvarez is now out. He's going to not be available. Cantero will be available just about. Right, so we get a grey goalkeeper, surely. Oh no, Alvarez only has an orange injury, so he will stay on the bench. That's absolutely fine. I say absolutely fine. Somehow we've only actually got 3 injuries, but it feels like we are having a lot. So are we getting a lot of like little niggly injuries? Since we started tonight, so I think it was like the 16th of Feb. So we've got forwards only like 2 and a bit weeks. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 injuries a week. I mean, if that carried on over the course of the season, that would be 250. So that is quite, well, no, not quite 5. Probably, 2.5 weeks. So about 4 a week. If we carried on, that would be about 200 over the course of the season. So yeah, maybe it has been a little bit tough. Cocky Smash, nice to see you around. You were right with you overrating your squad. How happy are you with the transfer so far? It seems like a very out of the box window. Indeed. We've been talking about it. Indeed. Cesarachel, not the free kick one. I'm so shit at my saves, nobody ever gets a red. Fair. Welcome in, Batista JM. How you doing? You was playing a Moneyball safe with Toulouse, but after a while you started to stagnate in the top 4-5 of Ligue 1. How can you combat stagnation with Moneyball where it's hard to differentiate quality? Well, if you're focusing on performance-based approach, you should be able to differentiate quality. It's difficult to say without knowing your squad and going through all the ins and outs and This isn't really the position where we can do so. But I do get the impression when you say something like that about differentiating quality that you'll probably do sound a little bit still tied too much perhaps to attributes, where you're just viewing it as perhaps signing players that are a little bit average with minimal difference. I mean, if you focus on the performance elements and you're building around that, so you're saying I've got a winger or I want a winger, and the winger's job is to be very, very simply to get the ball, beat their player, send in a cross. I'm going to look for players that will do that, and they do that remarkably well. Then you should be able to see improvements. You should be able to push forwards, and maybe winning the league itself is going to be tricky. It's always going to be tricky in a league where you've got a team like PSG with the resources they have available. But certainly possible. You should certainly be able to get into a position where you are fighting for such at the very least. But yeah, so making sure that you focus on those elements and really do root into where you can find those improvements accordingly. Right, Reinders is going to play out wide. He's going to mark specifically the AMR spot. Bonato comes back into the starting lineup. Palmer has to play out there. Theo's back in. Rod's back in. The unhappy Anita Hammer is back in. Washikari, Reinders, Palmer, Bonato. Juste can play out there. He's probably more suited to it. Kari, I don't think can. He can't, no. Rosh is left-footed, which is interesting, but he can't play out wide. So do we? Possibly. Yeah, you know what? We're going to play Theo further up because he can. He can score. I mean, he's got, was that 6 goals this season? He can play in more attacking positions. Gives us an extra defender on the pitch. Might help us a little bit, and see how we go there. So G&G, Mustermann beat you when you had 9 players. That is true as well. That was also remarkably harsh. But you'd already won the league by that point as well. So Dr. Busky, that's not something, it's a bit hard to know exactly what you're looking for. So that explanation helps a lot. Thanks for the help and keep up the great work. No worries. As I say, it's always about, it does take time, but just break it down into, like, you know the answers. That's the thing. Ultimately, you know the answers. They're there. You have them. It's just about having the confidence to go through it and just take it step by step, one at a time. Stop trying to think about what every player's doing. Focus on one. Ask yourself those questions, and the answers will kind of naturally fall into place. Right, so Ilic, Valverde are the midfield this time round. So that's Ilic on the left, which is on our right. So I want you picking up Ilic, you pick up Valverde, you pick up Richie, still going to stay with the standard attack. Oh. 2-0 is a scoreline I hate. It's bad enough when you're 2-0 up at half time. Even scarier when you've got to defend a whole game away from home against Real Madrid. But early doors, just the one shot in the opening 15 minutes. 2 shots, we've had one of them. We can certainly cope with that. We're going to do a little bit of encouraging. Momentum is, as we expect, in Real Madrid's favour. But if we can keep it tight, famous timing on words. Okay, we can keep it tight. We can come away with it. Skamaka does good job holding it up. Now here's Navarro back safe to Bjorn Rod. You've got a quick early pass into Kari and then out to Theo. Into Skamaka, and then the pass is loose. And Olka's in behind. Olka, Bjorn Rod so slow, but Atabolo saves us. Sir John, sir, over the moon with the transfers. In the Country League, there was a game this year where a team was leading 1-0 over their opponent. Their opponent had 2 players sent off, and that's when it became 2-1. That is shocking. That is shocking. As Samuel Ricci fires in from long distance, we couldn't hold on, unfortunately. So Batista says, what you meant is more distinguishing between 2 players with similar statistics. A lot of the times they have huge drop-offs simply because they had a good season. And how much do you listen to your scouts? I, for example, find good players performing, but if the scouts say they are a League 2 level player or even worse, I won't buy them, even if they have performed. So I pay very little attention to scouts outside of getting personality information and injury-prone information and potential. If we're talking about growth, here we go, Illich, and right, okay. Right, so to reply to you whilst we're doing that, I need to also actually respond to what's happening in the game at the moment, which we're just going to drop. We're going to stop them putting us under pressure. Okay, let's just do that, see if we can hold on to halftime. Yeah, so if I'm looking to know a player's capacity for growth, so how much they're going to improve from where they are now. I don't care about whether they say they are 4 stars or whether they say they are good enough for the division. I just care if a player is young and I want them to be able to progress. I care about the difference in stars. So if they're going from 1 star to potentially 3 stars, is to me the exact same as a player potentially going from 2 stars to 4 stars. It's all about relative growth in that regard. So that's what I care about. But if a player is performing exceptionally at League 2 level, then, and I feel confident that they're going to step up to the next thing, I would absolutely sign them regardless, because you're following the performance data. And that's the whole point. It doesn't matter what their CA is or their PA is. It doesn't matter what their attributes are. It matters how that all manifests into performances on the pitch. So I hope that kind of answers. We're not going to win if we don't shoot. Let's pop back to this section here. Let's see what's been going on, because we haven't really paid any attention. We can see a lot of the balls going through Valverde. We do have specific marking settings on him. Otherwise, we've got a right back here, Osman Michiels. Rodrigo's losing the ball a lot. So, potentially, I think Rodrigo's out on the right. Valverde's seeing a lot of the ball. Osman's seeing a lot of the ball. I want to get the ball out to the right a lot more often if we can. Encourage Rodrigo to be on it and lose it. Whereas for us in possession, Albert Navarro's losing the ball a lot, as is Theo. So our left-hand side, we perhaps need to be a little bit more conservative on. Maybe try and get our joy on attacking sense down this right-hand side, which is the hope there. So Kokluk Smells hopes it works out for Hanover. Had some really exciting foreign players over the last 2 decades. With Tits, I see things working better. He seems like someone that can form a group. Every time he had foreign players, he had a manager that was disciplined first. Never worked out. Junior Diaz, the Costa Rica left back from their World Cup run, who scored 3 infamous own goals. 3 own goals is quite shocking. Quite shocking. Catch 22 is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Long time no see. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. G&G, 2-0 is the most dangerous lead in football is a saying for a reason. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? So how can we do this? I think we're going to just go to a plain wide midfielder with Sitnaura and tackle harder. And we're going to put you as a wing back on support. So he is still going to get forwards, but on a slightly lower mentality there. Theo is going to be replaced. Are we going to do it with Kajuste or Reinders? We're going to do it with Reinders because he's in better health there. So you're in here. You will get forwards. You're there. You're there. In fact, let's just drop in fact to a standard 4-4-2 there. Going to take counter off. We stay on positive. And let's see if we can muster something in the second half, hopefully. So John hopes and believes that Tits can do just that for Hanover again, as one of the things he spoke a lot about in his first press conference. Also helps that he and one of the coaches speak French as well. Fair enough. Zerachal hasn't heard of Benjamin Cowman, but he is blonde, so he's a proper Viking. Fair enough. Oh, pardon me. Tales of the Tapes in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? Lovely, lovely to see you. I hope you are having a wonderful weekend. Been busy with work, so haven't caught up with the streams for a long while. Hope you're doing well. Well, thankfully, we've been away from AC Milan for a couple of weeks anyway, so not missed too much. Right, Kerem's coming on for Carl Palmer, who's having a stinker. Mosconi is going to come on for Skamaka, who's having a stinker. And Rocha is having a stinker as well, but we're going to hold fire on that one because I feel like he's our best option in midfield still generally. We haven't really created anything in the second half, but we haven't seen highlights from Real Madrid yet, who have gone to a 3-4-3. I should really have responded to that, but I think we can hold on. We can hold on for sure. They brought on David Venegas in the 62nd minute and subbed him off in the 64th. Did he get injured? Interesting. So we haven't really offered much, but we haven't lost the tie yet. So Batista, that makes sense. So I guess I need some more experience with this and finding the correct players and being confident in making signs. Just about trusting yourself. Absolutely. Sipanak is back from the sauna. We choking? We are choking. We are choking. So I'm gonna say some positive stuff because you know they're on their last legs. We've got 2 substitutions left. We've got 3 substitutions left. So it's going to be Jens, could you stay on? In fact, we pop you out there. So we run Reinders and could you stay in the middle? And it's going to be Kari coming off for Zanotti. We'll swap those guys round. Now, here, what we need to do is we've got Olka on the left, Rodrigo on the right. So Olka's on the left. You are going to be picked up by this lovely gentleman here. Which means you are going to pick up Rodrigo. And then they've got 2 players at the back there. So we're going to ask... Romero's on the right. So you're going to pick up Romero. No, Romero's on the right. You're going to pick up Romero. That means you don't mark specific position and you do. Striker central left. And you pick up the one that wasn't Romero. Who's the one that wasn't Romero? This one, Munoz. And we will try and play with a little bit more intensity in extra time, see how it goes, hopefully. So Night of Knees in as well. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. We are currently 15 minutes away, potentially from penalties in the round of 16. We are slowly getting ourselves familiar with... Ooh. The substitution thing's gone there. Okay, so we're going to pause as soon as it comes into the second half. We're going to make those last one change, which is going to be Bocca's on. He is looking absolutely exhausted. No pressure. And let's fire up into the last few moments. So yeah, can we hold on? Can we get to penalties and maybe get lucky in that regards? We've had a pretty decent stream so far. We beat Borussia Dortmund to start off with. We've won our games in the league. We've won our first leg of the semi-final of the Coppa Italia. And we won the first leg against Real Madrid in the round of 16. We are 2-0 down currently with 10 minutes remaining. As Anita Hammer loses out, here's Kim Min-jae all the way back to Trubin. Lacroix into Romero. Here's Phillips now. We haven't seen a highlight basically at all since the second half. So I am now feeling very nervous as Olka. No one was paying attention to him. That's bad defending by Reinders. He does get back though, cuts out the pass. But here's Romero. Romero back to Olka. Olka from distance, and that is going to break our hearts in the 111th minute. Oh no. So Hung Min, oh god, our lead vanished like dust in the wind, didn't it? That is very solid. And German league is weak. He got this. So how do you feel about Villa's summer so far? I'm guessing PSR concerns have been an issue. I mean, well, nothing has happened other than the questionable selling the women's team to ourselves element, but nothing has like actually happened, which, you know, so it's kind of really, really hard to make any calls in that regard, other than we've not lost players, we haven't gained players. I'm not like overly fussed one way or the other. We'll see what happens over the next few weeks. Penalties away, unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, and we look like we've run out of steam. Oh, look at that momentum. We made those changes at half-time, so we gained the momentum back, but unfortunately we still conceded a third goal late into half. Can Cajuste do something here? No, he can't. Rodrigo comes away, and now Vinny will look to put the final nail in the coffin. Zanotti gets back, cuts it out, plays inside to Monterisi to Anita Hammer plays inside to Reinders across to Cajuste, who's in acres of space. He's smart. He plays it out wide to Bockers. Bockers has support inside. Bockers gets the cross across. Mosconi out to Anita Hammer, and Zanotti surely offside. The flag has stayed down. Could this though count? It counts.
Go for the fans, it's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands. Go for the fans, it's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands.
We're not even going to get a highlight. That looked we didn't get the lines. That looked questionable. Now, the echo on the music is off now, G&G. Thank you. Oh, best game in the world, says Eritrea. What a gut punch for Real. I can't believe that wasn't off. We have live, says Born Savage. Welcome in, by the way. That was clear offside. It looked so offside. I want to see. We will check that back at the end. We do have a slight issue, is that we haven't prioritized penalty taking at any point as a metric, as an attribute, sorry. So we're not particularly good at it. So let's go and pop. Let's go Reinders, Mosconi. No. Reinders, Benato, Mosconi, Kerim, Rod, Cajuste, Zanotti, Monterisi, Bockers, Hammer, Atabolo. Let's put Atabolo higher up, because I mean, like, once we get right down to the guys that aren't particularly good at this, we might as well. There we go, something like that. No, DM Base's mini game was redeemed just before this game started, I think, or maybe just then. So we'll be playing it after this. Show the courage of your convictions and leave no room for regret. We're winners. No one reacts. I don't like that angle, sorry. I'll have to do it that side. Reinders sends Trubin the wrong way for the first penalty. It's Rodrigo up against Noah Atabulu. Rodrigo takes the run up, sends Atabulu the wrong way into the same corner of the net as Reinders. Paolo Benato, our 23-year-old wizard, he's one of our better penalty takers, so he's surely going to miss. He doesn't. Trubin does guess the right way, but it squeezes under him. Vinny Jr. now is going to take one, and Atabolo puts it onto the post. Oh, Atabolo gets a touch. It slams back of the post, and we're 2-1 up. Can Mosconi, with his left foot, put us 3-1 up? He can indeed. He goes to the right. All three Milan penalties to the right. Trubin sent the wrong way once again. Valverde versus Atabolo. Atabolo guesses the right way, but it's struck true and low into the corner. It is currently 3-2, and Kerem Aktürkoğlu will his experience shine through. Oh, that was close. That was close. Right in the corner. Trubin again guessed the right way. Had no hope of saving that whatsoever. If Atabolo saves from Munoz, Milan are through to the quarterfinals. Munoz runs up. Atabolo guesses the right way. It's just beyond his hands. It was a nice height for Atabolo, but the placement was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Here up steps Bjorn Rod. Bjorn Rod, left-footed, centre-back. Big signing. Sends it into the side netting. Beautiful stuff, and we have the win. Right, is it time, before we deal with that, before we take our glory, we need to have a look at this, because that felt like absolute robbery. So here we go. We're going to see Anita Hammer is about to strike it. Shot comes in at that point. So here is the shot. I can't show you on the screen. I don't have anything to draw over it. I'm using a pen lined up against the 6-yard box, and he might actually be kept onside by number 15. Valverde might just be playing him onside. Okay, no controversy. We're fine with this now. We are truly well and deserved winners of that tie, and Real Madrid can't claim to have been robbed. So it looks like Valverde, maybe by an arse hair, kept him onside. We played well in that from that second half onwards. We would have been an absolute gut punch to go out. We scrape through, and that means once we get everyone rested up, we can head on over to a round of Only Connect, I think. Yes, I do have Only Connect set up. So, how does Only Connect work? You might be asking if you haven't been here before. This is a relatively straightforward game. In a moment, you're going to see 4 pictures of footballers, one after the other. Your job is to work out their common connection. There will be something that they have in common with one another. Maybe it's they've played for the same club or the same manager. Maybe they hold a similar record. Maybe they all scored like own goals in cup finals. Maybe there's something a little bit more abstract, like they all have names of trees in their surnames. The connection, I'm looking for one very, very specific connection. It might be tricky to get, but the earlier you get it, the more points you get. And the more points you get, you end up over on that little scoreboard there. I'm going to show you the first clue. And obviously, when you've got just one clue, it's very difficult to guess. But if you know who the player is, pop it down in chat, and that way you can, like, everyone's kind of on the same line of thought. They all kind of do a little bit of working together, even if it is a little bit competitive at the same time. So MTG says, I don't think they wouldn't show the line there though. It's crazy they didn't show the line. GNG, if he'd shaved his arse, Real would be through. Exactly that. So Zerachul asks, is this Friday or normal connect? This is a relatively normal connect, I can tell you that much. So Zerachul has suggested that this might be Lee Carsley. It is not Lee Carsley. And Soul Wanderer, I'm afraid to say, it's not that they're going to be English. So because it's not Lee Carsley, it's not a player caretaker manager. Is it had a bad 24-25 season? Isn't the case there. Robalaz asks, is that Antoine Sibierski? It is indeed Antoine Sibierski. So Soul Wanderer is going to suggest that maybe it's a Manchester connection. A reasonable guess. It is not going to be a Manchester connection, I'm afraid. Cox's Merch is going for bald players. It is not bald players either. Kieran has again also correctly identified it is Antoine Sibierski. What a player Sibierski was. Like, he's, I imagine, what you'd call a cult player, because he wasn't the best player, but he was lovable, that's for sure. So Zerachol has gone for players that played in the Olympics. Rich Sun, welcome in, my dude, is going for players all managed by Steve McLaren. Kokus Smash is going for most games from a Polish player in the top 5 leagues. So I think Antoine Sibierski is French, or at least was played for French youth teams, perhaps. It is none of those so far. Is it Intertoto Cup winners? Is it players turned sporting directors? They are both fabulous guesses. It is none of those things, I'm afraid. Let's move on to the next clue. See if we know who this is. And then when we know that's what their connection might just be with Antoine Sibierski. So Kikos didn't know him, so he might well be. Indeed, it's a perfectly reasonable guess to go for there. It just sadly wasn't the case. So MGG fan is asking whether this is James. Kokus Melch thinks it might be Valbuena. That was approaching. It is neither of those two. So nickname is going for players who prefer YouTube chatters over Twitch chatters. I love the thinking there. I love the thinking. Sadly, it's not. Do we know who this former Olympiacos player is? Now, what clues can I give you that would help you here? I'm going to... I don't need to help you. Because Leeds United FC Spenny has correctly identified that it is Kevin Morales. So Sibinik would have guessed James too with the Olympiacos shirt. It's a reasonable guess. This is a little bit of an older Olympiacos picture, as we can see. Kevin Morales. So what could potentially link Kevin Morales and Antoine Sibierski? Zerachul is going for Lille players. That's a fine guess. It's a very fine guess. And partly the reason why it's a fine guess is because Johan Kabay is also a former Lille player, specifically the Lille Academy, along with Eden Hazard, Antoine Sibierski and Kevin Morales. That is indeed a fabulous 3 points making its way to Zerachul. They are indeed all Lille players. So managed by Bobby Martinez that would have been a reasonable guess as well, with the Wigan connection and obviously the Belgium connection. Johan Kabay sadly wouldn't have made it, unfortunately, onto that list. Johan Kabay, what the fuck? Zerachul didn't think he was going to get it. Lucky guess, a fabulous guess. And the applause that's coming in from DM Basis, the applause that's coming in from Rich, the applause that's coming from GNG and from Koku Smash, it's all very much deserved. Stipanik sends you a well played as well, would have never got that. Busy Baron correctly identifies that they are all white dudes. I mean, technically, you are absolutely right in that regard. Absolutely. Leroy as well comes in with the applause. Very, very much deserved. Well played. Koku Smash is running away with things at the moment. No, sorry. Zerachul is running away with things very much at the moment. So we've reached the latter stage of the Champions League. So the board are happy that we are on schedule with that. That's marvellous. Atabolo can speak Italian. Cool. Johan Cabral is a player that's going to be featured for the Serie D side. Very, very exciting stuff, I'm sure, for those involved. And we do have a little bit of time between now and the Udinese game, which is quite nice as well. Proper chance to rest as the rest of the... So, I mean, it's still only a Sunday game, but, you know, it makes a difference whilst we've got relatively small numbers at the moment. Arsenal are out despite winning 2-1. They defeat Barcelona. Bayern Munich make easy work of Brighton. Inter absolutely run riot over Marseille. They came into the game with a 3-2 lead and won 5-1. Man United turn a 1-0 lead into 4-1 on aggregate. What were the other results? What were the results yesterday? We saw Liverpool destroy Atletico Madrid 5-1. Paris Saint-Germain destroy Napoli 6-0. Valencia overturn a 1-0 deficit to win 3-2. So basically all the good teams came through. That's disappointing. We wanted like maybe one or two little shocks there. Apparently we are the team that can cause the shock. I'd say Valencia beating Tottenham sounds like it should be a shock as well. So Coggins Melch will blame this one on you starting to watch football in 2006. Absolutely. Busy Baron, 1 point for me. I mean, for being so bold as to ask, yeah, why not? Why not? Gotta every now and then catch me in a good mood, and I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And whilst I'm at it, -5 points for Crudmo. Cool. Okay, we do actually have a break coming up in a few minutes, like 2 or 3. So I'll try and get us up to the next game, and then we'll pop on the. I'll then bring the ads forwards by like those a minute or so, so that we don't have to wait until it happens and it starts immediately as the game starts. You know, so we'll do that in a moment. I will refresh, and yeah. Cool stuff going on there. So let's see, get up to the Udinese game. Reports, nothing exciting happening there. Hopefully, as I say, we need Inter to drop points. We need Fiorentina to drop points. Ideally, we wanted them to do that before they play us later on in the season, so that then we can really nail the dagger in. But we are still, we've basically improved our position. We've caught up to Fiorentina, but we haven't changed the difference between us and Inter. So despite a good run of form so far, nothing essentially has changed. We are still 6 points behind them with a game in hand. So we are rooting very, very much for Napoli right now. In fact, it takes a while to process games on the Saturdays, which is right now. So we'll pop for the break. And then when we come back, we should be around the other side and be able to move there. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. We're back, and it's happened. It has happened. Napoli beat Inter with 2 goals in stoppage time, 1 in each half. Oh boy. You know what this means. This means we are about to choke. It's a corner. Raspadori into Sebastian Pio Esposito. And then in the 94th minute, Scarlett across to Van Leuven. It's our Van Leuven as well. Could Rowan secretly be helping us along the way? No, it's Rodney Van Leuven. That's got to be a regen. That's got to be a regen. It is indeed. Oh, I pressed back, so now it's going to have to load back into the game again. Didn't mean to do that. Oops. Sensational stuff. Rich, England versus France is about to start. Come on, England. Can they? I mean, amongst the favourites, obviously, for the competition. It's going to be really, really fun to see. I'm so glad that I'm disappointed. It's my fault for pushing the stream back until today, because I really, really enjoy the women's international tournaments. I just find them so much more open and exciting than men's international tournaments. I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, England should be in with a decent shout. Spain are still a phenomenal side, and you've got to consider Spain the overall favourites, especially if Bonmati is able to play in the later rounds with her return from meningitis. It is surreal watching England go into tournament as defending champions. Exactly. Right, so our changes here. We're bringing straight back in. We're also going to give Mosconi the start. So we're going to put Cole Palmer across there. Skamaka is our bench option. Theo back there. Beneto into the starting lineup. Winders in for Bjorn Rod, Ilario Monterisi. Nita Hammer keeps his spot. Yeah, Nuamo is short, but I'd much rather if he ends up needing to be substituted off early, if he's going to end up getting injured again, I'd rather he starts and we make the change than he comes on as he comes on in the second half and then goes off again. That's the thought, at least. GNG, allez le bleu. Very much on brand, understandable. DM Basis forgot that the Women's Euros was underway. We'll definitely been trying to catch some of it. I really enjoyed the Belgium-Italy game yesterday. It wasn't like this big high-scoring game, but really, really quite tense and violent. Not like violent, just there was a lot of asserting their authority in the game, and a lot of little niggly challenges here and there, which I thought added like a nice needle to it. Again, we're going to say pressure off. I have faith in you. I have faith in you. I have faith in you. We are up against a 4-3-3, which means Pukstas on the right will be picked up by Reinders on our left. That means Rocha picks up a Kellenkamp, and it means Beneto picks up the defensive midfielder, which is Monchu. And then we head on into the game. Some beautiful stuff. The Taylor Tapes hadn't played FM in months. Been playing your 95 save the whole day and having a blast. That's great to hear. Who are you with? Who are you in charge of? Rich, French national anthem is so much better than ours. I mean, that's not hard. Welcome in, Sega. Lovely to see you. How's your weekend going so far? We're doing all right. We are now in a position where we could potentially close the gap on Internazionale, which would be huge for us. Huge. So Taylor Tape still can't win the Premier League against 90s Man United, though. To be fair, not many could. That was a feature very much. Rab1314, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. If you're comfortable in chat, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you. But there's no obligation to. So if you want to just lurk, feel free. Absolutely fine. Here's Washer. Finds Theo. Theo, he loves scoring goals from moves from throw-ins. He doesn't get it that time. Well blocked. And they managed to get it clear. Udinese. But can Palmer get in behind? Palmer, that was beautiful. The flag stayed down. That looked like it was timed well. But I thought our last goal was offside and it wasn't. It counts.
Milan, come together, clap your hands, save me. Storm AC Milan.
Oh, Cole Palmer, you absolute legend. Absolute Rocha with a beautiful ball over the top. The timing on the run was glorious. Takes it first time. Sanchez had no chance whatsoever. So Sipanak, what the fuck? Just had USA win their home World Cup in your save. Weston McKennie with the winner against England. I mean, home advantage. It counts for something, right? It counts for something. Tale of the Tapes, this is after you stole Scholes and Beckham from them. So who are you managing, Tale of the Tapes? Can't be like a big rival if you're able to get Scholes and Beckham. Here's Nuama. Can we make it 2 immediately? Benato back to Rocha. We can indeed.
Milan have scored again. Yes, Milan, the score night and day. You can get away.
Benato with the presence of mind to tee up and on-rushing Rocha. Rocha with the beautiful assist to open the scoring. Rocha with a second to make it 2-0 almost immediately. Wasn't quite in the same minute, but it felt like it was. So tells the tapes, your distinctly Brazilian flavoured Tottenham with Cafu, Serginho, Jalminha and Romario. What a lineup. What a lineup. Oh my word, Mosconi just sent that into orbit. What a shocking miss, albeit on his weaker right foot, bless him. Here's Gangaskar, Udinese looking to cut one back. Atabolo though claims ahead of Isaacson. Good job from the keeper so far. I'm not going to get too carried away, he might do something stupid, he doesn't. He throws it out nice and safely. Here's Nuama. Oh, how we've missed Nuama. Nuama plays it out wide to Theo. Theo now cuts inside, then decides to go back outside. Then plays it to Palmer. Palmer feeds Mosconi. The flag has gone up this time, but that looked lovely. It's a beautiful ball from Palmer. Did Mosconi manage to stay onside? Dean Basis was surprised that Palmer was able to stay onside with his one brain cell. Luck more than anything else. That was close. That was close. MTG, don't watch any international games. Don't see the point of teams playing with players because of birth location. I get what you're saying. I think that it's quite nice to. Is Nuama all right? I don't have an injury thing coming up for him. Benato with the free kick. Benato. Oh my.
Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals.
What a free kick from Benato. I didn't see if he did that point thing. I didn't see the point thing as part of my thing. It's Palmer's shot. It deflects. Sanchez manages to get something on it and it's offside. We're all good. 3-0. We're in a comfortable position. Momentum's very much been in control of the game. Lots of the ball. Lots in the final third. We're creating chances. Though only 8 shots isn't that many. We're certainly fortunate to be 3-0 up. But we are in a good spot right now, which is cool. Cocker Smash, I too prefer to watch them play for the club that pays them the most. See, I like being able to see things that I don't see often. So club football, that's where I support a team and I have my loyalties for sure. And I get to see that every season, all season. I get to see Aston Villa play against the same opponents quite often. Whereas international football allows you to see a group of talented players playing against players that they don't regularly play against. Even though your international team might get drawn against the same opponents in regular tournament qualifications, there's still like a good 2 years between those matches. So I like the fact that there is different flavours of football. But with the women's football in particular, I just find it's I think that's a wonderful microcosm of the limitations of international football and how players aren't familiar with playing together. And so it creates generally quite an open game. And I think that there is certainly a lot more, I don't want to say pride in it, but like a lot more engagement from the players. It's clearly more of the pinnacle for those players in women's football. And you can kind of see that as a showcase of really, really good players doing some really cool things, which is why I like it so much. Right, we're going to say a little bit of positivity, but let's not get carried away. We are, though, going to increase. We want to put our foot on the proverbial throttle in the second half. No changes at half time. And we'll see how it goes from there. Tells the tape, Scholesy and Becks don't get many starts after the first season, so they weren't hard to get. Fair enough. I mean, that's shocking in its own right, but also fair enough. Do they get many starts for you with the squad that you're assembling? That squad players at best, right? Here's Genghis-Khan. Genghis-Khan coming forward, sends the cross in low. Atabolo, great save from Sek from point blank range. Come on, guys, don't throw it away early in the second half. Here's Isaacson, sends the corner in. Pusktas can't get there. Monterisi gets it clear. Vanyaman gathers. Nothing coming from that thereafter. Apparently, okay, that might have been a save from our own player, because for them to have Monterisi off the bar. For them to still be on 0.15 XG after that save from point blank range, it had to have been a deflection off the defender rather than a Sek shot. Here is Sasega. I've missed the past streams of this save. Care to explain your tactics, please? So, I mean, you have been in here whilst we're with IFK Mariaham, and this is the very same save whilst we're at Darmstadt as well. The ideas are pretty much the same consistently throughout, which is that we are a team that look to basically play quite counter-attacking, not quite counter-attacking football. Let's go over it at the end of the game. That will probably be a much easier opportunity to kind of dissect exactly what we're doing, as Isaacson gets himself sent off, and that seems like a good time as any to start protecting our players. Like Nuama, he can be replaced. Actually, we'll do it here. We'll do it here. So this is the Emery Land system. We basically took some inspiration from Unai Emery. The way that we do this, we're looking at having our players sit back deep in the defensive areas. So we get our fullbacks to tuck inside, and we get our attacking midfielders in this particular form, the 4-4-2, to come back and defend the wide areas. So you almost get like a back six, traditionally speaking. But the process is to not be like crazy over the top with the way that we approach. We do look to attack narrow. We look to move forward through those front areas. We want to have a striker that maintains the width of the box and is always present as a threat, but then also have players kind of supporting in and around. So it's just a very, very simple tactic transition. We have added counter this season because we're sometimes not necessarily backing ourselves to move the ball through the lines quickly, which is nice. But out of possession, it's basically the same that we've got there. We trap outside, we invite crosses. The idea is that we're basically trying to condense ourselves as much as possible. We've only, again, this season started to move up the press. We found that now that we're at a bigger team, we kind of need to be a little bit more intense in our approach. But before that, we were down. Before that, we still had the high defensive line. We were in a mid-block with slightly less pressing, but we've had to apply pressure more this season because we were struggling otherwise. Cockers match, it was nicely struck, wasn't it? You still remember the three at the back at Dortmund, or your narrow 4-4-2 when you got it? So, yes, there you go. So the instruction side of things, the philosophy hasn't changed. Basically, it's still the same thing. We're still role playing as this same manager with the same goals in terms of our approach. But we've just moved to a 4-4-2 because it was originally with these guys out wide, but Palmer or our left midfielder wasn't sitting narrow enough, and then for the sake of almost some symmetry, I didn't like the idea of having somebody in this row and someone in this row, just like for my head, for the sake of my own mental processing of it. Right, Mosconi is coming off for Kerem. Rocha is going to be replaced by Kajuste. We're going to, if we can, we're going to give Kari the full game worth of rest, and probably look to bring on one of our fringe players, perhaps. Sisipinak's managing Roma. Nice. Trying to save them from the horrible debt. Axed the entire first team within 2 windows. It's quite nice to be able to do that, isn't it? A full tear it down. How's it going? So Nick, dude, are you playing with any tweaks to the match engine or the original? No, we play with the original. I always have to say this very diplomatically. I am certainly enthusiastic about people exploring making changes to the match engine. I think it is generally a good thing. I generally find the Parma.
Ain't nobody I'd rather be. Milan, Rossoneri. They can't take that away from me.
Oh, Parma makes it 5. That one brain cell is working overtime today. I find the adjusted. Right, we are now without any strikers though. Cantero comes on. There we go. The Lord he giveth, the Lord he taketh away. I said 5-0, I meant 4-0. I tend to find the experience feels very compressed. It feels like if you took the sliders on an old FIFA or Madden or anything like that, and you reduce the top speed and you increase the bottom speed, everything kind of feels a little bit too like it just feels off to me. That's all it essentially is. It just doesn't quite feel like what I'm watching is football as I know it. That doesn't mean that the current match engine is perfect, but I just feel more comfortable with the current match engine in terms of it representing what I would expect from a football game. Got to be pleased with that. Oh, I said, oops. I trusted him. I've upset some people. I'll blame them there. We are now within 3 points of top spot with a game in hand. We've got a 5-point gap over Fiorentina. A further 5 points back are Juventus. That's got to feel good. We are heading into the last 10 league games of the season. During that, we will not have Gianluca Scamacca for 4 weeks. That is quite painful. We have a week off, though, until our game against Verona. By which point, Isaac will be back, which is good. Arda Güler will be back. That's also good. I think we've then got a 2-week break until we play Genoa as well. So there are just 2 games in the next 3 weeks, which is marvellous with Scamacca missing for 4 weeks there. So tells the tape, Scholes is your main deep line playmaker. Beckham shares right midfield duties with Darren Anderton. Controversial. Scholes in a deep position. That seems interesting because surely, do you not want Scholes a little bit higher up for his Thunder Bastards? I can see it. He's got this phenomenal passing range, doesn't he? So you want to make most of that, get him a little bit deeper, let him spray the ball around the pitch. But in my head, Scholes is always more of an attacking midfielder, someone that likes to absolutely twat it from the edge of the box or we've got a friendly here, so we can use some of these guys out there and get them up to fitness. Yeah, I always feel like he was the kind of player that would spank it in from the edge of the box, occasionally run beyond the strikers as well, and keeping him away from positions where he might ever have to tackle, bless him. That's unfair. That's a lazy criticism of Scholes, to be fair. So tells the tapes you also got Lehmann and Vieira on your squad. I had old men on in your 08 save as well. I enjoy the blasphemy. I mean, Lehmann and Vieira. I hope the fans hated you for that. I hope the fans hated you for that. So, nickname, you're almost scared to ask, but has there been anything in regards to a new FM game? Are they still claiming a full release? They are still claiming a full release, as in terms of as what they have disclosed to the stakeholders via Sega. We haven't heard anything yet ourselves. I did kind of expect to hear in June, but at the same time, I'm still going to stick to my position. If we haven't heard anything by the end of August, then there was a real concern. What we have heard from researchers saying that they're still doing their job. And now, if something had gone very, very wrong, you would have expected they laid them off. We have heard that they are hiring additional QA testers for the release period of the game, which seems to indicate things are kind of on course. Something they do regularly is they hire in the summer, basically on a yearly contract up until March the following year. specifically around doing the final stages of testing and then through the cycle of that. And we've lost another attacking midfielder. Paolo Bonato is the next to go down. Oh my, oh my, oh my. These injuries have been very, very rotten tonight, but that's all right. So, tells the tapes, to be honest, some of the match ending tweaks I've seen make it look like old winning 11 game. Yeah, it feels like what I would consider, the way I've described it, I've said it feels like an arcade game, and I get that because if you're playing through key highlights or even the next step up, you know, you're going to see more things that look like what you see if you play a short form version of the game, and that's perfectly reasonable and perfectly fine. It just certainly when I play and I'm doing tests, I'm looking at things where I'm watching it in full match or comprehensive. It just doesn't quite feel right, and that doesn't mean it's wrong or it's bad. It's just a different experience entirely. So Sega, Dembele celebrated like Jota as a tribute to him. That's nice. That is nice. Taylor the Tapes, deep line playmaker support from midfield slot gets plenty of long shots. Fair enough. Fair enough. In case of Lehmann and Vieira, they were never at Arsenal in this timeline. Of course, if it's 95, yeah, so that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine then. Right, let me do that. Let me do that. And let's do this. Valencia. Oh! I don't like that. Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. Hopefully, I mean, we're 10 years into the save. Hopefully they're a little bit worse. We don't have to worry about Klopp and his crazy, intense pressing, but I do not like that. So it is Inter against Bayern Munich. Milan will play Liverpool. Barcelona host Man United. Paris Saint-Germain at home against Valencia. Oof. I'm going to skip the draws for that. I don't want to go through the thing all again. We can just see what the outcome is. Cerebral injuries are fun. Does feel frustrating, doesn't it? So Sipanak, next FM will definitely be the first in a while you won't buy instantly. You're perfectly happy with FM24. They haven't exactly been convincing with the development. That's fair enough. I'd say one of the wonderful things, ironically, about a yearly game is that you don't need to buy it yearly. If you're enjoying a game, I do get the fear of missing out element of it, but if you're happy and you're enjoying something, keep on playing it. As a draw, the Zealand League will take place until end of July, because I see that as not going at the pace you wanted of 15 games. I haven't heard anything about squeezing in any additional sessions per week right now, so it does look to me like it's going to be going on a little bit longer than Zealand initially intended. But I don't know. So at the moment, I've been messaged. It looks like we might be playing Tuesday or Wednesday next week. I've said both are absolutely fine. I don't know anything beyond that point. We'll just take it as it comes. Obviously, I'd kind of be happy to welcome it extending up over a longer time. The longer I get to be involved, the better. That'll be marvelous. Right, so this is Liverpool, managed by Unai Emery. How wonderful! The Emery-inspired approach could take on Emery himself. How about that? Currently at Liverpool. Have a look there. Doesn't look like he's been many places. So 4 years at Villa, 5 years at Chelsea, just a 1 year spell at Dortmund before taking over Liverpool in 2032. Liverpool are currently 4th in the Premier League. They are 13 points behind Man City. They have not won the league in this save whatsoever. So their last Premier League win was back in the 2019-20 season. They finished 3rd 3 times, but fell out of that position since then. This looks like it's Emery's first season in charge if he joined in 32. Let's have a look. Key player is Felipe Heredia, a deep-lying playmaker. 234 million euros. Already played 38 games this season. He is more on the creative side than he is on the defensive side. 78% tackle win rate is good. Been playing as defensive midfielder, where he's got his 4 goals, 9 assists. Seems like a perfectly decent player. Trent is still there, currently playing at right back in his more natural position, despite being described as a deep-lying playmaker there. He is, tackling's good, heading's not great, not active pressuring or winning possession because he's on the ball a lot. Very, very progressive. Not so impressive in terms of creativity. Lots of fouls given away. And vice-captain Dominic Szoboszlai is still there, now 32. Been playing as a right winger. He's been okay. 5 goals, 6 assists in 25 starts. Not very dribbly, which kind of wouldn't expect from him, but doing the work out of possession, lots of pressures. Seems like a decent squad there. The rest of the squad, who've we got? Anyone notable? Their top goal scorer is a new gen, Azat Uyar, Norwegian, 36 caps, 10 goals, but he's got 18 in 35 for Liverpool this season. 6 foot, driven, knocks ball past opponent. He's very, very quick. Not so good in the air. So looks like an advanced forward type of player. They've got Florian Wirtz. They've got Franco Mastantuono. This is a good team. That is scary. They've got Dave Azzopardi. Lovely to see there. Lovely to see there. So Rosso's just scored 1-0. Well, hey. I'm so sorry for pronouncing your name wrong every single time, but Ib Guzma, you will get FM26, but you'll still mainly play your Liverpool save on FM24. That's fair enough. DM Base has just done that with WWE. Finally bought 2K25 yesterday on sale after it released in March. Although FM is FM, you'll be buying it day one. I imagine, I'm really excited about the new era. I'm really keen to see what it's like. I am relatively forgiving. As I've said before many times, I need a game that, generally speaking, has real players, allows me to explore the tactical side and to sign people. Those are the core things, really. I quite like it if we can watch the matches and you know, it feels reasonably engaged. I enjoyed Championship Manager 4, which was, by most people's account, an absolute mess. So I'm you know, without hearing all the noise of everyone complaining about everything, I've generally been quite chill and quite relaxed in that front. And I imagine that the bar that is required for me to be happy probably is lower than others. You know, there are people who are very, very particular about what they want out of the game, and it's their free time they're using. So it's perfectly reasonable to have demands and expectations about what you want. And if something doesn't look like it's going to match those demands, then don't buy the game. Makes perfect sense. So yeah, I'm still going to buy it probably straight away, because I imagine it's going to be based on the track history of SI over the last 30 years. I'm pretty confident it's going to deliver the things that I'm looking for. So which, but it's not 1-0 offside. That's a shame. That's a shame. So quick question. You're playing a counter-attacking 3-4-1-2 with your Atletico Madrid and you need a right wing back. What metrics would you suggest I focus on? So Sega, it's the exact same answer I gave you over in the Discord. Ask yourself the questions. What do you want your player doing in possession? What do you want your player doing out of possession? If your answer, for example, is I want them to dribble past opponents, then you want dribbles. If your answer is I want them to tackle wingers, then your answer is tackles. Use that information. Build the metrics accordingly. Your answers to those questions are going to come from you, not from anyone else. And then use the players that you've got and look for improvements on what they're doing. And that's generally, I mean, the reason why I give that answer isn't because I'm trying to sit on the fence, but because that is the best approach to making sure that you're actually working out what it is that you want and what you're looking for. Right, so in comes Aktoglu and Isaac. Benato obviously can't make the bench there. Gula's not quite fully fit. We have a nice big gap between these games, so we can play our full strength side which we most definitely will. Noama, Palmer, Kerem, Isaac. This is my appropriation of our most available full strength side right now. So, draw. The idea of the league, by the way, is the next idea. Also, see that it's going well for a game that's been around for almost two years. Exactly, it's a brilliant idea. I think I love that it's the scale of it is very, very ambitious, and like Z, from the organisational point of view, so much that he's got on his plate, and he's doing an absolutely fabulous job with that. It's a really, really cool idea. It's great. It's absolutely great, and I hope it is something that there is capacity to carry on doing into future seasons as well, like Zealand said that he wants to do. So I think it's great. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I tell the tapes, you're sure mad scientists' old school attributes play a huge part, but you just got 140 goals in a season with a 4-4-2 on balance mentality. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. A Coritiba, a Matt Letitia on the bench for the Lionesses. Oh, an M Letitia and got scared of it. Indeed. Yeah, thankfully not. Thankfully not. MTG's not sure whether he's going to buy FM26, but I'll wait a bit. That's fair. DM Basis, think our outlook's very much the same. Going to take a lot for it to very much disappoint me. And obviously that doesn't mean they get a free pass. If it disappoints me, it disappoints me, and you know I'm going to be quite happy to be vocal in that regard as well. So Hoyland, Oscar Hoyland is the more attacking of the double pivot. So Roshan needs to mark him. You need to mark Gaetano. I've got to remember that this guy isn't on his correct marking instructions. I need to do that outside of a game. And then Kerem comes back onto the other defence midfielder, which is Claguera. Right, let's go into the game. Let's see if we can get another win. That would be nice. Zerachal, buying day 1, calling in sick to work day 2, won the Champions League day 3. There we go. Tell the tapes, what Champion Manager was for was a banger. Tell the tapes. According to the collective memory of the world afterwards, apparently Championship Manager 4 was awful. Now, I'll be honest, I did prefer Championship Manager 0304. But yeah, I really enjoyed Championship Manager 4 when it came out. And Central, after day 3, back to regular life. Boo, boo. Take the whole week off. Theo, 2 bites of the cherry. It's blocked both times behind for a corner. It's MTG, not that I don't like it per se, but I don't buy every version of the game anyway. Yeah, that's fair enough. Kwan, what are we buying? We're talking about FM26. Oh, welcome in. Just got in from work. How was work? Does that mean you now have the rest of the weekend off, I hope? As Anita Hammer forces a great save. Oh no, it's our own goalkeeper. It's our own goalkeeper against us. David Futari with the save. We should have added can't play against own club. Oh no, we know how this is going to go. We know how this is going to go. Oh dear. Oh dear. Draw, why do you think they never made a game on the level of manager for other sports like basketball? What do you mean? Why do I think that Sports Interactive didn't make a game for basketball? Well, I think so. Here we go, Gaetano. Oh, it's a great save from Atabola now as well. Both our goalkeepers doing absolute bits in this match. Let's go with a little bit of encouragement. So Sports Interactive, they made a football management game because they're fans of football. Obviously, there was the ice hockey game. That was because they had someone in the studio that was very, very passionate about ice hockey. They have very much been a studio that are focused on, you know, this is the thing that we do. This is what we have a passion for. So I don't think there's really ever been much of a drive from them to really, like, properly, seriously consider branching out into other sports. Why has no one else made a game, a similar level of manager game for other sports like basketball, for example? I think because it's a difficult sports games in particular are difficult because unless you can get licensing, you're immediately in a position where people won't play. I'm one of those people. Part of the reason why I play FM is because I want to manage real players. I love that the game world still continues thereafter and you get your new gens and that's all cool. But, you know, I want that licensing. I want those players to be, they form a large part of the experience. Right, time to make some changes. It's going to be the booked players because it's always the booked players. I'm very one track in that regard, aren't I? So Arda Gula's return. That will be nice. Actually, let's just talk to these guys here. You have the ability, and we'll go at that. So I think there is like, generally speaking, a prohibitive cost to even developing it to begin with. I mean, something like Football Manager, the incredible work done by the volunteers that make up a significant portion of the researchers is something that you can't go into games development expecting. Like, you know, the infrastructure that is required for SI to even make this is basically dependent on amazing people surrendering their time. And yeah, like, as a business plan, you can't go, I'm going to make a game and we're going to do it with these people that we won't pay, because that's just not a business plan. Right, let's start demanding more. Anita Hammer's the latest on a yellow card. Let's make that change. That's going to be Zanotti. Mosconi's coming on for Kerem. No, Kerem's having a bad game, but we've got to be mindful of the situation there. We are going to push. Actually, if I do that first, if I do that, that keeps Mark's specific position. And then when I do that, that keeps Mark's specific position. So I like that. That helps a lot. Instead of Cantero. Right. I'm actually thinking Ardagula there. Instead of Cantero, I'm bringing on Cajuste. So Reinders further forwards. I am dropping down to positive, but be more expressive. We are going to try and just stretch the play a little bit. I have faith in you. Let's see if we can get ourselves a goal against our own goalkeeper a little bit later. Tells of the tapes, the formation looks very Pez to me. So yeah, it's just based on moving players from our 4-4-2 that we had down at IFK Mariam, because we weren't quite able to get guys in our right places. Oh, what was that noise? Ardagula with an almost incredible goal. David Fusari with a sensational save. That would have been nice. That would have been nice. So DM basis, they've tried with some sports, but football is the most popular sport in the world by probably quite a considerable margin. There's only really FM in the market. I'm guessing they're not financially viable in other sports. Exactly that, I imagine. It probably exists for baseball, out of the park baseball indeed, but otherwise. And again, you know, I think they rely on having existed a long time ago with this. I should have made some changes. Well. A disappointing draw against bottom of the table, Hellas Verona. Our goalkeeper, David Fusari, was the man that stood between us and victory. That is frustrating. That is frustrating. There's also a very detailed horse racing management sim, starters orders. So there we go. Inter win their game in hand. We are now in a position where if we win our game in hand, not their game in hand, Inter just won their game. If we win our game in hand, we no longer can catch up with Inter. We'll move to 2 points behind. Our next game, we have no defenders now as well, but we should hopefully have some of our other guys back. I'm going to clear the squad. I'm going to... okay. Right, okay. What a run-in coming up. What a run-in coming up. That's going to make or break. So let's have a think here. I think... No, we keep on going. I was thinking, right, okay. So in my head, I was thinking, okay, maybe we end, because if we carry on for like another hour and a half or so, we would end up coming through, probably finishing about the Inter Milan game, right? And it's quite possible that as a result of those fixtures, the rest of the season becomes a dead rubber. But now let's keep on going. We've only been going for 3.5 hours. What we will do though is we're going to look at players by fitness. So we're going to say you, those players, and Cantero, we're going to say for these guys, just make them ready for the under-20 squad for 60 minutes every game. We're going to say for Nuama and Arda and Isaac, who've just returned from injury, we're going to make them available for the next match for just 60 minutes, so just for the next game there. Alvarez can be available forever. And then we will go on holiday until just before there, because we do have an ad break coming up, and then hopefully once we're out of that ad break, we're back into the next games. But let's catch up before the ad break goes there. So nickname, open source interface, open source match engine, import feature where you can import data from other games. Just a thought. And with that open source approach, how are you paying for licenses? I mean, that requires some wonderful, benevolent people at the top that are going to pay for something that then becomes open source, so their ability to then potentially make it down the line. You can get some wonderful stuff open source, but I don't think it would work in this particular industry because of the way that you'd need everyone else within it, all the other clubs and everything to be on board as well. Come on, guys, be better. Don't make Hill Mustardon send you horses' heads. That's part of the horse race management sim that Rich was talking about earlier. So Tout de France also has a nice manager game. Tour de France, fair enough. DM based, I know we've got Out of the Park based. There's also East Side Hockey Manager. That's what it was called. There's been a few cricket managers for a couple of years too. F1 Motorsport Manager was doing well. Or hasn't F1 Motorsport Manager, was it F1 Motorsport Manager that closed down? Possibly. I don't think they can accept a game with graphics like this, understanding it's not the graphics, but the depth and details of management in the sport. There's a good few wrestling sims and an MMA sim, which is quite cool as well. There's Pro Cycling Manager. That's a good shout. Oh, that's Tour de France. Tour de France. Right. Okay. Yeah. I used to play it when you had good Norwegians like Hushoft. It's been years now. Fair enough. Space Puffin. What's the minimum you'd recommend for searching for players by statistics? Are the exports necessary, or can you get a good feel without? So as you see, Space Puffin, with the way that I do most of my videos, I very rarely use spreadsheets. Only in very special circumstances when we're exploring an idea. Otherwise, I stick to within the game. I will look at my players, look for better than my players within the game, within the search functions that are available here. His F1 Manager was cancelled. There we go. Cool. So nickname, you don't need a license if you don't intend for people to use licensed data, but you just don't try to stop them if they do. I mean, it would be very bold. It would be very bold. We have seen how aggressive FIFA and UEFA and various leagues are when it comes to things that impinge on their license. So I mean, if someone is willing to take the risk, by all means, but I wouldn't personally. Right. The ad break is about to be here. We're going on holiday. We'll be back in a few moments. So I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. And we're back. We're back. And since we've gone, France have gone and taken the lead. 1-0, it's been coming. Who scored the goal? Who scored the goal? Basha and Cascarino are destroying us. I love Delphine Cascarino. What a sensation. She's just so fun to watch. And I know you say no relation to Tony, but she was born in 1995, I think. And during that, in the summer of 1995, and during that summer was when Tony Cascarino moved for between, I can't remember which clubs, it was at Marseille and someone else, I think. But the village or the town she was born in, right? She was exactly equidistant between the two clubs he moved. So, you know, they're not related, but coincidence much, right? Coincidence. Surely. Logo Crack players have gotten cease and desist letters, and many of the websites indeed as well. Bring on the Longbowmen and Trafalgar. Got to have a little bit of the Pez renames. You could just make a football game that can import a CSV, then the people that share modded CSVs will get the cease and desist orders. There is a lot of hope that they won't. You know, there are many situations whereby there have been proof that creating the platform that hosts these things can find yourself in trouble, and times when it hasn't. It ultimately comes down to where it's challenged in court, which would probably impact where you could actually make it open source. And necessarily how they've responded accordingly, where you get certain platforms that have to be involved in the moderation and creating something that allows distribution of licensed content is completely unallowed, whereas you get other platforms that have somehow won their battles, and therefore the responsibility falls upon the users themselves. And you know, it's a risk. It would be a very, very questionable approach. It's worth trying. It's worth trying, but there we go. Damn, what an intake. Golden generation of shit. We've got 3 top talents, apparently. So yes, whilst we're on holiday, we had the announcement of new youth players. Nobody is currently like a standout at their age, but we have a sweeper keeper called Dario Giovannioli. Fairly determined personality, 6 foot tall currently. He has agility. He can't rush out. Good decision making, good commands. What's his handling like? Handling's good. There is maybe the shell of a good player in there. No concerns about injuries, so I'm fine with that one. Andrea Soldati, balanced, likes to get forwards, a central midfielder, left-footed, very aggressive. Again, we probably not too much to improve film physically, really. I mean, you'd want everything to be at least good, right? Oh, it's 2-0 now. Oh dear. Who scored both the goals? That's the key question there. Like defensively, he's got aggression. That's great, but doesn't have bravery. So he wants to get involved, but as soon as he gets involved, he gets scared and runs away. Can't pass, can't dribble, can't control the ball, can't tackle, can't mark. Doesn't have great positioning. I don't feel particularly encouraged by Soldati. He would need a lot of improvement. Right, okay, so we have Dario G is now called Sunshine. I see what you've done there. Where is... Oh, you have to do it out here, don't you? Misk, set nickname, beautiful stuff. Dario G is now called Sunshine. I wish I was that quick and witty. Beautiful work, DM Bassist. Right, we have Carmine Colombo, described as a Mazzala, right-footed, 15 years old, resolute personality. He is slow, but good in terms of endurance, so that's something we can certainly work with. Doesn't have much that he can offer defensively. Can carry the ball, got good passing, good technique. Vision, flair, and first touch would need some work, as would off the ball. Not as much of a project as Soldati. Carmine Colombo, good personality. I think there's something we could perhaps work with there. That should be good. In fact, whilst we're going through, let's see if can we set their... we can't whilst they're trial players from the looks of things, or maybe because I've delegated that out to the youth managers. So that's absolutely fine. We'll see what happens thereafter. Now, these next few players, they should have at least semi-decent attributes to start off with, even if their potential's lower. So Francesco Oliveri, a balanced 6'2", Already balding centre-back. Right-footed. Slow, lacks agility, but good jumping, lacks strength, can't head. Good aggression, can't do any of the defensive stuff. Passing, first touch. He'd need a long way to go. He would need a long way to go as well. I don't think that Francesco Oliveira is going to make the grade. Okay, FMG&G, what are we going for? What are we going for? A DM basis, and for anyone under a certain vintage, I like it, you might need to Google it. You might indeed. Yeah, should have double-checked Colombo's injury proneness. Isn't injury prone, so that's good. So, Colombo is to Juan Morting. Juan Morting. Juan Morting. Just Juan Morting. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Gianluca Savini is a poacher. He's 5'9", fairly professional. From an attribute standpoint, he is truly awful physically. He's got some pace, he's got some strength, he lacks bravery. He can't head. Good movement, good decision making and anticipation. That's encouraging. Dribbling first touch. I'm not feeling positive about Savini, unfortunately. Exactly, Space Puffin gets it. Space Puffin gets it. Yeah, I'm not sure I see a path for Scavini. Yeah, I'm not feeling good there. Demis Raffaello with the sweeped haircut, left fullback, balanced personality. Again, physically, quite a long way short at the moment. But he can tackle, got good concentration. So things that can't be trained, he's already good at, which is all right. Decision making and bravery. So we'd want to focus on improving his position making as a left back alongside his physicals. He can already cross. He can't pass. Passing being poor is a real concern. Like if it was just average is what they call that range there, that would be fine. You can have a player who is just serviceable in those elements, but you would want passing to eventually reach good, and that means it would need to improve by at least 6 or 7 points, which might be a bit too much of an ask. He is injury prone, so that might not be so good for him. We'll look at Capra and Zinco as well, because they've got 1-star current ability. So Capra is a temperamental right winger, 5'9", tries killer balls, argues with officials. He's got good acceleration and stamina and agility. That's good. He lacks bravery, can't do anything defensively, can't dribble, can't pass, can't control the ball, has no composure. His decision making is appalling. He doesn't move. He can't anticipate situations. Alessandro Capra, I'm not feeling confident on that one. And finally, Samir Zinco, a fickle left winger, left foot only, 5'9", Italian, but I'm guessing a second nationality of Slovenian. He is indeed Slovenian there. Right, he starts off good acceleration, pace, stamina, agility, balance. That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. That's something we can work with. Even if he has low work rate, teamwork, got decent determination. Bravery, that's a bit of a concern. Decision making, at least that could become at least good to begin with. Can't do anything defensively. Technically, however, he actually can't do anything. He's got good movement, so he'll be able to get into a spot for people to pass it to him, and then he won't be able to do anything with it. I feel like this is a player you could develop to be a very, very specialised winger. In so much as we already seem to have key parts there and there. And if our focus is just on dribbling, first touch, crossing, technique and passing, so just on ball control, crossing and passing areas, we're not going to get everything up. But we might be able to get like a fringe player that can stand out there and send in crosses. So yeah, a bit of a shit group. This is like reading my old school reports. Can't, doesn't, won't. Yeah, Supreme Crime, just bim down the wing and cross. Knock ball past opponent and cross. That's exactly it. I mean, essentially, I am more confident of him than I am some of the others, but that's not necessarily a great sign. Our youth team's doing okay. We've lost another striker to injury, but he's back already. Youth candidates evaluated, but is he not responsible for signing them? No, he's not, is he? That's my mistake there. I always forget about that. So I think I might need to arrange these myself. I'll see if there's another message. There's usually another message that comes through about it. No. Obviously, we did move forwards another 2 weeks after that point. Pineapple Pizza is now a fully pledged Spanish international. 1 cap, 0 goals. He got a 6.5 rating, so he didn't have a great time. He's currently got 5 goals in 14 appearances for Celta Vigo. 2 assists in there. He's been playing up front, I hope. So a 1 in 4 score, 1 in 3 once you take minutes into consideration. Not great, but enough to get himself into the Spain setup. Well, I assume we do have players in here. That's nice. So currently, the world's best players. We've got a Galatasaray central defender, 5'10", allegedly the greatest there. We will give him a scout. There is a Club America right winger, Moroccan. Did he come through at Club America? He did indeed. We'll give him a scout as well. We can ignore the players that he was contracted there, wasn't he? Yeah. Roma, I assume he's been signed. Latvian. Nope, so he will count as Italian. So let's have a look at Rafalskis as well. Paris Saint-Germain, I'm not going to poach players off the big clubs, I don't think. So let's go, my lad. Wait, he was mine, wasn't he? Which one? Your Pineapple Pizza was your lad, indeed. He was. I'm sorry. He's in the full international, so that's good. So that's good. Ronnie Jacinto at Schalke. Looks like an interesting player. Currently valued at 41 million. I should have checked the values. 24, not necessarily out of the realm of possibility. We don't know values there. Rafalskis, very affordable. Sabalbira, maybe affordable. Does seem, yeah, let's scout you. Oh, we are scouting you. Jacinto was too much. Gatti, 13.5. We will scout you. There are players that we've probably already scouted before. Someone at Sparta Rotterdam, valued at 40 million. I was looking at Sparta Rotterdam and I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's that's going to be cheap, but no, not at 40 million. So Calileo, indeed. This isn't a public vote available, but it is available for Patreons if that's something that you are interested in. I would look at the full offering over on Patreon rather than just considering signing up for the skin. I feel like there's a really good full offering there, but I wouldn't personally do it just for the skin and the skin alone. So Bill, random question: who is your GOAT and why? Ian Taylor, the greatest Aston Villa player of all time, because he did everything. He tackled, he scored goals, he ran, he created assists, he had the forehead the size of a small island nation. No, more serious answer, it's Messi. For me, it will probably always be Messi. I enjoy watching him play, and especially in his peak. Just made the game seem so simple and so beautiful, such fluidity. Really sparked a lot of happiness watching him. Who is everyone else's GOAT? Let us know. Sipanak, a Moroccan regen at Mexico. There is a story there. You feel so, isn't it? It'd be really interesting to see how that one pans out. 32 mil feels a little too high. Like 30 mil, I think is probably my limit for regens, because if you're trying to find players undervalued, this isn't a Moneyball save, to be fair. We do still use data because that's what I know most. hence why we spent 74 million or whatever it was on Arda Güler. Neil might be on the affordable side, so let's pop these guys out there. Demasia, 61 million, we're not interested in. Arse is definitely affordable, and he's called Arse. So that would be quite cool. Obviously, we've got to be mindful of non-EU stuff there. So why isn't the skin available? Sorry to bother you. If you don't like the question, just ignore it. So Carolero, I have retired from public skinning. I don't really want to have to go through the process of making skins that are fully adaptable at multiple different resolutions and then provide continued support whilst trying to also manage the content creation side of things as well. You will notice that other content creators don't make their own skin. You know, WTCS has a skin, but that's made by TCS. The workload requirements are just too high. So I will do things. I will play around with ideas. I will let patrons have access to all my resources, but it won't be a complete and cohesive element altogether. So Rich, half-time, it's 2-0 to France. England losing all the individual draws and getting dominated midfield. Serena needs to change it. I don't know what the lineups are and anything. What changes would you make? A DM basis, right, you're off for a walk. No worries, try and clear this headache. I hope you feel better soon. Also, the answer to that question is messy. Exactly. So Carolero, I can see as I consider. No worries. Raw Strand, obviously. None of these freaking multiple team players. That's a fair reasoning. I mean, a bold take for sure, but I imagine there are a relatively dwindling pool of top-level Norwegians that also stayed their entire career within Norway, so I appreciate it's a small pool to choose from. Carlos will give him a scout as well. We'll look at Mikaeus, almost certainly not going to be affordable. Habus isn't. Derek, currently at Standard Liège, we can give him a look as well. Top 20 seems reasonable. And we've got Gianni Ricci, currently out on loan at Torino. He's played a whole 5 games, but he is currently the 36th highest ranked youngster. So that's quite encouraging there. So you got Tony Jampson losing his mind with your skin. Congrats. It's good to hear, Tubby. Good to hear. Is Tony on already? I know Tony said that he might be on tonight. I can't remember if he committed to it. But yes, Tony has gone. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's given it a bash. I do need to relink him the video that I sent him. I did a full explainer just listed privately on YouTube to send across to him and his community. I should probably refresh that. That was literally a year ago. So Bill Houdini, similar answer. Gerrard and Messi. Exactly. You've all got to have your favourite team player, right? You've got to have your player that you've got a connection to, and then you've got to have a real answer, the one where you have to acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, there is the need to accept that your own team might not have the greatest players in the world. So can we just get the DOF to do it? If we say nope, we can't. They will leave in May. Right, let's offer Sunshine. Let's sort this bit out first. Breakthrough thing, what's it? I'm fine with that. So we are here essentially dealing with their long-term contracts, which is kind of fine. I don't like being all like we're going to add loads and loads of clauses, but we will add one clause. I think like a year is reasonable. I'm not convinced that Soldati is going to make it, but we will certainly try and bring him in on that regard. Crazy demands, but this we're talking about full-time contracts, so it's going to be 2 years down the line before they even reach that. So not until April 2034. Let's try 6. That's fine. And then Juan Morting. That's better. And we can do it on a youth contract at that point as well. That's cool. And we said out of these guys, Samir Zinko, I definitely feel like we've got hope there on. I wasn't convinced by most of these other guys. Let's do all the 1-star guys anyway, because they're... Well, I shouldn't have done that. There we go. I thought we got a run of players on youngster there. I just quickly zoomed through. It's not the end of the world. I mean, paying someone that might not make the grade right now, £7,000 a week, isn't going to break our finances in any way. And then we'll wait for the next one to come up in terms of. There should be another message a little bit later on, closer to when the contracts are due to expire, that I think we can get away with it. So Tales of Tapes will go for Maradona. Too bad he was a shitty human being. I mean, that's a great shout, a quality player. Yes, he was a shitty human being. There are a lot of shitty human beings, to be fair. Tales of Tapes, don't be daft. Don't be daft. G&G has gone for Gary Breen as the GOAT. I mean, it's why we dream of a team of Gary Breen. I mean, who wouldn't? What a wonderful phrase. I dream of a team of Gary Breen. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Right, teams of the week, blah, 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 blah. We'll move on through there. So Tubby, in your journey, man, you have made a huge drop starting in Malacca and going to Angolan Amateur Club. That is quite a move. What attracted you to an Angolan Amateur Club? Say it loudly. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. Stevie G, of course. So another shout for Stevie G. I mean, again, I completely get it. You have your club goats. Do you really think that Steven Gerrard is the greatest player of all time? If he wasn't a Liverpool player, would he hold that spot for you? Do you like? I'm trying to assess it as honestly as possible. Rich, so you would get us looking more like a 4-3-3. James off, she's isolated and not playing well. Bring on either Ella Toon if fit, or Park, just Park, fair enough. So good championship player for Sunderland was Gary Breen. Premier League, he gave me nightmares. That's because you weren't dreaming of a team of Gary Breens. The Welsh Smithy, your dad's GOAT was Marco van Basten. That's a fair shout. An absolutely quality player. It's a shame that his career got derailed by injuries. Absolutely sensational player. Rich's favourite striker. Tubby, contractor but obligated, and they gave me an interview and offer. Fair enough. That is going to be interesting. What the paths it takes you down. Well, Smithy, what a striker indeed. Breen was part of our legendary 15-point season. I mean, but that legendary 15-point season isn't even good enough to be like the. Is that even in the top three, or well, the bottom three worst seasons? Because obviously there's Derby. What did Southampton finish on in the end? When Villa went down, it was pretty bad as well. See, it's not even that bad a season, that 15-point season. Tubby, $5. Incredible. So Tales of the Tapes. I know Messi is a similar player with a lot more tangible output, but he doesn't have the same magic as Maradona to me. So personally for me, I certainly couldn't argue with that. I couldn't argue with that whatsoever in terms of the footballing aspect. But because I didn't see Maradona play that much in my youth, like properly, all I've ever been able to filter his views through are the highlights. And so I know that I don't have a full picture of how he was during the crap games, essentially, or how he was in those moments where, you know, you have the explosive moments, you have the bits that make the highlights, but what he did during the rest of the game. And so I kind of discount players from the past that I haven't been able to say, like, at least, even if it's just like 10 or 15 full games of, I just don't feel well positioned. There was quite a good chance that Maradona would be my GOAT if I saw him. Might well be. Some of the players from bygone eras. It might be Peter With. Again, showing my Villa bias in there. So Kieran, Jason Lee is the GOAT for me. I mean, he does have a pineapple on his head. And there aren't many other players you can say that about. Tubby, but technically you're working there for free on no contract. Is the $5 just like a peppercorn rent then? You know, it's symbolic. It's there, but you won't actually get it. Right, let's get our squad built up for the game. We do have the Champions League game afterwards, but we have a 4-day gap. And then we have Lazio, then we have Liverpool again. Then we have Napoli, or is it Inter at that point? Right, so Zanotti, Monterisi, no, Hasuki, Monterisi. Bjorn Rod is perpetually tired, so he's not available for this game after international duty. We've got Rocha, we've got Kari, we have Nuama, we have Gula, we have Kerem, we have Isaac. And then we consider what changes we might want to make just to keep a couple of players fresh for the Liverpool game. So we'll start Reinders. We will start Mosconi. And then the rest of these guys on the bench. No, we'll start Isaac and bring him off relatively early, I think. That's the hope. Yes, yada, yada, that's cool. Sabrine scored in a World Cup final. Not many have done that. Exactly. A perfectly reasonable reason why to go. As I say it, Lowry says, yes, you truly believe that Stevie G could do anything. Tackle, suffer, drive, create, score, win, probably not goalkeeping. He was lucky, he was unlucky, he was perfect. I mean, he can also slip. I know that is bad level banter. I do apologise wholeheartedly for what is a particularly lazy joke there. But yeah, Stevie G to me, my criticism will always be that he took control too much. I know that is seen as a good sign, leadership and stuff, but the amount of games that Liverpool lost because they'd be like 1-0 down with 15 minutes to go, and for the last 15 minutes, Steven Gerrard would shoot from 30 yards every opportunity he got. But it would work. It would work against West Ham in the FA Cup final. It would work on moments. And so people go, he's amazing. And you kind of forget about the other 10 games, well, probably only like 3 or 4 games that season alone that were lost because he just kept on wasting the ball for that glory moment. So that's my criticism of him in that regard. LP Flowers goes for Jonathan Kodjia is the greatest player to ever kick a football. I'm so sad that Kodjia didn't really get a chance with Villa in the Premier League. I quite like Jonathan Kodjia. Zanotti from the edge of the off the inside of the post. Canizares was beaten all ends up, but it slams away, rolls across the front of the goal. Oh, that's disappointing. Tubby, it was a typo. The $5 was a typo. Okay, fair enough. Derby were 11 points, Southampton 12. Then I think it's Sunderland with 15. Prior to that, you had the 19-point season as well. Zerachel, the good old days, talking about the players, I take it, rather than Sunderland getting relegated. Alu Palku, do you have a least favourite, most hated player? Nah. I mean, there are certainly players I dislike. I think are generally not particularly. Most of that will be related to them not being particularly nice human beings. But generally speaking, when it comes to footballing ability, thank you very much for the hydrate. I don't like to pass it as the idea of a player being bad or hated. Every single player out there is eminently better than I could ever be. They are exceptional. And playing a game at fast pace is a very difficult thing. Being less good than some other players, you're still damn good. You're still bloody good, and I have a lot of respect for that. But there are some people who are, without doubt, just dicks. Right, so here come the changes, and the changes are going to consider for Mosconi there. Let's push you forwards. Can I keep it with the mark position if I move there? No. So we're going to go to the inverted winger version. Was it saying wide midfielder? It's remembered it. It has remembered it from wide midfielder. Okay, we can do that. That's fine. That makes my life a lot easier. We're going to swap you round there. So you will sit a little bit more now. You're going to help push forwards and take a few more risks from midfield. You're going to increase the tempo in the second half. So Messi's the GOAT, but Buffon is your all-time favourite. Another fine shout. Check another. And yes, I love goalkeepers for whatever reason, evidently. But that's perfectly reasonable. They very rarely get love. And when you talk about the conversations of the greatest goalkeepers ever, perfectly reasonable conversation to have. Right, we've got another injury at right back. We are dropping down to positive. Be more expressive. Increase that up there. Let's take that off, go wider. Ardagula hasn't been any better since we made the changes, so we're going to bring on you. Is it going to be back-to-back disappointing defeats? Is it going not defeats, I was going to say draws, but it might be defeats. Or is Palmer going to do it all alone? Palmer, he's got a man up front. He finds Mosconi. Mosconi. Cut back inside. It's a horrible challenge. Oh, what on earth was that from the defender there? Mosconi was going nowhere and he's just scythed him down. That is shocking. Oh no, Carl Palmer, his one brain cell. There we go. Beautiful stuff. We needed that.
Because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands. Goals for the fans. It's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands.
Boom. That is what we needed. I say it loudly. That was unlucky. Fair enough. So Zoachal ranks both Lampard and Scholes over Gerrard. Lampard, I do prefer Lampard. I'm not going to I don't have a reason to lie. So yeah, I'm not going to lie in that regard. Scholes is a funny player, I like Scholes, but also I don't. Right, could you stay to come on? That means we're going to swap these guys round that way into the last 20 minutes. Are we able to get a second? Palmer to Nuama on the edge of the box. Nuama back to Donna Kebab, who come on as a substitute for Anita Hammer. Shot ends up into the man. Kebab once more on the ball, finds Reinders. Reinders can't dig out across, and that wasn't a highlight. There we go. So Tales of the Tapes, didn't see Maradona, here's before my time, but what I've retroactively seen is enough to convince me. That's fair. Say it loudly, the worst for him, Balotelli. MTG, your GOAT would be Marco Materazzi. Is it for being headbutted? That's understandable. Donna Kebab. Oh, beautiful stuff. 2-0, that's what we needed. There's not enough time for them to come back here, even if we concede a late goal. Blayon Kurtlis on the ball, finds Michelini on the outside, gets to the byline, sends it across. Omaroa, there we go. Luan Mustafa gets a goal in the 7th minute of 5 minutes injury time. So we should be safe from here. Tales of the Tapes is not having any Super Mario Balotelli slander. Rotislav hated Bayern from the late 90s, beginning of Zozo, Khan, Yanker and the gang. Now, however, I start to respect them and to some extent miss players like them. That's fair. I mean, it's understandable to be, like, in the moment, you're going to dislike players, especially players that are good and against you. There we go. A reasonable, we got the win that we deserved. It took a little bit more. It took a penalty that we needed. Kieran says that one brain cell, but it's more footballing brain than most. I mean, there's a fair point there. So that does see us bring ourselves within 2 points of Inter Milan. To be fair to us, if we had beat Hellas Verona in that last game, we would have been joint top, but we would have also been behind on goal difference. We would have needed to have won that game by like 73 goals or something. Well, 10 or 12 to put ourselves in that position. So here we go. Benato won't be back in time. Skamaka won't really be back in time for the next game. So many injuries up front. Hernandez, Hammer in. Bjorn Rod will be part of the starting lineup as per usual. Rocha comes in as well. Gula, Nuama. That's basically my best front line, I think. Although Gula was bad in the last game, as was Kerem, to be fair. As was Izuk. So we're gonna... Kerem's generally been more poor overall. Let's start Palmer up front. That'll be the approach for the next game, I think. Play on ref. Supreme Con. Oh, it's amazing. It should have been a red card as well. I know double jeopardy, but I am absolutely against that. So Echo is on again. Okay, thank you very much. I do apologise. I'm What am I? I'm 3 minutes behind, so I do apologize. You would have heard that twice. That should be off now. That should be off. Space Puffin, Scholes' mythology is better than he ever was a footballer. I mean, like, Scholes was a phenomenal footballer. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Whether I'd put him above Gerrard certainly had a wider skill set. So Supreme Crown, Scholes isn't the same type of player as Lamps and Gerrard. I find a lot of people who rate him third out the others doesn't keep that in mind. Indeed, they're a very, very different player style, but also Lampard was quite a different player to Gerrard as well. Actually, Scholes is more of a passer than Lampard, but they were certainly. I would say that Scholes and Lampard are more similar than either of them were to Gerrard, because Gerrard is a passer as well as being when he was wanting to be disciplined, he could do the defensive work, but sometimes wanted to play hero ball and so wasn't disciplined. Even Lord Bentner was better than Super Mario. Balotelli, however, holds a special place for Tales of the Tapes. He's the same age as you, and he was the wonder kid back when you really got into FM. That is reasonable. I do believe he had the talent and potential to be off on the same level as players like Zlatan or Totti. He just didn't have the right mindset. Don't think anyone can argue with that, can they? Definitely can't argue with that. Rich, this is like watching England men in the days of McLaren or Taylor. Is it that bad? Is it that? What do you think's going wrong? Is it just a case of maybe some complacency? Is there a stagnation around Serena Wiegmann? Is it just first game of the tournament and not necessarily hitting it in stride? And it's not really anything to worry about, so to speak? Or yeah, what are your very difficult whilst the game's going on, but what is your diagnosis? Zerachel, Bentner was good that one season in Rosenborg before he decided to go home to Denmark on holiday and beat up a guy. Again, another example of a football player that, reason to be hated is because of their personality. Or their, whether personality is the right word there, I'm not necessarily sure, but because of the actions that they've done. And similar goes for Stephen. I feels like I'm picking on Stephen Gerrard here. I am very sorry to say it loudly. But I am sure that some of my opinion on Stephen Gerrard is very much coloured by his behaviour towards DJs. Look, I'm not going to strongly defend DJs as a group. This isn't like we've come to DJs Anonymous and that I am their strongest advocate or something. But I'm sure that does colour my opinion without some doubt. So Matt says Scholes was a dictator of tempo, Lampard was a goal scorer, and Gerrard was an engine. I mean, that's kind of fair. I'd say that Scholes, later Scholes might have been a tempo, but early Scholes was a buzz around behind the striker, and Paul. You could call it a dictator of tempo, but I tend to think of dictators of tempo as being players that are generally a bit deeper. He was a player that could slip through passes, but also was trying to get in the box, trying to score. Very much a goal scorer of Lampard's style. And then as he got older, because he was never the fastest to begin with, he did then become a little bit more of the playmakery style of player. Would be my reading of it anyway. Giggs had unmatched wives stolen per 90 stats and hair chest. Yeah, indeed. Another streamer paid off by the DJ lobby. Exactly. Supreme Crown, I'm young, so I seen old Skulls. That's fair. That's fair. Right, here we go into the game. So I need to remember to turn off desktop audio after this moment. We go into the game. I'm almost certainly going to forget. That's kind of my thing, isn't it? We do need to make sure we do our marking settings once we're in the game. So let's see. We'll go with that. I have faith. Let's do one more. I have faith. I don't want to risk it on the others. We've got Lewis as the more attacking one. He's on the right. Sakari needs to pick up Lewis. He is picking up Rico Lewis. That's fine. Rocha has to pick up the attacking midfielder. He is picking up the attacking midfielder central. And that means Palmer picks up Gertrude, which he is. Beautiful stuff. And let's head on in. Dave Azzopardi starting at left back. I remember to turn off desktop audio. Beautiful stuff. And right off the bat, we see momentum in favour of Liverpool. I think this is going to be a tough game. Lewis on the ball. Works it all the way back to Gregor Kerbel. Into Lewis once more. Back. If we can force them into a mistake, keep them under pressure, keep it deep. But no, Darwin comes to get the ball. Spreads it out wide to Alexander Isak. Lovely switch of play. Now Szoboszlai. The old guard are still there. Ibrahima Konate. Alexander-Arnold inverting as we expect. Azzopardi interverts. Verts over the top. Lewis with an absolutely sensational strike. Off the bar. Crossed in. We are forced. That would have been an incredible goal. Pressure's not gone. Here's Verts. Sends it in once more. Björn Rod gets there. Let's just try and calm these guys down. Get them to focus a little bit. Quan, you're young, so you've only seen old Skulls. Still rate him highly. I mean, was a quality player both at young Skulls and old Skulls. No doubt about that whatsoever. Wait, you signed Isak? Yes, so we signed Isak in the summer. We are putting together a team of old boys. We're going the full AC Milan approach of embracing old age. Arda Güler sends it in. Palmer's going to get there at the edge of the box. Palmer sends the ball in the second time. Bjorn Rod with the header off the outside of the post behind for a goal kick. That was a nice chance there. Momentum kind of going quite well in our favour there. And you can see we do have them hemmed back, which is a good sign. But from an XG perspective, Liverpool have had some good chances. We haven't necessarily dominated the game. Let's try and demand a little bit into the last second. Which is demand for free pizza because I'm Nicholas Bentner. I mean, it's a good argument. It's a good answer for it. Tells the tapes. I find Giggs having model citizen personality in the 95 database kind of funny. That is quite ridiculous. I suppose, though, at the time of the game, he would have been seen as somebody that just got his head down, worked on it. It was a shining example. Right, so I'm not happy. We need to do more. Let's run through these. Let's no, not tactics. I need to go back to here. So pretty even. Ball share is very even, but we have been a lot more in the final third. So those 72 final third passes have resulted in the same amount of shots as Liverpool's 13. So we need to be more incisive. That's the first thing to mark. So that's probably going to be tempo increased. Nuama loses the ball every 3 times. That's kind of okay for a creative player. Same goes there with Arda Güler. But I would like to see Güler and Isak. So we've had a lot of passes, but we're not getting it through to those final 3. So we are just going for, we're not going to increase the tempo. We're just going to be more expressive. We're going to try and get them to hit a few more crosses. So Theo, Nuama, let's try and send it into the box and get the ball into areas that we can perhaps cause a little bit of problems. And hopefully we're going to pick up a bit in the second half. And if we end up with a draw at home, you got to feel our chances in the second leg aren't necessarily great. The world Smithy, age is but a number. Milan probably, exactly. Although in the game, the board are unhappy at me for not signing under 23s. Here's Theo. Theo, can he get the cross in? He can. Isak with the chance. So he didn't get a good purchase on it, and it's flashed wide of goal. He was in a great position there. Oh, Isak. We are going to make the change. Nuama's coming off. Kerem is coming on. We're also, I think we're going to ask Reinders to come on and play in a slightly more attacking capacity. Let's see what we're going for. We're going to fire you up. Come on, I want to see some passionate responses. Or to concede by fanning around with it in our own half. Reinders, beautiful, sprays the play out to Palmer. Palmer beats his man. Look at that. Just dances inside. Finds Kerem. Kerem returns it to Palmer. Palmer sends it across, but the shot is blocked by Geertruida, denying Isaac. And now we've lost a defender. We've lost Anita Hammer. And my other defenders, Matches Onotti, got injured in the last game. So we're going to play our right back out there. Boom. Boom. That's a Zerachul. I don't know what the link is. I will try and see it at some point. Dean Basis is back. Welcome back, my dude. How are you? Your walk got rained off. Oh no. Okay. Glad to see we're still here. We are indeed still here. And Theo is trying to win the header. He can't. Kerem though. Kerem.
Milan, come together, clap your hands, save me. Scoring goes AC Milan.
Kerem. Palmer, it bounces around and Kerem is there, right on cue to sweep it home from 10 yards out. 1-0 up, that's good. Gula, however, is not looking in a good spot. So we're going to bring on Kajuste. Kajuste is going to play as a ball-winning midfielder now. Reinders can push a little bit further up. This is our last stoppage, so we can only make the 2 changes. We're going to bring off Isaac. We're going to bring on... And that means these come off. This drops down. Yes, we probably want to get a second goal. A 2-0 lead is better than a 1-0 lead, but I don't like 2-0 leads, so, you know. Just a win would be so huge. This Liverpool team still looks very, very good. And we have done it. We have done it. There we go. A 1-0 lead takes us into the second leg. Kerem with the magic right at the end. Beautiful stuff. Koratiba asks, is it weird to go to uni, take a test carrying luggage? I think it's pretty awkward. I mean, if you need to take luggage and you've got to go somewhere else afterwards, perfectly reasonable, right? You have a 10-hour bus ride to take after said test. Like, I don't see there being anything wrong with that. Is there somewhere that you can store it safely would be the only my only concern. That's the ultimately all the but yeah, I wouldn't say that seems weird or awkward. So day and basis does seem a bit odd, but if needs must, then go for it. Every highlight is just screaming you're about to get FM'd. We got away with it. So day and basis, it's been a hot and dry all day with no rain forecast. I go out in shorts and a t-shirt, get down to the river, and the heavens open. That is quite typical. That is quite typical, really, isn't it? But I mean, it's clearly just a hint from the universe that you needed to come back and watch this. As we now go into our game against Lazio away from home. Our results against Lazio earlier on in the season was a 3-0 win. That was when we first changed over to the 4-4-2 as well, I think. And we're like, oh, this might actually work. So Liverpool signed Wirtz. Pretty realistic. It is, isn't it? It is. They kept hold of Darwin, possibly and Trent, so a little bit less realistic on that front. Right, we're getting some reports back. 25 to 36 million for an 18-year-old. I'm afraid I didn't add any of these guys to the shortlist, so that's absolutely fine. So they should just appear in my lovely little players scouted section for when we do come up to a transfer window. So Koratiba, you have no idea. The lockers are pretty small. The only thing I would probably say is whether you can speak to staff and say, hey, is there somewhere I can keep this securely? But yeah, like, if you've got to get a bus, you've got to take a long trip afterwards. Absolutely makes sense than going there and coming back and all that. Yeah. Fuck making your journey longer unnecessarily. So Welsh Smithy, you remember someone in your uni turning up with a suitcase in hand, finished the exam, flew to Florida straight away? Exactly. Perfect. You're going to have to take 2 urban buses to go to uni. I'm going to get some reps done at least. I mean, that is going to be... it's the one thing I hate about not driving is holidays. Lugging luggage around on and off buses and trains and all that malarkey. So stressful. Almost as stressful as us being without any right backs now. So Anita Hammer is out for like 6 weeks. Okay, 4 weeks, sorry, 2 to 4 weeks. Zanotti is out. We will hopefully have our all of our attackers back though by this weekend. Oh no, they're 3 days away, did it say? Tomorrow and tomorrow. Okay, no, they should be back to at least be on the bench against that there. So can Navarro play on the right? He can't. So we're going to put Hasuki in centrally. Hasuki's not the greatest passer from what I recall. 4.78, 93 might actually be better. Okay, no, maybe I'm wrong there. Drop you guys out. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully that will be sufficient for us. Oh, where is Kimmich when we need him? Zerachel. So Real are 2-0 up against Dortmund. Well, that didn't take long. That didn't take long at all. So were we looking at potentially PSG versus Real Madrid in the semi-finals? Interesting. So this is the greatest player according to the greatest youth player. He's not in a league that we've got loaded, so we can't really judge on that element there. He is excellent at tackling, excellent decision-making, excellent bravery, stamina. Otherwise solid, not able to head. He's 5'10". He can't dribble. He can pass. Not got great movement. Doesn't seem like a really good player for a 19-year-old. We'd probably want to consider him at right back rather than at centre back, given that he can't head. Pizza Pasta is not getting the amount of football at. He's received 2 substitute appearances. Let's talk to Vincenzo Italiano. I would like you to make a promise. You have made a promise. It will make absolutely no changes whatsoever. I'm almost certain in that regard. Do the AC Milan thing. Play a centre back at right back. We have to. We could play Eamon Kari back there. And part of the reason why I like having the, again, the Emery style of one more defensive fullback, either they invert or they sit a little bit, tuck a little bit more inside, and one who gets forward, is that we can have that be a centre back. That's what we will probably end up doing in the summer, is looking at more of that profile of right back. But yeah, that is a bit of a kick in the teeth nonetheless. Right, Inter. That's so disappointing. Inter had that one defeat against Napoli, and then had games against you know when a team loses one game, you want that to be the AI, at least the catalyst for them to then like collapse a little bit. But Inter have responded straight away. Two league wins back to back. We need them to collapse. We've got a big game here against Lazio. Oh, I'm nervous. Genuinely nervous, because I think if we lose this, if we lose this with 7 games remaining for us, because we've played that would take us up to 31. But if we're 5 points behind right now. Yeah. If we lose Inter win, that's 8 points. They've got 6 games, we've got 7. That feels like it could be too big a chasm to cross. So there's a lot of pressure on this game. Scamacca and Benato back on the bench. Does Kerem come into the starting lineup after his heroics? He does. And Cole Palmer takes up Gula's spot there. Roshik and everything else. So let's go with that. So Hamadin, have you not deleted the file that messes up the name for Inter, but you've done it for AC Milan? So when the changes to the licenses happened with Inter, AC, and a few other clubs, it just seemed to be Inter within my save that didn't change. I'm really not that bothered. It's changed the other names. It makes so little difference to my experience of the game that I couldn't be bothered to refresh and go through that process again. Lazy, I know. No pressure. I have faith. I have faith. I have faith. Here we are. We've got Vettelson. How old is Hugo Vettelson now? Because he's not young at the start of the game. So, okay, he's what, 24, 25. That seems reasonable. Vettelson is the more attacking option. So, the defensive midfielder takes the more attacking option, which is Vettelson there. Perfect. The remaining midfielder takes the attacking midfielder central. Perfect. And the false 9 takes the other defensive midfielder, which is Rebella. That is perfect. Here we go. Hopefully we can do that. Hamilton, how that's weird, but if it doesn't bother you, doesn't matter that much, I suppose. Exactly. Welcome in Jambasir as well. Lovely to see you, my dude. So this skin isn't publicly available, I'm afraid. It is kind of to Patreons. Head on over to the Patreon to read the FAQs about whether you're interested in that regards. But yeah, it's just something was playing around. Obviously, I play an attributeless approach. I've made the Musterman Iconic skin, which is a public available skin where attributes are replaced. So this is just kind of another idea around that. Opening 15 minutes, we've been good. 5 shots, very much in control. Be nice to get a goal here. Kari out to Theo. Theo down the left. Theo, get that ball in. You can. Nuama isn't going to be the player to win headers, but it's come as far as Suzuki. He sends the cross in. It takes the deflection. It's a great save by Oliver Zich, the Aston Villa youth goalkeeper at the beginning of the game. Benikage's back in. Welcome in, my dude. How's it going? How was your stream? How was everything going on? If you're not following Benny, you most definitely should. Give that a lovely little hit as Motta's in behind Atabola with the save. Oh, we're cooked, mate. That's not good. Right, here comes the corner. Cleared by Bjorn Rod. Only as far as Bursma. Kerem, great work at the back there. Season 3, we're going to be cooked. How was it? It's just constant bad results, or you lost a lot of players. Okay, it's very much in Lazio's favourite the last few moments. Ravella, good tackle from Rocha. Not a good tackle from Rocha? Wow. Johnson takes it. Atabolo can't stop it. It's 1-0 to Lazio. Brennan Johnson's 20th goal of the season. That is daylight robbery. Oh, disgraceful. So you've lost 11 players whose contract expired, only got 2 to 3 replacements. Oh God, went over the wage budget to sign them. No transfer budget because the club's in the red. Those 11 players gave you enough wages to re-sign 3 high potential youths, but we might be cooked. We have basically 0 depth. That does sound remarkably challenging. It's a summer league, which last season you had 17 league games and 2 cup games in the opening 9 weeks. Grim. Can we get a response? Or are we seeing our title challenge fade away in front of our eyes right now? Lazio 1-0 up. It's a questionable penalty. Even the commentary said they were surprised it stood after the VAR review. Kari to Palmer. Theo, he's been dangerous with his crosses before. Kari now. Across to Nuama. Nuama with a response.
Milan have scored again. Yes, Milan, the score night and day. You can get away.
Ernest Nuama with the goal. It's his first goal of this evening after returning from injury. He was injured when we started this stream. He returned from injury. He then got injured again. He's back once more. Our top goal scorer with a pathetic 12 goals so far this season. Pathetic for a top goal scorer. Not pathetic for him. He's doing great. Yes. Finally breaks a long wait as Ravella fires over. Let's demand more. We need a little bit there. So nickname managed to win the J2 League. Congratulations. Scouted every player in the Japanese youth teams, but none of the Wonder Kids fancy joining me. I mean, that's understandable. Right. Penalty aside, we've been the better team. Momentum in our favour. Couple of spells there. That's not a full 5 minutes. That penalty is basically all their chance. If we carry on as we are, we should be okay in the second half. Oh my. Oh my, we've got a lovely Dill is in, a delicious Dill is in once again. How are you doing, sir? How's your weekend so far? To both you and to Benny, how were your 4th of Julys? We will tell them that we're not happy though, because as much as I say that I feel like we're doing okay, I'm not going to let them feel positive. They need to know that they need to step it up. They need to step it up seriously. We won't make any major changes right now. We will look to give it maybe 15 minutes into the second half. So into these early parts, we've seen some shots quickly appear there, but not any highlights until that one from Monterisi. Over. Not a particularly great quality chance, that's for sure. If you guys aren't following Dill, you dear God, you should be. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely wonderful creator. I strongly recommend checking him out. So Benny, it was okay. 8 ribs streamed. 4th of July is just really a day off work for me. I mean, it sounds like a pretty good day, to be fair. Delicious Dill, exactly. Whoa, pause. He is delicious. He is delightful. He is delinquent. I've told him this. I only know 3 words that begin with Dill. So yeah, chilling, had a nice one with some friends, despite not much to be celebrating for as a country right now. I mean, yeah, I completely get that. But like as Benny explains, like just a day of work, an excuse to get together, try and ignore the not so positive aspects and just use it as an excuse to have a good day, hopefully. Right, Noama is tired. We've got a big game against Liverpool coming up. We keep him on for a little bit longer. We're going to risk this with both of our just returned from injury players coming on. I'm sure at least one of them will get injured. Almost certainly. We're going to be more expressive. Going to hit those early crosses again. And we're going to make you a Volante. I think that's okay. I don't need to say anything to Navarro. He's focused. I'm going to say no pressure to the others. They feel it lifted. I am encouraged by that. MTG, thank you so much for the follow, my dude. As well as Double I, so eager to so. Welcome in. Very much appreciate it. So Dill, jacuzzi heater at our friend's caught on fire. So we had to call the fire department though, Lo. Oh my God. It was all good though. Okay, fair enough. Wow. That is an eventful 4th of July. Right, here's Palmer. He feeds it to Navarro on as a substitute. Can he be the man to create the magic moment? He crosses it to Benato.
Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals. Turning Milanese, got me turning Milanese when we score goals.
There we go, 2-1. The title challenge isn't over yet. We are still in the hunt, potentially. Potentially, not guaranteed, but potentially. And now we do need to make those changes for the players that are looking tired. And that's going to be Rocha coming off. That's going to be Nuama coming off. That's going to be us stop being more expressive. But we will keep the crosses coming in. See if we can get a third. Much more important for us to make sure we stick on it, rather than perhaps inviting pressure into the last moments, but the momentum is in Lazio's favour. 2 minutes remain. They're sending the goalkeeper up for a league game. Crazy. Asako Atiba, hopefully your new FC Twente shirt will arrive before Monday, Brazilian time. I hope so. Is it Monday that you're departing? I take it. Is that going back home after the university term ended then, Coritiba? Because yeah, that would be frustrating if it hasn't arrived. So the jacuzzi was your idea too, so low-key your fault. I mean, I don't think that when you had the idea that you expected it to set on fire. Unless you knew, at which point you are 100% to blame, you bastard. And what an awful, despicable thing to do. But I'm guessing that wasn't the main thrust. Right, let's get these guys rested up. Training, rest, 1 day. We've just got 3 days until the Liverpool game. But more importantly, in fact, oh, okay, what I was about to say there was actually, let's not continue. Let's watch the Inter Milan game. But Inter Milan have won. It is Badruddin Buonanni. Buonanni scored the winner against us last season when we played them. That keeps them 5 points clear, having played a game more. I mean, Roma aren't a great team in the save, so it would have been a lot to hope for them to win away from home in that circumstance. But we want to keep that pressure on. Keep that pressure on as much as we possibly can. So Gattuso says, how's your day? My day's very good. How is yours? How was your weekend? Dill, you won't say. Okay, you plead the fifth, evidently. So if the data is good, but the attributes is not good according to my league, do I buy the player? That's a decision for you to make. But I generally speaking, the only times I really care about attributes is kind of just a general idea. So I'm not necessarily looking for good players. I'm more looking for players that aren't bad. So if I want to make my primary, let's say we're playing a technical football, so I want to focus on dribbling, first touch, passing, decision making, and teamwork. Maybe they're my DNA. Maybe I'd want those 5 attributes to at least be good. So someone like Antonio Quintero, who's only in the squad at the moment because we've had a bit of an injury crisis, would be a player I'd probably pass on, just generally speaking, because he doesn't fit into my mold, but because he has low teamwork. But otherwise, his decision making, his first touch, passing isn't good enough either, to be fair. Yeah, otherwise he's probably kind of okay. So I might look at it in terms of excluding players only if they're not good enough in very specific things. But if otherwise the performance is there, I don't care whether a player is elite at dribbling if it turns out that they're anyway doing 4 or 5 dribbles per game. So I hope that helps. When do we play Inter again? G&G. It might be the next league game. It might be. Security, but yes, that's you going back home. Yes, I hope it does. I assume that. So I don't know how it works, obviously, in Brazil, but are you currently living in like rented accommodation, or is it university accommodation? Like, is there someone that's going to still be around to be able to forward the shirt on if it doesn't arrive by 8 a.m. on Monday? Because that would be heartbreaking. So yeah, our home game against Inter G&G is the next game up after Liverpool. So it could be it might all fall apart in the next 2 games. Defending a 1-0 lead away from home against Liverpool, and then what is surely the title showdown against Inter. Zerachel, the rage quit is very much incoming. Now, I'll be honest, as I said, so what I said when we got here, I was like, should we end the stream now because these games are really important? What I might be thinking is stopping after the Liverpool game. And let me explain. It's not that difficult an explanation, to be honest. Just if we lose the Inter game tonight, the next session of FM we play is kind of a dead rubber. So it's nice to start the stream with a game of like maximum importance, because we can't necessarily guarantee with the next stream that we're going to end it with a game of maximum importance. So that's the thinking, at least. 2 season-defining games really is Saturday Night Fever. Well, now you've said Saturday Night Fever, that's convinced me to change my opinion there. We've got to embrace a little bit of Night Fever, Night Fever. I can't do falsetto. I can feel the voice crack even as I try just a couple of notes there. Right, I bring in Scamacca, but not Bonato for this game. I bring in... No, I'm doing it the other way around. I bring in Isaac, not Scamacca. I bring in Bonato. I bring out Palmer. Rocha and Kari, absolutely fine. Björn Rod is not a player that can play 2 games a week. We know that. But with Hasuki playing at right back, we kind of need him to. Tarabi. Tarabi is 6'1", but he's not mega in the air. Whereas that other guy was quick, wasn't he? I'm sure we saw that as it was quick, he is quick. So Theo still has decent recovery pace, natural fitness. We're going to play Theo at centre back so that Bjorn Rod, who isn't fit enough, can't get recovery time in between games particularly well. Oh, this is a bad decision. This is a bad decision. Save scum incoming. Yeah, might conveniently crack. It won't. And in fact, actually, we are now in. I should have saved it back at the end of March because I like to have it split into quarters. Let's save so that I don't, that we don't end up in a situation where I rage quit and somehow lose everything. Here we're going with it. We're going with Theo at centre back. I have a horrible feeling that I have just had my Pep moment where I'm overthinking the situation. No pressure. I have faith. I have faith. I have faith. So they're going to the 4-2-4. What's that do to our marking? Walsh 2-1. Oh my. Oh my. Cortiba, you're living with your aunt, but she's travelling, so the shirt will stay at the mailbox until she arrives. Okay, that's not too bad. At least there's... It wouldn't be ideal, obviously, but at least it's not then potentially lost forever. Oops, PC accidentally turned off. Exactly. Benny, have I seen the game peak? I haven't. DM Basis believes. So what we are very, very set in the way that we set up, because in terms of our marking against, we come up across 3 men midfields, whether that's a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1 a lot. We don't come up against 4-4-2s often. So the thought would be we have Bonato, as per usual, stay on Rico Lewis. That's fine. Kari is on the other defence midfielder, Coop Miners. I'm thinking okay, actually I like that. Rocha to pay attention to Florian Wirtz, give us a little bit more help in those positions. You to still stuck inside, sit inside, tuck inside. Let's do it. Oh no, wait a second. That one off. That one on. Here we go. It's 4-2-4, plays 4-2-4. It's a narrow lead. We see Liverpool racing out to some early chances. We are, though, going to just encourage the guys. Great start. We've kept them down to chances that weren't good enough for highlights. Thank you, G&G. You are an absolute star. Here is Sobersley. Sobersley's created the space, and there we go. The game is now level on aggregate. Just 18 minutes it took. We would not close out from a corner. That was the issue. That's one of the harder ones to deal with, because we can't set someone into that specific area, and he's just standing still. Then he cuts inside. Sobersley with the shot. Atabulu. We might need to chase already. Come on, Kashevit. Exactly. Say it loudly. Guys, Musiala season has ended, ? Has that been confirmed then? As Bonato fires over from the free kick. Oh, we could have done with that going in. Rich, it's been an exciting finish, but scoreline flatters England. We've been awful. Fair enough. Here comes Sobersley. Sobersley's completely free. Cuts it back. Lewis at the edge of the area. Atabulu with a great save. with a great save. Okay, we need to tell you to focus once more. There we go. It's been a total FMing, says Leroy, of the England-France game. Torby tries to head it back in. Atabolo manages to claim. No problems. We've had chances, apparently, not just that free kick, but we are seeing, again, Liverpool turning the screw. Okay, not as much as we thought. Let's demand more going in. Let's wait until this highlight ends. See what happens for the last 5 minutes. Navarro finds Gula. That's a penalty, ref. That is a penalty. I don't feel good. I don't feel good. We've scored every penalty so far tonight, which means that surely by the law of averages, this one is going to be saved, or it's going to be blazed over. Theo Hernandez steps up, and Kerbal, right on cue, guesses the right way, pushes it behind for a corner. Oh, he's our one player that's meant to be good at penalties as well. Hasuki is the target from the following corner. Unfortunately, can't quite get anything there. Kerbal claims. We are going to fire up into the last... Is the highlight still going? The highlight's still going. Is this going to be a highlight that started with us winning a penalty and ends with Liverpool scoring a second? Oh, no. Oh, FM, you cruel mistress. No, Atabolo with the save. Oh, you arsehole, FM, doing that to me. Coop Miners is going to take the corner. He's going to swing it in. There we go. I thought I was let off the hook. And then the moment that I had the complacency to think I was let off the hook, there it comes. It is a cruel mistress. Tarabi with the header. We can't deal with their corners. We've got loads of players at the near post, but that's a couple that they've scored now. We will hold on for half time, and we'll need to regroup and get going for the second half. Oh dear. FM is so predictable, man. You make the penalties you don't need and miss the ones you do. Rage quit is allowed for that? Absolutely not. It's a wild highlight, says Sipanak. Exactly. At least we like, it is entirely my fault. The fact that I was like, this is happening. And I was like, okay, we're fine. We're out of danger. We need a much better display. And that means let's have a look at what's been going on in terms of performance there. Not too bad in terms of nobody's had the ball in the final third. This is getting very much bogged down in midfield. Our XG is bolstered quite heavily by the penalty. So, you know, I would kind of dismiss that in part if it was for another team. Same that we do here. Positioning, it's all going through Soboslai. 28 touches, loses the ball 12 times. I think, even though he caused us trouble, he loses the ball so often, we probably want to push it out to him. We want to try and get a little bit more pressure on that back line. Trent, Gertrude, Cuenca, they're getting a lot of time on the ball. They're not making mistakes with it. So we want to pressure there. We want them to get the ball out to Soboslai potentially. For us, we're losing the ball with Nuama. That's losing it once every 2 times. That isn't good enough. Roche has not been particularly great in that regard either. Kari has. He's not seen enough of the ball. Gula hasn't seen enough of the ball either. So we are, once again, hitting early crosses has done us some good. So we're going to do that. We are going to drop the tempo. We want a little bit more control there. And we're going to ask you to stop taking more risks. Nuama. Oh, well, we want him to create. That is for sure. But I think I want him to, all of these dribble more. I kind of want him to stop dribbling just a little bit. He's certainly not, and we do that by actually letting him dribble more. We're going to push Benato out into that position as more of a playmaker-y type. And then opposition instructions. So, Quan, you're away from home. Yeah, you're losing this game. Quite possibly. Feep, 2-1. Poor from England, I take it. But that feep means is your impression of the final whistle. I've never heard it said as feep before. I love that. Absolutely love that. Right, so I want to
try and send everyone over to the right-hand side. Every single player over to the right-hand side accordingly. I want us to really apply pressure on their back line. They had a lot of the ball. They didn't lose it much. They're seeing it far too easily. Now, Alexander-Arnold, we want to mark up Coop Miners inside. We want to mark up the strikers. We kind of want to leave Szoboszlai free and then close him down as well, accordingly. So that's going to be the plan. That might see all of our defensive structure completely and utterly collapse as we chase this game. But we got to go for it, right? So you weren't that bad. You can improve. Keep going. We just need one goal to get it tied on aggregate. 2 goals to go through. Thank you for the hydrate, Soul Wanderer. So from a momentum perspective, we haven't picked up. But here's a highlight. Starting in Liverpool's half. It's going long. It's going long. And they won the header. They won the header and Wirtz is in behind. And that is bad defending. That is it over. It is over. Our Champions League campaign is coming to an end.
Do I not like that?
Is that Theo? No, that's Monterisi. Monterisi losing out the header there is unacceptable. Oh, bless you. Ah, well. We always knew it was going to be tricky. And we might as well lose this half like 4 or 5. None of that matters really. If we go out, there's no pride in losing 3-2 or 3-2 or 5-1. If we lose, we lose. We're out of the competition, right? So we are going wing back attack. Bizarrely, we are going to though give a half back in there. Defensive midfielder support. Half back here. You stay wider as we see there. You're going to Volante. You're going to winger on support. And we're going to move you back to the false 9 role that we trust a little bit more. So, Nuama has been pretty poor. He comes off. Anato and Gula aren't the worst culprits. We're going to bring on Skamaka. We're in fact going to pop you forwards and play you as a box-to-box midfielder. We will... Do we just bring them all off? The entirety of our front line will change in these last moments here. I say last moments, there's still half an hour to go. We're going to increase that tempo as we chase. We need 2 goals to get back into this, potentially. Winning away from home in Europe in this game is so hard. Absolutely. As we said, we knew that 1-0 was a precarious result. The fact that us beating Real Madrid in the last leg was considered a shock meant that the game was, we're probably going to struggle against a team of Liverpool's calibre. But, that's fine. I didn't think we were going to win the competition anyway. I'm disappointed that we go out, but it's not the end of the world. As Felix Kaiser makes it 4. As I said, I'd rather we lose chasing it than... there's no point in shutting up shop now. We have got a change left. So a wicked deflection here. Off. Is that Monterisi? Oh, Monterisi and Theo are having bad games. I overthought it, right? I put Theo in at central defence because our main defender isn't able to play 2 games a week. And he's had an absolute nightmare missing the penalty. Although it seems like he's got blamed for that goal that went in off Monterisi. Monterisi does cut it out, so that's good. It says that we're also, the other thing that is worth pointing out, we are up against Unai Emery and his 4-2-4, which, as we know, is a very, very good tactic in the game. As Doak, to make it 5, comes to Wirtz. Wirtz rushes through. Torabe makes it 5. Okay, maybe we need to return to that, because this might get very, very ugly. Theo is coming off. Donna Kebab is coming on. The rage quit hasn't happened yet, though. So there we go. Joy, what is Joy Potato Slide, Zerachel? I have no idea what Joy Potato Slide is. Save morale for league time. I mean, our morale, like, we're 5-0 down now. Our morale is going to be absolutely in the toilet for the next game against Inter, unless we somehow score 3 goals or something, I imagine. I think we might have torpedoed the whole season. But there we go. It's basically a spud coming in from the side. Fair enough. I'm guessing it's a BTTV vote. Yeah, fair enough. All I get in my lovely little thing is it just says Joy Potato Slide. Means so little to me. This is all part of the plan to make Inter underestimate us. Evidently, we lure them in full sense of security. Here's Kari into Monterisi. Torabay makes the tackle. Kerem now. Yeah, just going to dwell on the ball a little bit. Keep on facing backwards. Don't ever turn and face forwards on the ball. Donna Kebab plays it into Rocha. Here's Skamaka. Skamaka takes a shot from distance. Kerbal turns it round the post. We are playing better since we reverted back to what we did. Mate, I shouldn't have chased. There we go. Alexander-Arnold with a throw in. Here's Wirtz. Guys, we're 5-0 down. We don't need it. Just let the game end. Let the game end. Let's move on to the next one. Here's Azzopardi. Azzopardi plays it into Abde. Abde feeds Kaiser. Kaiser feeds Doak. Doak makes it 6. We do like going under. I mean, we do take big beatings. I mean, we had the massive thumping at Napoli 6-1. So say it loudly, I'm quite unlucky in a power outage happening quite often every time in this kind of situation, FM. That is very unfortunate for you, say it loudly. Zerachul, when we're shit, we're really shit. Exactly. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. I would play that if I was able to easily access the things right now. Where is it?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
I mean, also 6 goals conceded from 2.61 XG. That is brutal. But we do need to thrash the
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Brazilian Fury, bless you very much. Welcome in, my dude. How are you doing? Have you recovered from last night? A very, very resilient performance, even if it wasn't necessarily the result you were hoping for. I hope you're doing well. You have arrived just in time for us to get knocked out of the Champions League 6-0 away from home against Liverpool. Hundo Tuan, welcome in, my dude. Oh god, indeed. I should have known. I mean, is it our first? No, it's our second defeat of the stream, because we lost the second leg to Real Madrid, but we went through on penalties. But I should have known that once we had the first defeat, you would time it for that. Bless you. So Brazilian Fury, you still have a cold and your team decide to put you in hell with the worst keeper reaction to deflected ball you have seen in years. Typical Palmeiras. But I mean, it was always going to be a very, very tricky tie. I thought you acquitted yourself quite well. What a goal from Estevao as well. Just wasn't quite to be. Wasn't quite to be. So we need to get these guys rested up. 2 days we will give it, because we've got the game against Inter Milan. So you know my plans. You know my plans are to end it here, but the thing that is there. But either way, fuck it. We play the Inter game. We ruin the season. We ruin the season. We play it so it becomes a dead rubber at the end. Partly because I was going to put it to a poll, but we've got an ad coming up pretty much now anyway. So I don't want to do an ad and then come back and then we decide to end the stream there, because that feels a bit rotten. So the ad comes, we come back, we play against Inter, and then we get ourselves into position to win the fucking league. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. And we're back. So I've popped a lovely little link in the respective chats for another round of bingo, because I think that maybe I didn't set up enough bingo mini game redeems for the course of the stream, so I do apologise for that. So if you want to pop on over, I'll explain. I get room does not exist. Oh, okay. Let's pop up again. Let's try again, shall we? Ignore that first link. Let's see if I can delete them particularly easily. I can ban myself on YouTube. I can't seem to delete the message on YouTube though, unfortunately. So let me explain how this works if you don't know already. Everybody gets a unique bingo card with 16 squares. You get clubs, you get players, you might have an award or a competition on it. We then all get the same list of 60 players, one after the other. We get 10 seconds to decide whether they match one of the criteria on that square or to pass. If they do, you click on the square, you lock it in. Once you lock an answer in on a square, you can't undo it. You can't put another player there, so be careful. We will give it about, shall we say, a minute and a half for people to sign up, and then we'll head on into the game. Now, who is Musterman? I know that sounds like a very schizophrenic question to ask, but Musterman did get a bingo last time out. He came through after the results we'd seen. I did see there with a beautiful bingo, and I do need to congratulate you on that work. We're going to win the fucking bingo. Dear bases, we're going to win the fucking bingo. We're going to win the fucking league. We're going to win the Coppa Italia as well. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. So we've got Zerafabin, we've got a little bit of Holifab in there, a little bit of Zerachul, beautiful, beautiful there. Yeah, who is Musterman? Does someone want to own up? Because then I can make sure I assign the 5 points to you. Because we do keep a record of the points in perpetuity. We'd run a 3-month season, which will end at the end of July. So those 5 points could be get you up there onto the all-time leaderboard, which would be very nice. Yeah, so we have give it about another 30 seconds or so, and then we'll head on in. In fact, whilst that's going on, I should have probably switched on over to that screen there, and I will push forwards the game to try and get ourselves right onto the eve of the game starting. Cool. Okay. Right. I will start to press the button in about 10 seconds. So head on over to your other browser window, because there will always be a slight little delay there. And we're going to do in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And then we get another countdown. Because what we need is multiple countdowns rather than a big countdown from 20. So we start off with Aston Villa legend Martin Keough, who obviously I am going to play because he is English. That's nice and easy one off the bat. Josip Stanisic, I know he's been out on loan to a number of places. I don't think he matches any of those. I may be wrong. I do like David Fratesi. I do like David Fratesi a lot, and he is a player that matches on here, so we're going to play him for sure. Beautiful, beautiful player. I know nothing about Hiroki Ito. So that one's a clear skip for me. Yay! Sergio Biscuits. Sergio Biscuits probably should play him for 3+ La Liga titles, but I feel so unconfident about Champions League winners that I definitely have to play that one now if I can. Ezri Konza, I don't think he's going to make any of those. Lucas Hernandez, the non-penalty missing Hernandez. I genuinely have no idea of his full career history, so I'm not going to play that one. Oh, my man, do I love Gabriel Batistuta. Oh, that purple kit of Fiorentina, those long locks. So, I've run out of time. That was, oops. Cool. I will pay attention. Matthias Kessman, PSV. Let's make sure we got that one there. So Tales of the Tapes, don't give us answers. Don't give us answers. I mean, it is past the moment, so I suppose it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, Ryan Babel. I've never called him Ryan Babel before. Ryan Babel. Could he have won any of those things? I don't think so. Mauro Camoranesi. Now again, my knowledge of Italian player history is very hazy. Like Camoranesi, I associate with either Napoli or Lazio, and I can't remember which one. Like Ruud Gullit. Don't think he meets any of those. Correa. Joaquin Correa. He feels like a player that could have been Atletico and PSG, but I'm not feeling confident on that either. He definitely could have been played for South America, though. That seems like a miss there. Did Davy Klaassen go to Roma? Hell, let's go with it. I haven't clicked something for a while, so I'm going with that. That seems like a foolish decision on my behalf, but who cares? Erling Haaland, I don't think matches any of those. Curtis Jones. Play me a song, Curtis Jones. Curtis Jones. What's the rest of that song? It's Curtis Lowe, isn't it? Play me a song, Curtis Lowe. Curtis Lowe. I got your drinking money. Tune up your dobro. People said it was useless. Them people are foes. 'Cause Curtis Jones was the finest picker ever play them blues. Who even is that? Leonard Skinner? I think it's a Leonard Skinner song for sure. Sol Campbell. Not feeling good with these either. Olivier Giroud. Surely won the Euros. We're playing it. Pedro Gonçalves, we skip Jordi Alba, we can go for the Liga titles. Jose Gaya, don't think so there. Eric Maxim Choupo-Moting has played at so many clubs that I am going to play him there just because he's got such a wonderful and wide career of craziness, so we'll let that go. Alexander Golovin, Monaco at the moment. I can't think of where he was before, so we'll let that one go. Glenn Johnson will let go. Conor Gallagher, we will let him pass as well. Manuel Akanji, Switzerland's finest. Xherdan Shaqiri. Luis Muriel is Colombian, is he not? And as is John Joanne, so that can go for South American too. Kelechi and Nacho, we can go for Nigeria. And Didi, we're letting go. Walter Samuel. Walter Samuel's the kind of player that might have ended up in the MLS, but I'm not going to go for that. As is Gary Medel. Yeah, fuck it. Let's say played in MLS. Gonçalo Guedes. Alessio Tacchinardi. I don't feel good on. Hector Bellerin has also played with everyone. He's appeared in some very, very interesting teams over the years. Double Shuka. Antonio Rudiger. Samuel Eto'o must have won the Liga Golden Boot at some point, right? Zlatan. Has Zlatan and Cristiano ever crossed paths at the same club at the same time? They played for a lot of the same clubs, but I'm not sure if they have at the same time. Tagliafico, I consider with Ajax and Lyon. I don't know if he ever spent time at Lille, perhaps. Michael Carrick with Cristiano Ronaldo. So it's just a Lille player we're looking for. We've identified 4 Lille players earlier on. Was Yusuf Fofana's the Monaco one, isn't he? So we can let that one go. Diego Maradona. Cristiano Ronaldo. Dino Zoff. Gianluca Scamacca. Andre Lunin. Toni Kroos. Ryan Giggs. The final person will have played for Lille, and that player is John Terry, quite famously. DM Basis had a couple of guesses on that one. Ah, well. Last time France won the Euros was 2000, though. I mean, but Olivier Giroud's like 46, right? Well, he's like 46. Choupo-Moting has the best agent in world football history, doesn't he just? Doesn't he just? And that is sensational. Teddy there, in with 15 out of 16, 45 points. FMG&G comes in second, joined with Musterman, D. Heathcote, Coratiba, Formsy, 13, fantastic. Correct there. And then we have Rotislav, DMB, Tati, MTG fan. That is some wonderful, wonderful stuff. I will, for once, show it because I am down near the bottom here. Musterman there, the proper Musterman with Rich Sun, joined in with MTG and Tati. So I knew Chen Terry didn't win that one. I was pretty confident there. I thought Klaassen might have played for Roma, but I am definitely wrong. Gary Medel, I knew that one wasn't going to be either. So I'm not too unhappy with that, to be fair. Back then, it was Steven Guivarc'h up top for France. I mean, that is true. That is true. But also, like, who was... So, they had Henri at that time as well. I'm trying to think, who else were the French strikers of that era? Because that was too late for Dugarry, shots, I assume. Was Dugarry there? Dugarry might have been there, actually. Yeah, I'm starting to convince myself that he was. Cool. Well done, guys. Right, shall we crack on and win the fucking league? I mean, we can't win the league from this game, but we might be able to get close. Let's have a look at some of these scout reports coming through, though. Again, a league that we don't have, so this doesn't really help us that much. He is a right winger, 5'8", spirited, got pace, got agility, can dribble, can cross, got flair, bad decision making, but he's 19 years old. Bad anticipation. There is definitely a player in there. We've got the claim here. How much do they reckon he can improve? There isn't much here about development capacity, but he's not injury prone. So they do reckon he can step up quite a bit, 1.5 to at least 3 stars. So there is capacity for improvement. He'd be interested. He's got a really good estimated wage. Wants to be a squad player. That might be a little bit bold. But I do like that. Let's say he's not willing to negotiate on squad roles. So that might be something that we let it break down for. But we have crazy amount of money still. Making sure that we are picking up some players for development purposes is good. Now we've got a player here, Rivo Rafalskis, might not be able to improve. He's 19 years old, might not have that much capacity for improvement. He is in a league that matters, playing as a striker, I assume, mainly as a striker. 6 foot tall, wins 40% of his headers is good. Scoring above, that's pretty encouraging too. It's not going to be an aerial option, but he can pass. Good vision, good passing, good flair, good finishing. So he could fit into the role in terms of in our false 9 position. We could play him potentially behind the striker, train him in that regards as well. I think there's something workable there. Professional streamer indeed. The Maradona never won the Copa America. It's crazy. He never won the Ballon d'Or either. Trezeguet would have been there. That's true. Christophe Dugarry was still there. Maradona no Ballon d'Or. It's true. I think I tripped up on that in the past as well. Sipanak might want to show the game. I might indeed, bless you. But you promised to practice for next. I promised to get the right for next stream. I promised to get the right scenes as well. So Formsy, nobody going to tell him that we're only looking at his lovely face. So thank you guys. So that's the sad part. Ronaldo was right after Maradona for me. Oh, that's frustrating. I think the Ballon d'Or was awarded to Europeans in his time, if it existed that far back when it was, because I think it stopped being, the Ballon d'Or stopped being specifically a French magazine as well, didn't it? So the French magazine, it was specifically just a European trophy, and then I think it was taken over by someone else and it kind of opened up. And yeah, Teddy there. Teddy, are you the Teddy that got the sensational top score there? Brilliant stuff. Welcome in, by the way. So yeah, I was looking. This is Abdul Ghani Aharnach. We can ignore this because it's not a league that we've got loaded, but he still looks quite good. Here's a guy who's quick, he's got flair, needs to improve his decision making, no injury problems there, and has potential to improve. So we did speak to him. He's got a minimum fee release clause of £11 million. He wants to be a squad player, but earning between 30 and 35,000 euros, so very, very affordable. So I have put in a bid of his minimum fee release clause because that seems like a no-brainer to me. Looking at Rivo Rafalskis now, he's a quick striker, good stamina, doesn't necessarily have the greatest set of attributes in terms of winning aerial duels, but He does. 40% header win rate is great. He's scoring at a great rate, so that's brilliant. Very affordable again. Wages look to be a bit on the higher side. So tell the tapes, first non-European to win the Ballon d'Or was George Weah, indeed. Supreme Quan. Then I think Rivaldo or Ronaldo was the first non-European, but don't quite quote me on that. So no, Tales of the Tapes is indeed correct. It was indeed George Weah, and Rich has come in with that as well. Beautiful. I love how knowledgeable you all are. It's incredible stuff, and you are the star, the Teddy, top scorer. Well done, sir. Well done. Not injury prone. He's scoring goals already in Serie A. I like the idea of Rivo, so I think we might ask his agent as well. 70 to 94. That's again perhaps on the high side. That's on the high side for a 19-year-old, but also on a low side for AC Milan. Roma are keen to offload him, which is crazy. Let's again say I don't think you'd be a squad player. You might be a little bit more on the fringes. He doesn't seem keen on moving in that regard. That's fine. So my way of saying, no, we're not giving you future fees. They are looking to offload him. So we're going to start down at the bottom. They just say no. They don't say no. They just say maybe not. So let's try at 2.5. We've got time for that to come back. Rafa here is playing in an active league. Playing our up front, 8 goals in 28 games isn't quite as impressive. But dribbly, creative, could be a false 9 type player from that, potentially. So R9 was in 97, Rivaldo in 99. So Rafa Ortega is very, very quick. Lack of vision, I'm not so keen on. I'm not as enthusiastic about Rafa. Alan Neil, could he be the defensive right back we're looking for? He's been playing as a centre back, where he just about wins enough headers. He definitely wins enough tackles, but he's down in League One. He's on loan from Man City. Can't head, can't pass. No to Alan Neil. Arse. Okay. Non-active league, so that's fine. We can ignore that. Low on natural fitness. That might be a concern with the number of games that we have to play in the league. But if we can do it in Argentina, I'm sure that's fine. Marking isn't great. Heading isn't great either, considering he's 6'2". But otherwise, got a strong defensive profile. Decent enough in possession. Good first touch. Good passing. Good technique. Good vision. Those things are things that can improve. Flair would need to improve, and that's not a thing that can be trained, which is a little bit of a disappointment. Doesn't move particularly well. So, great decision making. As a deep line playmaker, seems pretty good. Consistency, that's fine with a young player. No injury concerns. Again, very affordable. They all want to be squad players. Sorry, what did that say again? Rosario, I think he has a lot of potential, so it's going to be towards the higher end of his valuation, I believe. So we will offer a little bit there, and we'll start at 5. They'll go up and say about 14 mil. They won't say 14 mil. Interesting. Oh, wait a second. Per league appearance, they want 500. So they've gone up to 7.5 and a friendly. We're going to remove the friendly because I hate not being able it impacting our plans. And we'll go up to 6 mil. That seems reasonable. And then we've got Blaze Derrick. Blaze Derrick is a sensational name. A sensational name. So Tales of the Tapes. Let's talk weirdest Ballon d'Or winners. My guest would be Alan Simonson. You're not familiar with his game. I'm not familiar with Alan Simonson either. Who knows about Alan Simonson? That's cool. Supreme Quan says this guy's arse. technically Di Stefano is the first non-European, but he won it because he took Spanish nationality. I mean, Di Stefano, by the end of his career, was pretty much every nationality that ever existed, right? Oh, welcome in, Martin. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? Who are you playing FM at the moment, and who are you playing with if you are? We'd love to hear from you, but no obligation to chat if you don't want to. So Blaze Derrick, another not in a league that we're looking at. More of a defensive midfielder than he is a wing back, but right, defensively, marking can be improved, right? Crossing and dribbling are a long way off. Jumping's not great. Good passing though. I'm not feeling Blaze. A starting price already above 10 million. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Milan interested in us. Oh, I'm so childish. Right, let's see how these negotiations go. I'm going to say you'd be a breakthrough prospect in the first year, but we'd then be looking at you becoming a squad player the next year. And you are going to say, no. I thought so. Are we just going to lie to him? We're just going to lie to him. You don't get any of that, but we will happily offer you more up front. But it has to be a 5-year contract. Going to lock 5-year contract. 40 is reasonable too as well. Yeah, 45. Not too bad. And then when would he go on loan until? So the end of the season in America would be in thing. I would absolutely accept that. That would be perfect. That kind of helps us deal with the squad rotation part of it as well. We're all interested in a nice ass, exactly. Teddy Tuma, is this some sort of Moneyball safe without attributes? Correct, Teddy. So I make the Mustermann iconic skin. That's the style of play that I play, is without attributes revealed in full. So the way we have it here, and this isn't the Mustermann iconic skin. This is something that I just use on stream, specifically built for the resolution that I play at whilst on stream. So we have attributes here. These really small dots is between 1 and 5. These dots are between 6 and 10. These ones here are between 11 and 15, and these ones are elite, which is 16 plus. But we focus primarily on the performance aspect. But when a player is in a league that isn't loaded or isn't on full detail, we kind of give that a pass because that's not as accurate in terms of the information. So what makes Allinson's case weird is that later played for Charlton. That's quite cool. So Charlton Athletic once had a Ballon d'Or winner. Why would you doubt it? I mean, I would be certain that had Martin Pringle been signed by Real Madrid instead of Charlton, he would have definitely been a Ballon d'Or winner himself. So they could have no, not at all. So Supreme Quan, you love how all FM players remove annual salary raise. I mean, it's bad, isn't it? It's bad because in real life, if you were stuck into a contract with no raise built in, it's very unfair. As Connor says, if memory serves, Simonsen played for Gladbach and Barcelona, and that is the entirety of your Alan Simonsen knowledge. That is more knowledge than I have. That is for sure. Sipinex, so you changed your mind on the GOAT discussion. It's Femin Lopez, single-handedly saving you from getting sacked at Roma. That is as good a reason as any, for sure. So Rich says his weirdest Ballon d'Or winner has to be Stanley Matthews in 1956. He was 41 by then. Apparently won in honour of his prior career. Exactly. I was going to say, wasn't it kind of like it's like a lifetime achievement award rather than being a best player of that season kind of thing. So nickname, the Musiala injury diagnosis in broken his left fibula. Oh, that is wrong. That is wrong. Right, asked. Let's say they reckon he can be a squad player. I reckon he can be a squad player, to be fair. We lack that deep line playmaker profile alongside to play in relief of Rocha. I'm happy with that. Especially with those, we will offer you a little bit more because we're taking away the everything else. You will take some liberties, but I'm absolutely fine. We call that 25k. And they want 7 million for Rafalskis. That's quite high for a player they're trying to get rid of. Let's say 5. Beautiful, 5 million. So we could finally have some young players coming in just to bulk out the squad a little bit, which will be nice. And we can move on some of those that we're not so keen on. They want big step ups there that I'm not keen on. But let's start at 85. And we're going to bring you down to 95 here. I'm fine with that. 100 is the maximum I'm offering. Bloody hell, you're a dick. I mean, we've got the money. That's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So I don't think I need any raises on 30k a week. I mean, that is also very true. That is also very true. Do we want to loan Rafalskis back as well for after we sign him? No, we don't. We don't. Rafalskis, I think, will have a place to play potentially. Although we are, because we've got a lot of old boys up front. Kerem leaves. Kerem will no longer be here next season. He's signed a pre-contract with Besiktas. Isaacs will be 34. Skamaka will be around 34 as well. Palmer will be 32. So we need a little bit of youth. So that should hopefully be okay. So Scribes just removes everything: appearance fee, goal bonus, clean sheet bonus, everything. You play for your wage, and that's it. So FMG&D, does this punditry overshadow how good Owen was when he won the Ballon d'Or? Overshadow might be wrong word. I think Owen definitely is one of those whose whole career trajectory after the Ballon d'Or has certainly impacted how people perceive him, because he was absolutely incredible until the injuries started to pile up and the pace kind of left him, and so he gets viewed as a player that wasn't as electric as he was. And I imagine that his punditry and his general, I mean, actually no, his post-career stuff or his non-football stuff should actually win him a second Ballon d'Or. That Dubai advert deserves a Ballon d'Or. That brochure, that brochure to be hired again deserves a Ballon d'Or. Michael Owen deserves 3 Ballon d'Ors in total. A peak Owen player was absolutely terrifying before he started. Yeah, exactly. Kryptonic, the stream is still going. Perfect for the late night snack entertainment. This is probably about to be the very last game as we play Inter Milan. So we were going to stop before this so that we started the next stream immediately with the game that of most consequence, but we didn't. We decided to play this one here. This is make or break. Lose this and we drop 8 points or something behind Inter with 6 games remaining, and it's probably going to be too much of a level to overhaul. Win though, and we bring them to within 2 points. We've got a game in hand. It would be huge. That is our full strength team, or that we've got available. Skamaka isn't quite up to fitness fully yet, but we're going. I think it's crazy because despite how good Owen was, I'm not sure we ever got to see his full potential either. I agree with that as well. I agree 100% with that. So, are we going to say play for the fans? We've been saying relax up until now. We are now saying pumping those fists. Not much of a response. That's fine. I have faith. We've got a 4-2-3-1. Gagliardi is the more attacking. He's on the left, so Rocha picks up him coming forwards. That means Ayman Kawi has to pay attention to Matheus Cunha. Benato comes back. He's responsible for picking up Eduardo Bove. We're going to add hit early crosses right from the start. And let's do this. It's a real case of what might have been for Michael Owen. Absolutely. Hammering the ball past that teenager deserves a Ballon d'Or as well. He's only 13, Michael. I don't know why Neville Southall in that voice has come from Yorkshire, but we're going with it. That is classic too. Dean Basis just wish you could go back and live in a world where neither Owen or proper Ronaldo struggled with injuries. I mean, could there been the risk that they would have just been the Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo of the era, just constantly dominating the top two players in the world? So Kryptonic, not only some late night entertainment, but rather some late night nail biter. Let's get them. It's going to be tense. It's going to be tense. Early stages, we've had a couple of shots. They've had more of the ball. They have the momentum as well. We are going to encourage the guys. 15 minutes in, we haven't conceded. That's a good sign. Here's Washer. Washer being closed out, has to go back to Monterisi. Gets it again in tight space. He has to go back. Can't craft anything there, but we move it round to Rod. Kari. Kari's got space to push forwards into. Kari on the
Ain't nobody I'd rather be. Milani Rossoneri. It can't take
that away from me. Eamon Kari coming up big in the, was that 13th minute? 17th minute. That is nice. Four shots now. It's an even game. We are seeming to do a reasonably good job of preventing them from getting shots off. Momentum is very much in our favour. Let's not say anything. But Nato with a free kick feeds Palmer. Palmer sends the cross in. Emiri Hasuku. The flag has gone up immediately. The flag has gone up. It did look like he might be offside. Could Emiri Hasuku? It's not going to stand. It's not going to stand. Disallowed. So we are going to fire up. Hermanson has come off though. They've replaced him with Pierluigi Casaraghi. They've got a 23-year-old goalkeeper. Very good from the looks of what we saw from his performances previously, albeit them very, very restricted because he's young still. So Dan Basis, yeah, I think an injury-free Ronaldo would still be discussed in GOAT discussions if he'd been injury-free. Absolutely. Here comes Belka here. Immediately after we had a goal disallowed, Lautaro equalises. Is that one offside? Or is this going to be like us missing a penalty and then conceding immediately? It's going to be. Oh my days, FM, you are cruel. So cruel. Lautaro comes from behind Bjorn Rod. It's a lovely left-footed finish into the far side netting across Atabolo. 2 goals in the matter of moments, and he's beyond that line. There is controversy. He's clearly beyond that line. Oh my. If there was Pierluigi Casaraghi, that would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing. No. Okay, Washer wins the ball back to DeMarco. DeMarco back to Colwell, across to Bradley. He finds Buonani. Buonani has caused us problems in the past, and he's now slipped through Cunha. Cunha feeds Lautaro, and Atabolo with an absolutely amazing save. I shouldn't have done that. I now can't do shouts to everyone else to tell them to focus. Monterisi gets there. It's a rash challenge. We get away with it. Emiru Hasuki now to Rosha. There are 40 seconds left of the half. Palmer plays it out to Hasuki to Nuama. Nuama goes down. Gets it clear. Nothing happening. Monterisi into Kari. Kari to Palmer. Palmer plays it through. Nuama. The flag's gone up again. The flag's gone up again, guys. The flag's gone down since. Motherfucker. Oh my. This is a generational. I mean, he was offside. They had that massive chance. There was some awful defending for that big chance that Atabolo made a great save. But I feel like we've otherwise done okay until we had that disallowed goal. We're going to be positive. We're not usually positive at halftime. We are going to increase that tempo. We are going to say to Skamaka, you've not been good enough. We're going to say to Nuama, you've not been good enough. Otherwise, let's get for it. Big, powerful Italian striker indeed. Mike Dean said the ref got it right. I mean, he did get it right, to be fair. He was offside. But their equaliser, absolutely not. Disgraceful. And here comes Buonanni. Buonanni down the right, sends the cross in. Gagliardi's there, able to take it down, sends it across. Eduardo Bove, we sold him in the summer. Of course he would score. Oh no, no. We don't deserve this. We don't deserve this. Absolutely no one paying attention to Gagliardi. He's got all the time in the world to take it down, feeds it across to Bove, who himself wasn't really particularly marked inside the 6-yard box. Here comes Inter. This is not happening. Kari wins it. That's good. To Bonato, to Palmer. Over on the left is Theo. Theo drives forwards. Theo, send it in the box. Theo sends it in the box. Skamakis can't get it coming off, and there Kasaragi comes together. It's a good block right at the death there. Here come the changes. The changes are coming. Skamaka is coming off. Izak's coming on. Isak is coming on. Isak is coming on. We are going to bring off. Theo's fine, but I'm going to bring on Navarro. I'd like to see him push forwards a bit more. So we will make him a wing back there. Let's see, 10 minutes into the second half. We need 2 goals. This is possibly the end of the season otherwise for us. Monterisi out to Hisuki. Nuama, that's what we need to do. We need to underhit the passes, and that way they overcommit, and that goal stands fine.
It's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands. Goals for the fans. It's because AC Milan will come on. Let's go mental in the stands.
The secret to it was the underhit pass to Hisuki. That sucked the defender up, but there was just enough weight on it for Hisuki to then move it on to Nuama. He feeds Bonato. It is 2-2. We have 32 minutes to get a winner. But there's a highlight, starting with Nathan Collins at the heart of the Inter defence. Lautaro now. He's dropped deep. He finds Gagliardi. Our marking has been poor. We have not focused. We have not picked up Gagliardi very well. DeMarco with the shot from distance. Atabolo tips it round the post. It is Rocha on Gagliardi, right? Rocha is on Gagliardi. Gagliardi is on the left. Rocha is on the right. And so we're going to put Jens Kazuste in that spot. We're just going to make him a defensive midfielder rather than a playmaker. We are going to push you forwards a little bit in that regard. We're going to play that. But there's been, that's the third time I think I've seen Gagliardi just completely and utterly unmarked. And he's got specific responsibilities there for a player to do it. So Rocha, probably my best central midfielder, has to come off for that. Nathan Collins, it's crazy, isn't it? How on earth have they signed? Why? What is the circumstances? Isak! Oh, it's a horrible error! We are back in it. 3-2. Isak seizes on a horrible defensive error. That almost makes up for the referee's error earlier on. I will call that justice in a slight form at least. Right, we need to make changes. We have got players looking very tired. That's going to be Cole Palmer making way for Arda Güler. And we're probably going to be bringing off Ernest Nuama later on in the proceedings. We have restricted Inter to very few chances. They've had just 6 shots all game. There's Bjorn Rod. Oh, Bjorn. Bjorn, so close. So close. Into the last 5 minutes. It's another highlight here. Nathan Collins would never have made that error. Indeed. We take those, nicknames, don't we just? Alba Navarro sends it in. Collins just hoofs it away. Cunha can't win the header. Kari back to Monterisi, to Kajusta. Kajusta into Bonato. Bonato's played it in for Arda Güler. And he just stopped. He just stopped. The last change, it's going to be Nuama coming off. We're going to... Oh, no, it's not. Have I made all... I've used all stoppages. Oh, I'm a rookie, aren't I? I'm a rookie. So we're going to pin him back. Going to drop that tempo. Time wasting up. Let's stay on attacking mentality. We have to hold on for how long? 4 minutes of injury time. Are we going to get an extra goal? Here is Banato with the corner. Or could this be a sucker punch counter-attack? Banato taking his time. I love it. Love it. Banato sends it swinging in to the far post. Bjorn Rod with the header off the bar. Off the bar. Oh, that is obscene, and there's a highlight immediately from it. Collins feeds it up, but Navarro picks up. Navarro feeds Isak. Isak pokes it in. It hits the post again. Oh my word. We've hit the woodwork 3 times in this game. There is 10 seconds remaining. We've got the win. We've got the win. Where's this?
Milan, come together, clap your hands, save me. Scoring goals, AC Milan.
Oh, that is a huge result. I am delighted. We came back. We threw it away, then we came back. That brings us to within 2 points with 1 game in hand. We've been in this situation before and we've dropped points when we've had a chance to come up to top spot. But we are once again putting ourselves in the position to possibly do it. We didn't win the league with that game. We just didn't lose the league with that game. We're going to give these guys a rest. Our next game is in the cup. It's the second leg. We're 2-1 up against Fiorentina after the first leg. We've got the second leg. Then we've got an away game against Juventus. Away against Empoli. Home to Palermo. Away to Lecce. Home to Bari. And then against... They're a little bit... They're now 7 points behind us and 9 points off. But title challengers just Fiorentina. We're going to win the fucking league. Brackets possibly, depending on the rest of the league. Exactly. Right. And that is perfect, because it means when we come back to this next week, we're in position to finish. There is tension there, which is beautiful. So I am going to wrap this up quite quickly, because again, we've got an ad appearing, because I spent ages looking at scout reports instead of going into the game, because I'm an idiot. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by. I don't know the schedule for next week. I have had some messages from Zealand. I have been replying to him earlier on. It looks like we might be doing the league on Tuesday. I don't know 100% though yet. So when we get confirmation on that regard, I will hopefully have that up on the Discord tomorrow. If you do want to join the Discord, there should be a link over there. I'd love to see you in there. And yeah, hopefully see you guys next week. Have a wonderful weekend. For YouTube, we're ending the stream now.